there are two places that Kawhi Leonard be willing to sign an extension. I'm going to debunk that myth and tell you there's no two place. There's one place that Kawhi Leonard would sign an extension, and that is Toronto.
After the trade with open arms, man, it made my experience that much better. And like they said, enjoy this moment, and have fun with it.
Welcome to Toronto Raptors Free Agency Central, but this is really the NBA Free Agency Central. We are going to get down to everything. We're going to get down to the Ja Morant trade. We are going to get down to all the goings-on with, yikes, what's going on in Portland, what is going on with Jalen Duren over in Detroit. Apparently, allegedly, reportedly, Jalen Duren will be taking meetings with the Los Angeles Lakers and the Sacramento Kings, and yes, that Kawhi Leonard trade is this close, so close that my hands are basically touching. And I will let you know what is holding that trade up as we get into the wee hours of the night. My genuine thought was that the deal was going to be done this afternoon. Here it doesn't get done this afternoon. There are some actual developments in that trade, things that I absolutely can share that are sourced, and things that we know for sure. And then I'm just going to do my best to guess around the things that I don't know and probably can't know unless I was literally standing in the room. So we're going to talk about what we know. We're going to talk about what we don't know. And things haven't changed that much since yesterday, but there is a lot more clarification on things that I frankly didn't know at the time. Number one, big gaffe by me, not completely understanding the CBA well enough to know that Kawhi Leonard literally cannot sign a 4-year deal because he will be 38 years old. Beyond this contract, the maximum he can sign is 2 years. There's a lot of other moves that have been made today around the fringes. Jonathan Mogbo is gone. For the time being, the Toronto Raptors did not pick up his team option. Trayce Jackson-Davis is not gone. The Raptors did pick up his team option, and he would necessarily be a part of any Kawhi Leonard trade. And Sandro Mamukelashvili has opted out of his player option. This was known since February that he has massively outplayed that contract. So let's get to it. Let's talk about everything. And we are going to start right here with this news. Okay, let's start at the bottom here. So just scroll through. Number one, the development that is happening in the Bay. Let's call it the Bay Area development. Hold on, this is not great. Hang on, let me format this. There we go. Make this bigger. And there you go. Okay, Draymond Green is, hold on. First, let's start here. Malik Beasley has been indicted on federal charges for gambling related to sports betting scheme. Unfortunately, former Raptor Ed Davis is also a part of this. Zach LaVine is opting into his $49 million player option. Shout outs to the Sacramento Kings. James Harden also declined his $42.3 million player option, and the Cavs are working on a new deal. Fred VanVleet, no surprise, the second year of that $25 million contract that they opted out of the team option to get him a 2-year 50. This is the second year of that. He's most likely to be traded at this point. The Hornets are targeting Marcus Smart. Did I get that correct? Okay. The Nets make a couple of really good decisions, in my opinion. Josh Minott and Day'Ron Sharpe are two guys that I genuinely believe in very much. Both Scotty guys, if that matters to you at all. And Day'Ron Sharpe is getting paid. They opt out of a team option to give him a little bit more money, which is interesting. 2 years, $20 million for him, and 2 years, $9 million for Josh. I think these are both young guys with a lot of potential. DeAndre Ayton is opting into his $8.1 million player option. I believe he might be on the move. And here it is. Toronto Raptors are opting into Trayce Jackson-Davis's $2.4 million. There are some cap caveats in terms of how much money the Toronto Raptors would have to send out in any Kawhi Leonard trade to not trigger a hard cap at the first apron. We'll also break that down as well as explain the things that we know and things that we do not know just yet. But everything I'm hearing is the deal is absolutely still on track. There's been a lot of validation to everything we said yesterday. Last night, I said the Spurs were out of it. Kawhi has made it known it's Toronto or bust. Trade me there. Made it known that his relationship with the Clippers at this point is not at a point where things are looking smooth sailing and he's looking to come back there. That he's really had his eye on Toronto for like the last week. So at this point, I think it's pretty safe to say this deal should get done in the next 24 hours. It really should. If it doesn't, something has gone drastically wrong. And again, the two sides are not that far apart. Everything I'm understanding here, it's not like what was being reported by Clutch Points the other day. Oh, like they're holding out for Colin Murray Boyles. That is not the holdup in this deal at all. I will explain all of that in about 5 minutes. Let's just get into this. Andrew Wiggins is going to be the starting small forward in Miami, and this, unfortunately, 3-year deal pretty much pulls them out of any Norman Powell coming back situation. So now the Heat will likely be looking to sign and trade Norman Powell, who was an all-star last year. This is nuts to me. The Lakers, of course, Marcus Smart has declined his 5.4 player option. He had a really good playoff run. I could see him commanding anything north of 6, 7 on a good team, maybe more. He was healthy. He was good. Free agent center Thomas Bryant intending to sign a 1-year deal with the Cleveland Cavaliers. I believe when the terms are not disclosed, this is probably a minimum contract. Bradley Beal declines his $5.6 million player option for next season. This screams Miami. The Sacramento Kings trade former lottery pick Devin Carter and a future second-round pick to the Atlanta Hawks. This move didn't make a ton of sense 4 hours ago, but 1 hour ago it started to make sense because Jalen Duren, we'll talk about the Ja Morant thing. Jalen Duren and the Detroit Pistons are quite far apart on an extension. Jalen Duren, of course, he made All-NBA, so he is eligible to sign a pretty hefty deal, and he will pretty much only be guaranteed that money with the Detroit Pistons, so a sign and trade would be the way to get that money. Sacramento is interested. So there you go. You can't choke in the playoffs if you never make the playoffs. It's a genius move by Jalen Duren. The Atlanta Hawks declined Jonathan Kuminga's $24.3 million team option. If you recall, Kuminga signed a 2-year extension with the Warriors, with the second year being a team option, which allowed, of course, the Warriors to trade him effectively as an expiring. I don't think this means necessarily that Atlanta is done with Jonathan Kuminga, just that Atlanta is smart enough to know that $24.3 million is massively exceeds Jonathan Kuminga's actual salary. So whether he finds his way somewhere else or, he'll look to come back at a lower price. The Knicks get a steal in Landry Shamet, 4 years, $24 million. I mean, that is ridiculous. He had better offers, bigger offers, and he chose to stay home. The Oklahoma City Thunder getting very, very cap crunched at this point. They are picking up Lou Dort's $17.7 million team option. It is very unlikely at this point that they're going to offer him an extension beyond that. So this could still be a setup for a trade. Julian Champagnie just got paid. He was one of the Spurs' best playoff performers. And 3 years, $45 million suggests that the Spurs believe that to be the case. And they are rewarding it with a lot of faith. This is a head scratcher if I've ever seen one. The Yusuf Nurkic 2-year, $22 million contract to Utah. I don't get it personally at all. I mean, I guess the fact that he's a Clutch Sports client means he's going to get paid a little bit more, and he's going to get they're going to get some sort of favor on the back end of it because Clutch operates like a mafia party. But honestly, it's generally bewildering to see the numbers that are being given to other free agents, and then to see Yusuf Nurkic of all players at this age being able to command $11 million a year. That's pretty nuts. Okay. And now the big news, of course. No, we'll talk about the big news after. Kevin Huerter, 3 years, $27 million to the Pistons. I like this deal. I like Kevin Huerter more than the average person. 2 years, $40 million on an extension for Kristaps Porzingis. And Harrison Barnes, 1 year, $8 million. And now let's talk about the two big things. And the two big things are, number one, Ja Morant is finally traded, and you can breathe a sigh of relief. It is not to the Toronto Raptors. That is the good news. The bad news is he is going to Portland. I mean, bad news for who? Bad news for Portland? Bad news for Ja? I don't really get it. Scoot Henderson, Shaedon Sharpe, Damian Lillard, Ja Morant. According to the Portland Trailblazers, who are really a mess at this point, and quite frankly, the ownership is starting to concern me, they intend to start Ja Morant and Damian Lillard together next year. I don't know how that backcourt is supposed to guard anyone. I don't understand it, but it'll be really exciting to watch in the way that car crashes are really fun to watch. People are getting really excited because Ja Morant is very talented, and there remains some optimism that he might be able to turn it back. I don't see it. I think his regression as an athlete and his regression as a jump shooter has been very real. He's never really defended very well. So this to me feels like, you know what? The price is so low. How can we move away from this? It was basically Jeremy Grant and fillers. So like Chris Murray and Jeremy Grant, and Jeremy Grant wasn't a good contract to begin with. So the Memphis Grizzlies effectively dumped their franchise player for negative value and received not one pick back. Let this be a nice cautionary lesson in terms of how far fans are from general managers and analytics people in terms of what players are actually worth. When you sign one-dimensional stars who do not shoot well, do not space well, do not play well off the ball, do not defend, do not function in any sort of role-playing capacity, this is the type of mess you end up with. And the Toronto Raptors will be very wise to know that RJ Barrett is viewed in the same class as Ja Morant in terms of his overall production, scalability, defense, etc. So before the Toronto Raptors decide, hey, we got Kawhi Leonard, we need to secure RJ Barrett at $35 million a year, just remember Ja Morant. Okay, that's the one word I'll give you. The big developing story is that Draymond Green is opting out of his player option and is making way for a new super team / expendables team / when has this ever worked when a whole bunch of old guys got together and tried to run it back? Draymond Green opting out allows potentially two things to happen. Number one, for the Warriors to explore a pick-heavy trade with the Washington Wizards, which would involve Jimmy Butler for Anthony Davis. And then somehow, because LeBron may have worn out his welcome with the Lakers, for LeBron to go and chase a final ring in some sort of weird quest to play with Steph Curry and Anthony Davis and Draymond Green. This is fun. This will bring ratings. This will be national TV. It will be must watch. The tickets will be very expensive, but the result will not be a championship. It feels very hard for me to believe at this point that that team could win a championship. Now, if Moses Moody comes back healthy, if some of the role players remain intact and Kristaps Porzingis stays in tow and LeBron takes a major discount and Anthony Davis is healthy, do you see how many if has to work? But ultimately, you're banking on a lot of really smart players figuring it out. And maybe, it didn't work with Gary Payton and Karl Malone in LA. And they had Shaq and Kobe, who were better than any player on this team. It did not work when the Brooklyn Nets tried it with Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett. But I think this core maybe has a chance to win a couple of rounds. Maybe they're hard out in the Western Conference Finals. I just don't see them beating OKC with the way OKC is retooling right now. Okay. Whoops. Give me one sec here. Man, that back button is dangerous. And then, of course, let's talk about Kawhi Leonard. Okay, this is why we're here. We're talking about Kawhi Leonard. So what? Sorry, I just saw that. Okay. One sec. We got a super chat here. Any chance Clippers lose draft picks to Toronto if found guilty in the aspiration scandal? No. Their draft picks will be lost outright. They will not be lost to Toronto. Although I appreciate your brand of vigilante justice and I totally support it. Okay, let's talk Toronto Raptors. Okay, and let's talk Kawhi Leonard. So a lot of news has broken out. I just want to share a clip here. Give me one sec. And this is the report from Shams. Give me 1 second.
News here. Come up with, they've set a really high bar in these trade talks. They've turned for a player who maybe there's some question. Back to the six, going back to Toronto. Story here. The Clippers and the Raptors are seriously engaged in trade talks surrounding Kawhi Leonard going back to the six, going back to Toronto. Ooh. At the crux of this is the Clippers are moving in a younger direction, and Kawhi has 1 year left on his deal at about $50 million. And my understanding is Toronto is the only place he would commit to on a long-term extension if traded outside of Los Angeles. This gives him a ton of leverage in the marketplace. We know when he got traded from the Spurs to the Raptors back in 2018, he said, listen, I'm only going to play 1 year and 1 year only, and then I'm out. Yeah. And that's exactly what happened. He led them to a championship. Mm-hmm. He won Finals MVP that year in 2019. Then he spent the last 6-7 years with the Clippers. These conversations will continue all day today, potentially throughout the rest of the week, and we'll see if a deal comes to fruition.
Okay, this question from SP is, Duran even allowed to have talks with the Lakers right now? No, he is not. He has scheduled the meeting for this week. So when free agency opens, he has already scheduled a meeting with the Sacramento Kings and the Los Angeles Lakers. My bet on it would be that any move would require a sign and trade. I'm not really sure how the Lakers are supposed to complete that sign and trade. So generally speaking, I'm a little bit confused about this Lakers part. But Penny Hardaway said Stein and Shams confirmed advanced discussions. Means it's going down within 24 hours. Yes. 3 firsts and CMB. Okay, I want to be clear about something. So let's get down to the nitty-gritty of exactly what I know and how I know it. Okay, so I don't know if I'm at liberty to say how I know it, but I'll guarantee you that what I'm saying is accurate, and then I'll fill in whatever interpretations I have to make. So here's what I 100% know. Number one, as of right now, as of 2 hours ago, so 6 o'clock, Colin Murray Boyles, Jacoby Walter, Scotty Barnes, and Alan Graves have not been offered in any framework whatsoever. Okay, so that's the first thing that I want to break out here. That has never happened. Some people are saying that, hey, this has been reported before. You're not really reporting anything. I want to be clear about something. I've been kind of notioning to you guys, if you've been paying attention. I can't say what the Raptors are thinking about, Jacoby Walter, but he's a really big part. He's not going anywhere. I've been saying this to you for 3 weeks. Okay, so let's be clear about that. Jacoby Walter is a very big part of the Raptors' future. Huge. They have very big plans for him. They're really proud. They're really happy with the work that he's done over the last 9 months, and they're seeing a big role for him going forward. As far as I know, he is a bigger part of the core than most of the people you're thinking about. Okay, number one. Number two, the LA Clippers. There's been a lot of misinformation about what the Clippers want back in a trade for Kawhi. I would like to disrupt that misinformation by letting you know that the Clippers actually do not want a pick-heavy package in return for Kawhi. Their goal when trading Kawhi, and this is going back to about 2.5 months ago when they started thinking about this being a real possibility, when it seemed that maybe Kawhi and his camp were a little bit too far on contract negotiations, and when, of course, 4 or 5 months ago when they tore that team apart, they started trading. They traded Ivica Zubac, they traded James Harden. They got a lot younger. They decided to go for a pick-heavy package in return for Zubac. They kept the pick. All of this has been baked into the assumption that at some point they were going to hit a wall with Kawhi. In return for Kawhi, I am told that the LA Clippers have prioritized winning. Okay, let me make sure that I get the wording right on this. Good players who are closer to their timeline that they can remain competitive with. So what they were not looking for in a Kawhi trade was PJ Washington. What was the deal? PJ Washington, Klay Thompson, and 3 picks. Yeah, that's not working. So while I am confident that the Dallas Mavericks did call, I'm sure plenty of teams called, there's no movement on the Dallas side because what it would take for Dallas to actually get this done is not something that Dallas is legitimately going to consider. Derek Lively is very, very injured right now. That's what I'm hearing, is that he is very injured and that his foot is messed up. And so, and this is coming from people in Dallas that are telling me this. People around the team in Dallas are saying, like, they don't have a lot of optimism around Derek Lively. So they're a little bit trepidatious right now about moving Daniel Gafford before they settle up. And obviously they drafted a big Morez Johnson. He'll probably play some spot minutes at the 5 for them. But this is a really big part of the calculus for the Clippers, is they are not looking to be horrible. First of all, there's no incentive to be bad. As the new draft lottery and structure goes, there's really no incentive for them to be bad at all. And obviously, Steve Ballmer is a competitor. They've made the playoffs or been competitive every single year he's been there. This is exactly how the Spurs were thinking when they traded Kawhi. They wanted to remain competitive with DeMar. So the second thing, as I said, so the first thing I know is that Jacoby, CMB, Scotty, and Alan Graves have not been even broached in these conversations. From what I understand, it's never even been remotely on the table. It's not a part of the deal. It's not like, oh, we'll make this deal happen if only Colin Murray Boyles. The Raptors would walk away from the table. It's not on the table. It's not happening. As I said, the second thing is that the Clippers do not prefer a pick-heavy package. They are choosing to prefer a package of win-now players with draft capital added. The third thing that I am being told is that there is a real apprehension from the Toronto Raptors side to trade any draft pick past 2030. So, and on the flip side, the Clippers want picks after 2030. One framework that the Clippers ideally would want is a 2028 first and a 2031 first, or a 2029 first and a 2031 first. The Toronto Raptors instead are preferring to give them 2027. Now, from the Clippers side, this is a two-pronged calculus on their side. Number one, they want the picks that are further out because Kawhi is getting older. Kawhi just turned 35 today. Happy birthday, Claw. And this would mean that as he edges closer to 38, there's a very good chance that the Raptors could be maybe back in a rebuild. The other part of this that is probably something the Raptors should very much consider is that the current CBA and the current rules around the draft and the draft lottery odds run out in 3 years. So they start next year. So 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, 2031, 2032, 2033, all these picks that you potentially trade could be very valuable. And it is very, very hard right now, if you're the Toronto Raptors, to accurately project where you're going to be in 2032. You could potentially in 2032, just to play this out 5 years from now, anything could happen. Scotty Barnes could be on another team. He could have demanded out. Kawhi Leonard will all likelihood 100% be retired at that point. You don't know where you're going to be in 2032. So if things start to go wrong in Toronto, that 2032 will be very much holding over your head because of the Stepien rule. It also means that you can't trade 2031. You can't trade 2033. So you're kind of locked when you trade picks that far out. If you know the Raptors at all, if you understand how they work, they typically don't prefer to trade picks that are too far out. This is a team that values its optionality very much. So right now, the offer on the table, per my understanding, is Grady Dick, Brandon Ingram, 1 pick, 1 swap. The swap part is not being reported for some reason. So there's a very, very good chance that I'm just wrong about this, but that's what I'm hearing. I think what will get this through, maybe in the next few hours, if the Raptors are willing to concede, is one of two, let's call it, what's the word I'm looking for? Wow, I'm stuck. I was going to say consolidation, but that's not the word. Concessions. There we go. Concessions. That's the C word I'm looking for. Number one would be swapping Jacoby Walter and stuff into the trade instead of Grady, and then removing a pick and maybe adding a swap. I just feel This is my guess. This is a guess. This is not intel. This is nothing. My guess is that the Clippers would want Jacoby Walter. He was really good in the playoffs, and he has a lot of similarities with players that they tend to prioritize. Now, that all being said, I don't want this for anybody. I don't want this for the Raptors, and I don't want this for Jacoby Walter. They just drafted Keaton Vogler at his position. They already have Ben Mathurin. I don't see a role for him. I don't see a future for him. So this does not feel like a really good thing, and it doesn't feel like the Raptors would necessarily move this way. The other concession would be that the Raptors just outright offer a 2031 pick. Now, I think the 2031 pick probably gets it done. I don't see them moving anything past 2031 because that feels a little too far out. But even 2031 would be a massive break in character for the Raptors. And I can almost guarantee if Masai Ujiri was still in charge, he would be screaming, no, 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 no. But maybe Bobby Webster has a little bit more of a tolerance for a little bit of risk here. Now, the other part of this is the Trace Jackson Davis will almost 100% be included in this deal. There is a trade bonus, as I understand it, with Kawhi Leonard's contract that he would have to waive most, if not all of, to make the money work. And if the Raptors have to match like 100% of the salary. So I want to show a clip here, and hopefully this will explain it a little bit better than I can, because I am not a CBA nerd, and I am not someone who has that type of in-depth knowledge about the CBA at all. So I want to hang on one second. Let me bring it up. I've been posting like a madman today. This is crazy. I have scrolled the full size of the Burj Khalifa today, like just constantly monitoring, constantly checking texts, constantly checking emails, notifications. It's really felt like this deal is this close to happening that it could happen any minute, and I want to go live the second it happens. But looking at your phone this much is actually bad for your brain. It's quite bad for your brain. It messes up your depth perception in every way possible. So, yeah. Okay. Where the hell is it? Here we go. Okay. Got it. So let me pull this up.
It's not.
Okay. I'm going to make this big. I'm going to let these two take it away. Okay. So this is from the Third Apron. I think they broke this down really, really well. And this is just to make sure that I don't get any of the salary cap stuff wrong.
When you trade less money than you take back, you trigger a hard cap at the First Apron, which the Clippers can't really deal with, or rather that the Raptors can't really deal with. So their preference would be to build this trade, I'm guessing, with Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, who's at like $7 million. And then I'm going to say 2 minimum salaries, Mogbo and Trace Jackson Davis, which would take them to around $51.8 million, which gets them Kawhi, gets them across the 100% threshold, and then sets a second apron hard cap for them as they build their roster. They'd have around $19 million in room below the second apron. That's because of their non-bird rights on Mamu. I don't know that they'd be able to bring him back, but they could use the tax mid-level. They could have a little bit more flexibility for trades. They could fill out the roster pretty comfortably. I think that would be their preference. The question then just becomes, how much draft capital are the Raptors ultimately willing to put on the table? Mm-hmm. I don't think one is going to get it done. 1 first-round pick. I would not probably go above 2.
I think that's been my read on this the entire time. And, shout outs to the Third Apron. They do really good stuff. They're very, very smart about the cap. They're on YouTube. They actually have an mock off-season episode with S. Barhaney. So definitely go check them out. It's really great. Swipa Cam saying, Penn, we are going to be so insufferable if we land Kawhi with Scotty. Oh, man. Swipa, I'm going to say this. My Euro game is good now. So I'm just going to say, sure, we will. Stay in Denver, bro. Stay on that side. That's all I got to say. Stay on that side. I've already said if the Toronto Raptors land Kawhi Leonard to pair with Scotty Barnes, PC is going to have to fire me, because I am just going to walk on every episode with way too much charisma. I'm just going to come on and drop the mic. Oh, it would be so great. Okay, so let's talk about this. The Toronto Raptors, there's a ton of free agents that the Toronto Raptors could look at. There's two in particular that are very, very appealing to me in the event that this Kawhi Leonard deal is pushed through. Number one is Bogdan Bogdanovic, formerly of the Clippers. They actually declined his option. Number two is Nicholas Batum. Now, I think the thinking on this, and I'll actually okay, the real okay. I'll claim Swiper if he wants to add a Canadian citizenship and defect north. Swiper already has a million problems with the American government. Maybe we should make Swiper an honorary Canadian. You know, Swiper, like a whole bunch of liberals in America said that if Trump won the election, that they would move to the north. You can be the first person to actually do it. Okay, so I'm kidding. Several people did it. Okay, so in terms of how do I know this? Okay, so I wanna actually say this. I'm not an insider at all. I fell absolutely ass backwards into this, and I'm very, very lucky. I was just telling my friend about this today, that this feels a little bit like Slumdog Millionaire. I know what insiders like. I know insiders' Rolodexes and their contact sheets. They have like like half the GMs, they have assistant GMs, they have, you know, player personnel, they have like 18, 25, 35, 55 players as contacts. They're able to hit up agents. I do not have anything close to that, and I do not pretend to have that. What I'm very, very lucky is that I know about 14 or 15 people in this space that I call basketball, and they are very well placed and very situationally based in certain pockets that happen to be very relevant to this specific trade. And one person, yes, is in San Antonio, and that person has been responsible for a lot of my Penstradamus takes. You know, the first person to tell me that Luka would eventually push his way to the Lakers, this was like 2 years ago, was this person. He was the first person who sounded the complete like red alarm for me on the Raptors Fred VanVleet situation. So I have no reason to mistrust this person. And so when the news initially broke, and I think I was on PC when it happened, and then that night in the draft, there was some mention of the Spurs. That's what prompted me to hit my friend up and just say, listen, like, what am I hearing about Kawhi coming back to the Spurs? And he immediately told me, he's like, no, this is misinformation. It's totally Toronto. So I just want to say I'm like not an insider at all. You know, very few players. I hope to know many more in the future. I don't know any agents. I know a lot of trainers. I know, as I said, a few players. I don't know a single general manager. I've only ever talked to one in my whole life. I know a couple of scouts, but I'm a trustworthy person, and I never leak. So I don't like reveal sources. I'm not messy. So I'm very happy that the people that have chosen to trust me with the information have been giving me the right stuff, and I have been ahead. Just to keep it like a buck and not to pat myself too much on the back, pretty much everything I've said about this trade has pretty much come true to date. This is like, we're talking 4 days. 4 days ago, where were we on this Kawhi Leonard thing? We're talking Kalshi reports, we're talking Kalshi odds. I think the Raptors were like 1% odds to land Kawhi 4 days ago. 1%. Today, if you were to bet $1,000 that Kawhi was going to be a Toronto Raptor, I think on Kalshi right now, you might make $100, $200. So this is not breaking news. This is not breaking news. Is Kalshi really? So it's oscillated today. The Kalshi odds on yes for Kawhi have oscillated between, I think, 69% and 73%. He is more likely, according to the odds makers right now, he is about 3 times or 4 times more likely to be a Raptor than he is a Clipper or retire. The Clipper or retire part is funny because the fact that retirement is even on the table shows you how serious this is. Robot Sauce says, all you do is pat yourself on the back. Most of your content is I told you so, etc. Very unbecoming. Maybe this is something to work on. I told you, man, my Euro game is, there you go. Euro game is getting better. Whoever wins between Morocco and Netherlands will be carnage in Amsterdam West. Yeah, shout outs to Uruguay. That was a crazy penalty shootout. I was not expecting that. Why are you and Robot Sauce always beefing? Beefing? I'm going to keep it straight with you, man. This Robot Sauce stuff, this is very much Kawhi and Doug Smith. I don't even know where you're sitting at. I apologize. Paraguay, not Uruguay. My bad. Totally. My bad. Yeah, I'm not. Wow. Okay. So in terms of like where I see this going, I think that this deal will be done very soon. I have this feeling. Of course, I am a Toronto Raptor fan, so that means that my natural inclination is like to have this very bearish, oh, it's not going to happen. But from what I understood at 6 o'clock, this deal is basically done and they're haggling over a couple of picks. And I don't even think it's the number of picks. I think it's the placement of picks. I think Toronto wants to offer 2027, maybe 2028 swap. And I think the Clippers are prioritizing picks that are further in the future. But I wanted to make this live to specifically debunk any notion that Colin Murray-Boyles, Jacoby Walter were necessarily on the table. I also wanted to debunk this idea that the Mavericks are somehow in play with Klay Thompson and PJ Washington. That is not what the Clippers want. The Clippers have made it very, very clear from the get-go what they actually want in this, and I think that's why the Raptors approached them. So, Rob, if we win a chip, what's the best team in the last 10 years? Who's the best team in the last 10 years? Well, recency bias, it would be this current Toronto Raptor team, of course. I also feel like at this point, because so much has come out, look, this has been verified by so many people at this point, you can't even tell me I'm lying. Like, this has been verified by Zach Lowe. This has been verified by Shams. This has been verified by Chris B. Haynes. This has been verified by Jake Fisher. We're not going to talk about clutch points here because this is this is that zone. We don't talk about clutch points over here. No offense to clutch points. Nice guys. Talked to them before. Cool. But, we don't talk about that shit here. So my point here is that if this many people are involved, it typically, and you might say, well, the Raptors never leak. The Clippers are a pretty leaky organization. I think that's why the Raptors usually don't like to deal with organizations like this, because the Clippers clearly leaked this because they wanted to drum up offers. They wanted to create a market. The Mavericks got involved in this precisely because the Clippers wanted to create a market. The Clippers have been wanting to create a bidding war for Kawhi Leonard to up the ante and up the cost from the Toronto Raptors. And obviously, if Kawhi Leonard chooses to play ball with the Clippers, which there's no reason for him to, from what I understand, that relationship is not exactly in a solid place right now. He doesn't owe them any favors. Just like Pascal didn't owe us any favors or do us any favors on his way out. Pascal could have opened his trade options up to Sacramento and New York and Boston and Atlanta. He could have opened himself up. He didn't. He closed himself off to maximize the return for his income for the team that he would be going to. And it's just become common practice in the NBA for team players to do this. They are looking after the best interests of the team that they are going to be playing for, not the teams that they played for. Okay, so that means when OG Anunoby pushed his way to New York, it lessened the Raptors' leverage, unfortunately. When Pascal did this with Indiana, it lessened the Raptors' leverage. Now, obviously, if the Pacers are not willing to offer 3 first-round picks, then the Raptors just extend Pascal and the Pacers lose out on him. But that situation was a little bit different. I think that the Clippers are genuinely terrified of signing Kawhi. I think they want out of the Kawhi business to some extent, or they want to give him a lesser contract. And I think from Kawhi's perspective, it is, why should I take less money? Kawhi's eligible beyond this year. So he has a contract for this year for about $51 million. He is due for an extension at 2 years, 123.8. That will be the maximum that he can sign because of the over 38 rule in the new CBA, which prohibits teams from potentially circumventing the cap by adding years to players who are going to be approaching unplayable years. In the CBA terms, unplayable years are anything beyond 38. In past years, maybe teams have been able to offer guys who are still relatively close to their prime, like a lower number to edge out like towards the end of their prime or end of their twilight, and now the CBA is. Yeah, I'm not really sure if that's 100% playing into the Clippers' thoughts, but it certainly should be back of mind. The Clippers have to know that the NBA investigation is, looming very large. We just saw the report on Malik Beasley at Davis today. The Clippers do not want to be in a bad situation when this Kawhi thing goes down. But I really think that the Raptors would have to do their due diligence. Now, as much as it pains me to say this, there's huge downside risk for the Raptors. And I think for people who are screaming over themselves saying like, oh, the Raptors should offer Jacoby Walter, CMB, the multiple firsts. Oh my God, it's Kawhi. It's Kawhi. Look, put your fandom aside. I think you need to be really honest with yourself and realize that there's a very good chance that Kawhi Leonard is approaching the edge of his prime years. Okay. That doesn't mean that he won't still be better than Brandon Ingram. That's the whole calculus here, is that even at his worst, he is better than Brandon Ingram. The gap between these two players is so large that Kawhi could fall off 30% and still be 2 times the player Brandon Ingram is. And it's not like Brandon Ingram is a beacon of health. So this is a massive, calculated upside swing from the Toronto Raptors. The reason that more picks are not being added is because Kawhi is a significant risk. No, he is not a risk to leave. The extension is done the second he gets traded. This is not the concern for the Raptors. There are 2 major risks with Kawhi. One is injury, 2 is regression. And both are amplified by his exorbitant demands for contract and further amplified by a degenerative knee concern. Okay. So even though he was a little bit healthy last year, you should look at the full sample of the last 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years of Kawhi Leonard and say, if there's one player who might be unplayable in 2 years, which would still leave 2 years left on that deal, it might be Kawhi. It's probably a worse bet than Giannis. And that's why the asking price is lower, even though he is great. And that's the weird thing about Kawhi. This is like trading for Michael Jordan when he's 37. Yeah, he's still the best player in the world, but it could fall off any month, And it's a strange situation to be in for the Toronto Raptors because on the one hand, you do have a chance to add a legit top 10 player, which the Raptors have clearly been after for a long time. On the other hand, it comes with significant downside risks. So how do you offset the risk? Now, this is a pure team building think tank here. Number one, you offset it by paying less. Okay. This is common sense. Okay. If someone told you that there is an untested, like boutique N64, they haven't turned it on in 15 years. They don't know if it works or not. You'll have to take a chance. You're paying a lot less than market value. If someone told you there's an untested Silent Hill 2 PS1 edition and they haven't tested it, you'll have to just roll the dice. There's no returns. You're going to pay less than market value. People want assurances. Kawhi doesn't come with assurances. Kawhi comes with a lot of red flags. So every team is aware of this, and so are the Raptors. People saying the Raptors should be outbidding themselves are stupid. You don't understand the first thing about negotiation. Kawhi has dictated his terms. He wants to go to Toronto. Is there still a 1% chance that the Clippers can pull a 180 and absolutely just say, despite the Raptors, they hate the offer? But I think what the Clippers are not realizing is the Raptors are calling their bluff. In every situation, this has been a game of chicken, right? Y'all ever play chicken, right? Where you like run at each other and see like who blinks first. So you drive 2 cars at each other and see this is a game of poker. This is a game of chicken. But realistically, the Raptors have to remember 2 things. Number one, the Clippers don't have the leverage here. Kawhi has the leverage. He doesn't have to go really sign anywhere he doesn't want to. And he can be really, really moody and very, very difficult and very hard to read in these situations. But the Clippers do not have the leverage. The number 2 thing that the Raptors have to realize is the Clippers actually like the Raptors offer a little bit more than they're letting on. Now, this is the game of poker that you play at an NBA trade table, which is you kind of have to act unimpressed by the offer. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Now, I have no idea what happened with the Raptors and, Spurs initial offer. Okay. But from what I understand, and this was widely reported at the time, is that for weeks and weeks, for days, this was almost an ongoing discussion for a week. The Raptors were discussing a trade centered on DeMar DeRozan for Kawhi Leonard with Jakob Poeltl going the other way. and they couldn't agree on pick compensation, and the trade talks broke apart. And it was Bobby Webster, and he had a relationship with somebody in the Spurs front office, who I believe runs the front office now, if I'm not mistaken. This was R.C. Buford's right-hand man. And it was them. It was those two who reignited the discussion. Masai was in Africa at the time, and the deal got pushed through. So this is, what was the hangup? What was the breaking point of that deal? Was it the inclusion of Jakob Poeltl versus DeLon Wright? Was it, an extra pick? Was it the protection on the pick? I think it was Brian Wright, right? Yes, it was Brian Wright and Bobby Webster. So, and Brian Wright is the general manager of the Spurs now, and Bobby Webster is the general manager. And you see very often the Raptors and Spurs do a lot of deals, and Brian Wright wins all of them. So, Phase 1F said Rob Dillingham to the Lakers. Wow, the Lakers are really out of ideas at this point. Good bet on upside. Rob's a really talented player, but I don't really see it, but cool. Okay, so in this situation, I think the Toronto Raptors have to hold the table here, okay? Like, this deal is close. The Clippers are haggling. Maybe what the Raptors need to do is and again, with the negotiation, did the Raptors give them everything they would give them? Probably not. My end result on this is I think the Raptors are willing to offer the 2 picks. I think they're holding out for the second pick as a massive concession. Okay, we'll give you 2027. And they're like, no, we want 2030. Like, no, we'll give you we'll give you 2027 unprotected. We're like, no, we want 2030. Okay, we'll give you 2027 and a 2028 swap. Okay, there's your concession, right? So if that doesn't get it done, then deals break apart. Right. If people are negotiating in good faith, and again, this is where like some of the Milwaukee discussions were so bad, because allegedly, and Milwaukee would just kind of dance all over the place, say, okay, it's good to get that offer, we'll chew on it, and then they just like completely renegotiate the deal with somebody else, and that was really frustrating to deal with, because Milwaukee really didn't seem very motivated to move off of Giannis until it was the absolute last moment, and it frustrated other teams. But at this point, I think the Clippers are very motivated. I think both sides are motivated to do this before free agency starts. And if the Raptors are able to get this deal done within the parameters of the CBA that were defined, then the Raptors will have a healthy amount of money. Did this just get reported? I've actually known about this for about a few weeks now. Did this just get reported? Who reported it? That's not entirely true, by the way. I just want to be clear about that. But New York Post. Oh, damn. Yeah. Man, if we're going to trade multiple picks, I'd rather go for Kaysen. Kaysen Wallace is interesting. Yeah. I may be able to share something about Kaysen at some point in July. But yeah, Kaysen Wallace is happy in where he is, from what I understand, to put it clearly. But I think his end of season presser gives clear indication of what Kaysen Wallace is thinking right now. Anyways, I'm not gonna put my foot in my mouth. Man, you've been on Kaysen for years. Yes, he, apart from, and I brought this up with somebody in the know today, and I said, if this Kawhi thing, in the 10% chance this Kawhi thing falls apart, my next option would be Kaysen Wallace, like 100%. I just don't know what it would take. I have a feeling that it would take a lot. And from what I understand, it would probably take Colin Murray-Boyles. So y'all can take that how you want to take it, but Colin Murray-Boyles would be the starting point for Sam Presti in any Kaysen Wallace discussions. So that's kind of what, and the second question that you need to ask of yourself not a report, just a suggestion, is does Casey Wallace actually want to play in Toronto? So yeah, this is it's a tough sell. It's a really tough sell. I mean, y'all do understand that Casey Wallace is a better player than Colin Murray Boyles, right? Like, yes, you do know that, and it fits much more of a position of need. The rationale for the OKC Thunder in this situation would be purely cap related. Like, they love Casey Wallace, man. Oak Tree said, "I'll never forget that Casey Wallace draft night with Rob." Yes, wanted Casey Wallace, ended up with, yeah. I mean, in fairness, wanted Jordan Hawkins, ended up with Grady Dick, but really wanted Casey Wallace. Just didn't think he was going to be there on the board. Depressed Flames fan said, Kawhi trade soon. Yes. So I think about 3 days ago, I would have put the odds of a Kawhi trade at about 20%, 15%. Yesterday, I would have put it at about 50%. I know that's not what the betting markets are saying. It's just, I have a sort of internal, like, doomsday thing going on with, because, like, when do things ever work out the way they're supposed to for us Raptor fans? That's kind of my view on this. But this is a new front office. This is a different front office. And this much coming out, I just want to say, if this falls apart for the Raptors, dude, there is no going back from this. You have absolutely, like, let it be known across the whole league that Brandon Ingram is available. He now knows it. So goodbye, family vibes, goodbye, all that stuff. Like, this was probably news to him. I know his fans are distraught right now. Like, oh my God, I can't believe we're being dangled, and et cetera, especially the news, the news report that came out, or the report that came out that the Raptors would prefer to move Ingram instead of RJ. Like, I'm sure RJ is breathing a sigh of relief right now, saying like, thank God I'm safe. Not so fast, man. I mean, I see the theory from the Raptors side, like RJ Barrett fits a lot better into this equation, but I still think RJ is totally traded, or at least trade fodder in this situation. The Raptors will have, like, quite a bit of money to work with if they get this deal done the way I expect it to get done. And that money could be used for like 3-4 players plus like a couple of minimums. Do you think Domas fits in Detroit? Sure. Yeah, I do. I would have felt a lot better about it had they kept Isaiah Stewart. They'll take a step back for sure. I think Domantas Sabonis had a very injury-plagued last year. I think this is a last-ditch concession from the Detroit Pistons right now. I think they're just genuinely spooked by what they saw from Jalen Duren in the playoffs. So he cost himself a lot of money. I said this during the playoffs. I think Jalen Duren has probably cost himself like $50 to $80 million. Could we sign Rob Williams and Matisse Thybulle? I don't know why you would want Matisse Thybulle at this point, given the contract of the roster you have right now. But Rob Williams would be a really good idea. So would Bogdan Bogdanovic. So would Nicholas Batum. A sign and trade for Norman Powell might be a little bit difficult to negotiate right now, but he is there. You know who else is there? Also, I want to give a shout out. This is a really random thing, but I do want to give a shout out. Now, I never do this, at least publicly. I have never, this NBA player, blah blah blah. I've never done that before, but I do want to give a special shout out. Give me one sec here. Pull this up. Yeah, I want to give a shout out to this. So, yeah, shout outs to one of my favorite Raptor people. Okay, just want to give a shout out to one of my favorite Raptor people, Chris Boucher. Shout outs to Slim Duck. I don't know, randomly noticed today. I was just like, blue check mark, and I checked, and I was like, oh, Chris Boucher following us. That's really nice. So shout outs to Chris, man. I've had a lot of like back and forths with Chris over the years, and a lot of it has been centered on his play. It's never been personal, but I think some of it came off like hating, like hardcore hating, right? And when he left, I remember like when he didn't sign with Toronto, I like wrote this like nice little thing and he shared it. And yeah, I've always appreciated Chris Boucher, so it was really nice to have a chance to tell him that. So yeah, it's yeah. Penn, I had to do something for a sec. Do you think the trade happens before midnight or an overnight overriding? Or an overnight kind of thing? Well, the problem is that this trade is being negotiated on the West Coast. So what you consider overnight, they might just consider late dinner. When you're negotiating with a Western Conference team, so this is their right now. It is currently 6 o'clock PST, right? So 10 p.m. would be around when guys probably go back to hotel rooms. I don't know if the Raptors are already there. That's not something that I've heard, but maybe there's like something in person. Maybe this is all being done via teleconference. But more than likely, I would assume that this is being done on their clock. So I would assume you probably hear something. If it's going to happen today, you probably hear something by 1 a.m. Dr. Max, 2 a.m. Clippers signed Kawhi. Remember, we'll remember it. Don't worry. And you know what? You'll get full credit if this actually happens. That's not happening. I'm quite confident in saying that the sides are very far apart. Look, this entire Kawhi saga did not go to this point because the Clippers are like trying to re-sign Kawhi. Okay. This is Kawhi creating his own market. This is Kawhi trying to get paid what he believes he's worth. And I agree with him, by the way. He's an absolute legend. He's a top 50 player in the NBA. He just come off one of his best seasons. He absolutely deserves to get paid. If Steph Curry deserves to get paid, Kawhi deserves to get paid, okay? LeBron James just made $45 million last year. Kawhi Leonard is twice the player like LeBron James is right now, okay? So, when I look at this from Kawhi's perspective, this is Kawhi creating a market for himself. This is a place where he trusts. This is a place where he knows he's going to get paid and be treated fairly. I support it. I totally support it. Like, this is cool. And if the Clippers were willing to offer Kawhi Leonard a 2-year 124, I think they would have done it. Now, a lot of people are saying, well, what if they offer it now? I think they're quite committed in not offering it. I think they kind of just said, okay, we're going to offer you 2 years 100 or 2 years 95 or something like that. And I think Kawhi just kind of said, no, like, this is the same thing you guys tried to do to Paul George. And I would say the best indicator of future behavior is past behavior. The Clippers had this exact situation come up with Paul George. Paul George was a little bit older than Kawhi, if you remember, and has regressed considerably. So obviously, if you are the Toronto Raptors, you're hoping right now that you are not the Philadelphia 76ers in this situation, right? The Sixers signed Paul George, who already, by the way, was on a steep regression. He was not coming off the best year of his life or one of the best years of his life. He was already regressing. The Clippers saw it. The Clippers had a certain number in mind that they were willing to sign Paul George to. I think the haggling was on years. The haggling here with Kawhi cannot be on years because he's only maximum eligible for 2. So the haggling is of one of 2 varieties. It's either on whether or not an extension is being offered, which, again, I do not have any confirmed source telling me an extension was ever offered. Do you know how quickly you're going to get banned if this is not the case? Are you sure you want to be banned? Because I think you're about to get banned. Like, what the hell? Come on, man. No way. I have my phone on. No. Okay. Stop getting baited. I have been head faked 3 times today, and it's not something that I'm very, very proud of. Hang on 1 second. And I also got head faked because somebody who never, ever, ever called me at 3 p.m. and I saw a San Antonio number, and I was like, oh my God, it happened. It was not a it was not a news break. Honestly, like, I'm so stupid. Like, okay, so over the last 3 days, I have probably racked up around 600 minutes to the US. And do you know what's crazy? I realized only yesterday that I don't have a US long distance plan on my phone. I thought I did. I used to, but I don't call the US enough for me to have one. And remarkably, it's only $8 a month with Rogers. So I looked it up. It is $1 a minute. That means I am paying $600 for all the phone calls to the United States, mainly to Los Angeles and San Antonio. My poor wallet, indeed, dude. I feel so silly right now. I was just like, I was about to crash out. Like, I'm actually gonna call Rogers and just be like, I'm sorry, I had it, but then it didn't. Um, I didn't know that I didn't have it. Can I apply it retroactively? But I don't think I can. I don't think I can. So it's gonna be like $600. I remember it was like last year. I stupidly this has happened to me before too. I remember pre-draft last year. I had this like 1 hour call with Carter's dad, and it was like he's also based in Los Angeles, and it was like 60 minutes. It was like 62 minutes on the dot. And the next month, my phone bill was like $70 higher, and I was just like, what? Just threatened to go to another provider, you say? I mean, send it to the write-off people. If this trade goes down, RJ and Yak are getting traded together. Okay, so I do want to say that nothing about Jakob Poeltl has ever been said to me, and I have never heard anything about Jakob Poeltl being involved in this. But of course, internally, my thoughts are Jakob Poeltl is a pretty bad contract. If the Clippers' true desire is to be competitive next year, I think Jakob Poeltl plugs in a pretty nice hole at center. So here's like what I was thinking. Would it be possible to include Jakob Poeltl, and would that now signal why the Clippers picked up Brook Lopez's option? This is not reporting. This is pure Rob is thinking outside the box about what I would say if I was in the room. Does the value of getting off of Jakob Poeltl's contract deserve at least one pick? Yes, in my opinion, it does. It's a really bad contract. There's significant downside. And when you're already adding Kawhi Leonard, you don't want to have two massive injury risks on the same roster. The Raptors found that out last year because they were missing Jakob Poeltl and Brandon Ingram and RJ Barrett. You're very lucky Brandon Ingram was as healthy as he was last year, because this is ridiculous, right? Like how much injury luck the Raptors, or bad luck the Raptors had last year. So my thought process was Brook is an expiring contract. If you combine Brook and Kawhi's contracts, it's about $60 million. If you combine Jakob Poeltl and Brandon Ingram, it's about $60 million. If the Raptors could include Grady Dick in the same deal, it actually gets two players off your books that in most situations you would probably be trading with picks to get off of, kind of like what the Sacramento Kings just did with Devin Carter and a second round pick, except I think Grady's value might be, yeah. So my thought process here would be, if you are going to give up two picks, I think it's worth exploring if Jakob Poeltl can be included in the same deal. I think from their perspective, they might be able to sell the deal a little bit better, right? We got a starting center. They can pitch the whole look. When the Raptors traded for Jakob Poeltl, they traded away 2 first-round picks, including a lottery pick. When the Raptors traded for Brandon Ingram, they traded away what effectively ended up being the Clippers' 5th overall pick and Keaton Vogler. So in a lot of ways, getting back Brandon Ingram and Jakob Poeltl, who are still very good, serviceable players in the NBA and starting level players for most teams, I think is a pretty good value bet. Yak is not super old. I mean, Kawhi's 35. Jakob Poeltl is 30. I think Brandon Ingram's 29. So if you add Grady to the same deal, I think that pulls you enough under the cap. It gets Jakob Poeltl off your books. I think it gives you a clear runway to re-sign Sandro Mamu-Kelishvili. And then I think with your full mid-level, I mean, and you have Brook Lopez as a backup center, which is not the worst thing in the world on an expiring contract. He's valuable. And I think from that point on, you could potentially pursue a Robert Williams or, some element of a starting center in free agency. I think then you can shore up that need. And then, of course, you can explore a subsequent RJ Barrett trade at some point, right? So this is crazy, crazy good. Leonard news. Clippers have to be wanting RJ a part of this deal. The Clippers, why would the Clippers want RJ Barrett? They have Benedict Mathurin and Keaton Vogler. It doesn't make sense for them to want RJ Barrett. From what I understand, if the Dallas Mavericks do want to get involved and play spoiler here, it will take Najee Marshall, Daniel Gafford, and 3 picks. I don't think that's something they're willing to do. But that would be a competitive offer that the Raptors would very, very surely have to duck out on. I just don't think Masai is going to do it. 3 first-round picks when Kawhi is 35. Kyrie hasn't played in 2 years. Derek Lively is potentially like in very, very bad condition. Trading away Daniel Gafford and getting Kawhi Leonard to pair with who? Like Kyrie is still a huge injury risk. Kawhi is still a huge injury risk. Cooper Flag is very young. Like you could be giving up like lottery picks here. This is a very, very difficult time for the Mavericks to be exploring trading for Kawhi Leonard. And by the way, I don't think Cooper Flag is good enough to beat the OKC Thunder as Kawhi's running mate yet. As good as he is, he's not that good yet. So, I think the Raptors are a little bit closer to the contention window. And again, if the Kawhi trade happens, I said this in the first live, I said this in the second live, I'll say this as the last thing here. There is virtually no chance in hell that this roster is just going to sit pat. No chance in hell. There's so many things that will have to be done for this roster to make it a little bit older, a little bit more stable, to shore up the back line, to shore up. Because look, the second Kawhi gets here, you're not thinking about first rounds anymore. You're thinking championship or bust. That is the underrated part of this. And I'll cap this off with like 2 main points. This is a huge bet on Scotty Barnes. Everything the Raptors are doing right now is a huge bet on Scotty Barnes. It is also a massive bet on Colin Murray-Boyles. These 2 players are foundational and fundamental to what the Raptors are doing, and I would throw Jacoby Walter in that mix as well. They really believe in this youth massively, okay? And betting on Scotty Barnes to the point where you are able to or willing to accelerate your win now window, trade away future assets, trade away picks, trade away a serviceable all-star, all in order to pursue a 3-year, maximum 3-year window with Kawhi Leonard, because this is not going to be, he's going to be here for a time, hopefully a good time, but it ain't going to be a long time, okay? That extension is 2 years. That's how long you have him. After that, it's probably a 1 year or it's a retirement. And at that point, you have to think, the Raptors, you don't have years to waste. You really don't. This is this year, championship or bust. Every year, for every year Kawhi is here, you are thinking championship or bust. Do you think that's a bad thing? You think that's a bad thing? You think it's a bad thing for look, here's something that kind of bothered me about last year's team. And it's a personal tick. It has nothing to do with anything, and I'm wrong, definitely. I'm in the wrong when I say this. Nobody talked about championships. Nobody talked about winning championships in Toronto. Nobody said, we're trying to win a championship this year. It never happened. Now, I understand why it didn't happen. You don't aim for the moon before you learn how to walk on, walk onto a spaceship. I understand that. But the concept here is, does changing the goal and adding this guy to your organization accelerate the growth of your younger players? Well, if the best indicator of future behavior is past behavior, did it accelerate the growth of Fred VanVleet, OG Anunoby, and Pascal Siakam? Hell yes, it did. And none of those players were anywhere close to as talented, in my humble opinion, as Scotty Barnes and Colin Murray-Boyles. So if you're talking about bringing Kawhi in, part of the rationale has to be to accelerate the growth of Jacoby Walter, Colin Murray-Boyles, and Scotty Barnes, all of which, by the way, are huge Kawhi fans. Do you know what the Toronto Raptors would be next year? They would basically be the Kawhi Leonard fan club. It would be 3 guys, all of whom have patterned their games or looked up to Kawhi at some point. Scotty Barnes has certainly been compared to Kawhi Leonard and has looked up to Kawhi Leonard and admires Kawhi Leonard. So has Colin Murray-Boyles, and Jacoby Walter went as far as to literally compare himself to Kawhi Leonard on draft night. He said, I'm like Kawhi Leonard. Okay, it's cool. It's one thing to compare yourself to a guy, to watch him on television. It's another thing to be like Carter Bryant, where you're like 5 years old and your dad is coaching him and you got to be around him, right? It's different when you're like OG Anunoby and you literally back him up. I think Kawhi has been very good. Very good. And again, I can never prove it because there's no timeline in which the Raptors don't trade for Kawhi. But look at what that team did when Kawhi was not on the court. There was a level of seriousness when he was a part of that organization. And even after he left, people often measure the true value of a player to how bad a team is after they leave. I'm going to go the other way. I actually measure a player by how good the team is when they leave. Like, do you change the culture? Do you change the habits? Do you change the lifestyle? Do you change the development curve of players? And I'll tell you right now, Fred VanVleet grew up a hell of a lot the year that Kawhi was here. Observing him, watching him, so did Pascal. I think all of these guys thought they were hard workers and then they watched Kawhi. I think all of these guys thought they were professionals and then they watched Kawhi. And they're just like, oh, there's a level to this. How do you not see him prepare for a game and realize that you're preparing for games wrong? He is a cyborg. So to have a player like Scotty Barnes, and let's just be like very, very fundamentally, very real about this. Alan Graves, I'm just going to throw him in there. We don't know if he's going to be a great player yet, but let's just throw him in there too because he has a lot of Kawhiisms as well. Okay. You have 4 kids. Okay. Jacoby is very much like a kid. The only kid on this team who's not like a kid really is Jamal Shed, who's like basically a 500-year-old like sage. But Colin Murray-Boyles is like a big kid. Scotty Barnes is like a big kid. Like he's 24, and I feel weird saying that, but he has a lot of childish moments, right? So does Jacoby Walter. And these guys are really young, and putting them in the same gym, on the same team, on the same bus, on the same plane, on the same court as that dude, and a whole bunch of veterans, which I feel like the Raptors have kind of been a very young team. So you bring in a Nicholas Batum, you bring in a Bogdanovich. You don't think guys are going to get better? You don't think Jaden Bradley's going to get better? Jacoby's going to get better? Man, 5 years from now, I'm quite sure that we will not look back on this day and say, oh, I regret trading for Kawhi. I very much doubt that. There might be moments, tough moments where he gets injured or, he's hurt and he's out for a bit or he misses, a couple games in the playoffs and people are like, oh, Kawhi's always injured. I'm sure Sid Sixero will say that shit. But 5 years from now, I don't think you'll doubt. I don't think there's a doubt in hell that you're going to regret trading for Kawhi. The only way you can regret trading for Kawhi is if you do something absolutely ridiculous, like throw Colin Murray-Boyles in this deal, or throw 4 first-round picks, or 3 first-round picks, or throw a 30-30, a 20-32 unprotected into this. If you do that, then there is a chance. There is massive downside. But if you don't do that, there's almost zero downside because him on your team for 2 years is value enough. Brandon Ingram is not winning championships in Toronto. I think the last year's playoffs, and I think his last playoffs with the Pelicans have kind of shown you there's upper limits to how far it's going to go. I think, look, they say this about Jaden Quaintance. I was talking to somebody over, as I said, San Antonio, my contacts, and he was just like, if he misses a year, given the year he already missed last year, I worry that his development could be permanently altered or permanently derailed. OG Anunoby missed like a critical year because of injury. Carter Bryant missed a critical year in high school because of injury. Scotty Barnes actually had a hand injury in high school that caused him to miss time. Missing any amount of time due to injury at a young level is very, very it's very important. It derails your career very much. But you know what accelerates your career? Being on the same team as Kawhi Leonard. I think that can accelerate your career tremendously. I saw Ben Mathurin get better last year. It's just happened over and over. I think Kawhi makes people better. So this is just it's my belief that as long as the Raptors maintain under 2 picks, as long as they are able to make sure that they are not trading unprotecteds into the 2030s, as long as they keep CMB and Jacoby out of this, and the deal is centered on Grady and Mogbo, by the way, the team option was not picked up. So Trace Jackson Davis, Grady, and CMB. Brandon Ingram. I think they'll be just fine. Scotty does make people better. I think Scotty and Kawhi are perfect yin and yang. You've got loud, animated, you've got cold, assassin. This is like the perfect black and white complement, right? Glorilla, probably the happiest if this goes through. Absolutely. Her music will blast through the Intuit Dome and people can be super happy about it. Glorilla is cool, man. She was really, really nice to Scotty's mom. when they met up, and she's apparently like really approachable person and shit. She's really cool, apparently. So, and like no shade to Brandon Ingram. I'm sure he feels kind of put out by this, but he's got to be realistic too. He did not have the greatest playoffs, and honestly, if he had better playoffs, this deal probably be done right now. Okay, we got some super chats here. Let's get to this. Pain causing samurai, not to be conspiratorial, but if Kawhi returns to Toronto, how much pushback can the team expect from the media, officiating, or league in general? Okay, let's break this down piece by piece. Media, a lot, because there are some people who have staked their claim to Hater Island on Kawhi, and they don't like him, and they feel some way that he scorned them, or he hurt them, or I don't know, he poked them in some place where we're not allowed to talk about when he left. I have a completely different read on it. I don't think anyone has a right to be very upset with Kawhi. He didn't lie to you. He told you the truth, and he did exactly what he said he was going to do. And by the way, I think he underpromised, and I think he over-delivered, if we're being honest. You did not expect 62 games from Kawhi Leonard when you got him. He gave you 62 games. You did not expect a full playoff run. And the second he got hurt against Milwaukee, you did not expect him to keep playing when he already knew he was going to leave, and he kept playing. If he doesn't keep playing, you don't win a championship. No matter how much he fell off after that injury, I don't think anybody in Toronto, Sid Sixero, JD Bunkus, whoever, has any nasty things to say about Kawhi. I hope that you get deported, personally. If you hate Kawhi Leonard, you have bigger issues. There's really nothing to hate here. Okay. So that's my view. In terms of officiating or league in general, look, when a player, an American-born player, says that he will only sign an extension with the NBA's lone Canadian team, believe me, there's some Americans looking at themselves like, what? I thought he loved America. I thought he loved Los Angeles. And of course, Canadians are so uncomfortable with the idea that an American athlete could love Canada as much as Kawhi does. I mean, shout outs. Kawhi's son is Canadian. Kawhi just opened up a gym in Scarborough, I think this year. Like, I keep telling y'all, like, I've been telling y'all for 4 years, Kawhi does not hate Canada. He has never hated Canada. He liked, well, I don't know about never, but since he's left, he said nothing but positive things about Canada. He's always showed love. He's always been appropriate. And believe me, like, as a new Canadian, like, again, I'm from New York. To those people who are new to me, I'm from New York, but I moved to Canada when I was pretty young. And I always took it personally when people took shots at Canada afterwards. Thaddeus Young, dead to me. Antonio Davis, go to hell. Chris Bosh, the air smells nice. I've been comparing him to Nick Claxton and ruining his legacy ever since. I'm very spiteful about this. If you come to Canada, Terrence Ross, oh, don't think I didn't catch that bullshit, Terrence Ross. Oh, I was just happy to get out of Toronto. Good. And your career sucked for it. Look, I take it very, like, it's weird, actually, that I take it personally that people talk shit about Canada after they leave. But I do take it personally. I think it's really tacky. And quite frankly, it's not very helpful. So my view on this is Kawhi's never said a bad thing about Canada. I've never caught him saying that it was too cold. I've never caught him saying that he didn't like it. I've never caught him saying something nasty like what Thaddeus Young did on a podcast. Rudy Gay, oh my God, Rudy Gay, like, oh, you think if I could have chosen, I would have chosen to go to Canada? Bro, we started winning after you left. So it's not, like, I'm not even pretending to be objective about this or balanced about this. I'm not balanced about this. I am very animated about this. I do not like players who talk shit about Canada, but players who remain very much like ambassadors for Canada, I'll always appreciate those players. And it's not a defensive thing as a Canadian. I don't think it's defensive. I just think Toronto's a really nice place to play. It's a really cool city. And I appreciate players like Vince Carter who continue to hold that down, because when you're on an American podcast, especially with those types of Americans, I'm going to use air quotes on that, and hopefully you know exactly what I mean when I say those types of Americans. Barstool Sports, those types of Americans. Bill Simmons, those types of Americans. Jeff Teague, those types of Americans. So what I'm really saying is stupid Americans. When you're on a show with stupid Americans, there's a lot of pressure to talk down on Canada. It's kind of like, it's just there. It's always there. You know, there's a sense of like, so what was it like playing Canada, bro? Did you have to shovel igloos? And to the players who don't take that bait and conform, I always have a special place in my heart. And actually, and the players who go further, Like some players will just be like, yeah, it was brutal, dead to me. Some players will be like, nah, come on. And then they just kind of laugh it off. But there are some types of players, right, where they'll go out of their way and they'll say, actually, it's really awesome. I loved my time in Canada. Those are the people that we need more of. And honestly, like, I think the Raptors are a really good Class A organization. This organization, to those people who started following us in 2019, you will never understand what a trash organization this actually was and why some of us feel so strongly about, the regime that took over, and especially like Brian Colangelo in 2006. But the Raptors pre-2006 were basically what the Washington Wizards have been for like the last few years, except they got Vince Carter and the Wizards didn't get Vince Carter. That's the difference, right? It was a trash organization. It was lowbrow. It was, everything tacky, everything cheap on coaches, cheap on GMs, cheap on facilities, cheap on everything. Brian Colangelo came in and he changed it. Richard Petty, huge part, not Richard Petty, Larry Tannenbaum. There's so many, the guy from LA whose name I'm forgetting right now. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Sorry, I'm like blanking. I've been looking at screens too long. Who am I thinking of, guys? Give me the name. Give me the name. Give me the name. Give me the name, yo. His wife wanted him to leave. She didn't love the cold. I attended his freaking lecture and I can't remember his name. I'm losing my mind. Tim Lewicki. There we go. Also, Richard Petty was not good for the Raptors. I've actually heard counter. So I had nothing to do in any way with the team when Richard Petty was running around. That was 2004. I was still a wee high schooler in 2004. So I was observing just like the rest of you. I was sitting on, forums talking shit about Richard Petty. I've actually heard Richard Petty's a really good guy. Now, this is from someone who knew Richard Petty for 15 years, worked with the Raptors, worked with Richard Petty within the Raptors, worked with MLSE and the Teachers Fund and all that shit. So I don't know. Maybe the guy's lying to me. Maybe it was his best friend. I have no idea. But, from what you heard, Richard Petty was horrible. But again, what you heard was Vince Carter hated Canada. So I don't know. You can't believe shit. Okay. And yes, it was Tim Lewicki, Masai Ujiri, this entire thing. It took a long time to turn the Raptors into a world-class organization. But now that the Raptors are a world-class organization, I do not appreciate people talking shit about the Raptors. That's what I'll say. That's really where I'm at with this. Okay. Would Lowry possibly come back in place of Temple? From what I understand, Kyle Lowry seems pretty committed to retiring this year. However, there was that so-called promise of giving the Raptors signing a one-day and then retiring as a Raptor. I don't know if that's still on the table, but it would be great for opening night. It'd be a really cool gimmick if he was on the bench. I don't think it's going to be a bench thing. I think it's going to be like literally the Raptors sign him for one day in the offseason and he gets to retire as a Raptor. I just feel like there's an opportunity lost, like business-wise and for Kawhi, and for Kyle Lowry. Why not sign with the Raptors for like a 10-day and like literally be on the bench? And if the team blows someone out, just come onto the court and give the Raptors that one last moment. It's like these guys don't even want to make a movie. Shit. Okay. Is there a chance Kawhi gets suspended? I'm not ruling that out. There's a chance he could face a suspension. And, if... Okay, the Raptors have nothing to do with Kawhi's tampering. So there's zero chance that the Raptors are getting docked anything. If anything, I think the league should be very lenient on the Raptors in this situation because the Raptors are actually the victim of the situation. They are the ones... And the Clippers are the perpetrators. So if anybody should pay the consequences, the fines, the draft picks, the capital, it should be the Clippers. That being said, Kawhi is obviously complicit. His organization, his, KL Aspire, he's the one who took the money. Would he be forced to give that money back? No idea. Will he face a suspension for circumventing the cap and his organization? Will he, have some sort of, 20-game suspension? I don't know. But at this point, if Kawhi is a Raptor, then technically you're penalizing the team that got fucked in the first place. That doesn't sit right with me. Now, the other part of this is Bobby Webster came from the league office. He still has plenty of contacts in the league office. And if such a ruling is downstream, it should be communicated to the Raptors before the trade paperwork is finalized. I think Adam Silver would owe the Raptors that much. Sid hates this trade. That means it will work out 100%. It's a good walk of life. That's a good rule for life. Do the exact opposite of what Sid Sixero tells you to do. That's a wonderful place to go. Any chance I can call in quick couple of questions? We're not taking in call-ins today, but you know what, buddy? We're actually going to have a members live either tomorrow morning or really late tonight. I think I need to give my voice a break. Also, my phone has gone off like crazy in the last 20 minutes. Like 17 vibrations on my back. So either these are push notifications or someone is trying to call me. So I hope that things are still good on the Kawhi thing. You know what I was thinking? I mean, this is crazy. If this continues all on till tomorrow, or if there's any indication that this is like within the hour or something like that, what I wouldn't mind doing actually is just leaving but it feels like a betting promotion. I was going to say, like, what if I just did this? Hold on here. So this is kind of nuts. One sec. No, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. So this is Kawhi Leonard's next trade, right? So next team. So Toronto is at 70%. So track this out over the last week. So on June 24th, we were at 1%. Clippers were at 46%. Then it went from, on the 25th, it went to 20% for the Raptors, 64% for the Clippers. There was a pivotal moment right here. It happened like in an hour. And I think this is when certain newsmakers broke this. This was yesterday at 1 p.m. Toronto Raptors were still 11%, and the Clippers were still 58% likely retain Kawhi Leonard. Do you know how serious shit has to get for the Toronto Raptors to overtake the Clippers in terms of odds for Kawhi's next team? Now, either this is the biggest Ponzi scheme in the history of the world, or there's something legit. And this right here, 40-30, was where it was at 6 a.m. this morning. Just context, this morning. By 7 a.m., it had moved from 40-30 to 67-18. To put into context, just so you are clear on the timeline of this, for 7 a.m., this is Eastern Standard Time, would have been exactly last night, midnight, 1 a.m. in LA. What does that mean? Again, provided these markets are rational at all, provided there is some pulse on what is actually happening from insiders, which, I mean, again, insiders are prevented from trading on Kalshi for a reason. So, I mean, I'm not like, from what I understand, they're not allowed to. But for the odds to move that drastically at 7 a.m. Eastern, which would be 4 a.m. on the West Coast, what would have had to break? What would have had to happen? What late dinner turned into, negotiation? What maybe happened last night that got reported this morning? And we saw a lot of reports this morning and obviously became very, very real. And we have oscillated between as high as 76%. It just went up. 76%? Sorry, 76%. And this was at 8 p.m. And right now it has fallen to 70%. So again, when I scheduled this live, it was pretty much going up, up, up. Now it has gone down by a few, but whatever. And the odds change was before Shams reported. Okay, that's good knowing. I definitely think they're trying to bury the shell company paying Kawhi. Yeah. So I was just thinking, like, how crazy would it be? Earlier in the day, it was in the low 80s. I'm not seeing that here. The highest I'm seeing it got was 75, 76. Yes, of course. Like this is posturing from Kaysen's agent. Again, I do know a little bit about this, but yes. Wow, really? Went down because Haynes said talks have stalled. Stock market was great today. Yes, Tesla went up big. Google went up big. What segment of the stock market you're talking about. Is Mobo's salary crucial for this trade to happen? No, it is not. There are different ways to do it, but I do believe that Trace Jackson Davis or Mogbo would have been required. Also, I'm not entirely sure this rules out Jonathan Mogbo completely. I mean, there's always a possibility you can explore signing him back to another contract, a longer contract, perhaps. I understand some people in Toronto are very bearish on Jonathan Mogbo. I am not one of those people. I actually think AMD, so AMD went up, all the AI companies. Yeah. Well, NVIDIA didn't go up very much. Do you think other teams will be involved in the trade? No. Would you rather give up the 27 pick unprotected or the 30 plus 32 picks top 8 protected? I would rather give up the 27 pick unprotected. Giving up 2 picks locks you for 4 years of the Stepien rule. That's really bad. That's really bad. Protection or not. Now, what happens if what happens if it's given up protected? That means your picks around it are also locked, or there's an unprotected pick that's conveying. So protections don't, like, unless the protection is, if it doesn't convey, it turns into 2 seconds, in which case I can deal with it. But if the protection is just it lingers, then that to me is bad. But will Mobo give up number 2? Man, they took away my guy's chance to actually make a little bit of money. We got to just give swaps. Swaps are not useful for a team that is rebuilding. You have to think about this from both sides. From the Clippers side, they expect the Raptors to be better than them for the next 2 years, at the very least. So giving them a 2028 swap doesn't do very much for them. Anton Murley said nothing from Haynes saying a stall. I didn't hear anything about a stall. That's why I'm genuinely surprised where something is stalled. From what I understand, right now it is basically in the finishing line. If things get fucked up here, it's happened before, maybe it happens. But from what I understand, this deal, the framework is done. The only negotiation right now is picks. Okay? That's it. That's the holdup right now. Picks. Which picks? How many picks? That's it. That's the deal. Brandon Ingram is going to LA if this deal gets pushed through. This is not going to be RJ and IQ. This is not going to be Jakob and RJ. It's going to be Brandon Ingram. Rob, guess what the framework is? Are you asking me or telling me? Okay. Grady, Brandon Ingram, 2027 unprotected, 2029 top 8 protected. That's what I think. That's what I think. It's a lot. It is a lot. You don't know what the... Giving up any pick unprotected in the event that you know, like, because the lottery odds have flattened so much, the pick protections are really hard at this point. Like, it's really hard to guess where those picks will end up. And so I think teams are just kind of betting that they'll win the lottery with increased odds. So if the Raptors just narrowly miss the playoffs or they make the play-in or something, it's just, again, I think as the Raptors, you have to have like confidence to think this is going to work. Even if Kawhi plays 45 games, you have to have confidence that the internal growth of Scottie, the shift towards more veterans, not having Grady Dick playing minutes, the growth of Jacoby Walter, the hopefully, NBA readiness of some of your draft picks this year. I think you have to just assume and anticipate that you're going to be better. Also, I think that it's worth noting that the Hornets, while I think they are doing a great job, do not strike as much fear in me right now. Like, they're a really good team, but LaMelo was a large part of what they are happening. You've been saying this for like, okay, here's a wonderful chance for you to put your money where your mouth is. How's that? okay, Hadar, instead of telling us that the trade is not happening, why don't you be a big boy, okay, and do this? No to Toronto, okay, put $500 and make $1,600. Okay. If you're so sure, go do that. I'm not suggesting anyone do this, by the way. L sports betting. But for real, like, what are we doing? Okay. You said check Omer. Who dat? Why do I not? Oh, this guy. The Clippers and Raptors are in talks. They are communicating. I was told that there's a bit of a stalling point right now between those two teams. Kawhi Leonard, as it was relayed to me, that would be a team that he would sign an extension with. Okay, let's pull this up. I mean, I've already said this deal is stalled. Like, using the word stalled, it's not a stall. Okay, it's stall implies something else. This is literally like at the finish line. You're just putting the finishing touches. Okay, like, I'm sorry. This is bad reporting, and Chris knows what he's doing and knows what he's talking about. But to me, the stalling, like this, yes, right. This is the correct report. It's haggling over picks right now. This is not stalled. I don't know if I'm getting hung up on the word stalled, but stalling implies something else to me. That implies like two sides are kind of like moving away from the table and they've hit an impasse. Like there's something like they can't get past this. Like, we want Jacoby. No, we're not giving Jacoby. Okay, well then we have to reconsider our options. Okay, that's moving away from this, right? So I don't, or stalling for another offer. Like, oh, another stall would be, oh, Golden State Warriors just offered us this. But Kawhi's markets are shrinking very quickly. Okay, just to be clear about that. The markets are shrinking very quickly. Golden State is apparently all in on this LeBron and AD thing. Boston is probably not a place where he would extend. Detroit rescinded their offer, right? So Detroit initially poked around, I think on Friday, and they quickly backed out. So because there was notion that Kawhi would not sign an extension there. So I'm not denying that he's good, and I'm not even denying that he's wrong. He is right that there is a stalling point, but I'm just saying, like, I think there's a better word for it. I don't think it's stalled. I think it's just a little bit of haggling over picks. That's it. That's all it is. Okay. And I think, again, like, nobody wants to walk away and lose this trade in the public. Nobody. Like, Bobby Webster does not want to walk into the podium tomorrow and be like, oh yeah, I gave up 3 first-round picks. And everyone's like, why'd you give up 3 first-round picks for an often injured 35-year-old? But also the Clippers are not really trying to walk to the podium and explain how they got only Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, and 1 pick for Kawhi Leonard, because it seems like he lost the deal. So really, yes, they are negotiating. This is like, negotiating also has a really weird kind of like nothing's going to happen connotation to it. There's legit shit here. Okay. Like, for me to do 3 lives about this, believe me, this is real. Like, and you don't have to believe me anymore. Shams has already reported it. So you don't have to believe me like you had to on Thursday or yesterday. Shams is in on it. Plenty of NBA insiders are all over this. This has been very leaky. And you know why it got leaked? Because the Clippers were trying to drum up an additional market for him to push pressure on the Raptors, and then it backfired. So, yeah. Penny Hardaway saying it's going to happen within 24 hours. Sure. The league should step in if picks given up are too many. I don't think that's how the league works. I hate how much Rob wants this trade. Explain that to me. Why do you hate why do you hate that I want this trade so badly? By the way, it is very, very rare that like almost every person in the Raptors media is like very united on this. Like, most of the content creators, like, listening to Samson Folk explain exactly what Kawhi Leonard would do for this offense, I was just like, chef's kiss. The only thing I disagreed was on the Colin Murray Bowles part of his analysis, but everything else he said was perfect. What do you think the Raptors will pay to re-sign Kawhi? Oh, the deal is done. It's 2 years, 123.8. So you're going to pay a lot. You're going to pay a lot. Right? You're talking $62 million a year. It's a lot. I do appreciate that. I saw the pinned comment on the top. Do you think Raptors make any other moves if the Kawhi trade goes through? Yes, they will be immediately active on the trade market and free agent market. This is not. Kawhi Leonard is a path. It is a doorway to a path. Okay. Like there's 2 doors. Door number 1, Kawhi Leonard. Door number 2, pull it back. And I don't think pull it back is necessarily much of a viable option at this point, because now you're going to have to explain to Brandon Ingram why he was dangled in the trade talks for Kawhi Leonard and brush over that thing. But the Raptors are, the team itself is meeting up this week in Vegas to prepare for summer camp. Summer camp. What am I, child? Training camp. What am I saying? Summer League. My God. Summer League. Can you tell my brain is so fried? I slept 2 hours last night. So they are preparing to meet up for Summer League. Jacoby will be there. I'm assuming Scotty Barnes should be there. And obviously Jacoby's not playing. CMB's not playing. So it's going to be Allen Graves. There was another player who just got announced to the team today, who's a former pro player. I don't know if Jonathan Mogbo will be invited to play for the Raptors Summer League now that he doesn't have a contract, but that would be weird. Obviously, Jameson Battle's not playing. Yeah. Dude, 2 hours, that's a nap. Dude, like, honestly, Moral Browser is right. I want this to happen so badly. I really do. Rob, you look tired as fuck. I will rebuttal that by telling you that I've looked more tired within the last week. So, yeah. I have been really supplementing with vitamins. I've been taking this thing, I think it's called bifotamine. So that's been really good. I've been taking a ton of iron, biotin, taking care of my skin a little bit better. So yeah, I hope we get to keep Addo. We will keep. I'm glad you caught that. The trade is going to happen as soon as you fall asleep, dude. If I even thought that was the case, the problem is there's nobody here to wake me up, man. I'm not working in an office like Dennis Quaid in The Day After Tomorrow, where I can take a nap, and if the storm is coming, someone's going to wake me up. If I take a nap, like the reason that I'm afraid to sleep right now is because if I sleep and this trade breaks, given how sleep deprived I am, I might be 8 hours late to this. That's not good. My bad. Didn't mean to this. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Life will move on. Just stay in your routine. Yeah. This actually might be it. You just got to do power naps. My view on this is I got to sleep on LA time. I got to work on LA time. And honestly, I'm going to let y'all know. I'm going to be on the panel tomorrow at 11 a.m. If the deal breaks, I'm letting PC know right away. I got to step off and do my own live. And I don't even know how that's going to go. No, I don't think I can even do that because they would want me there. Fuck. Okay. So I won't be stepping off PC. If the deal breaks while I'm on Player's Choice tomorrow, as a good employee of Player's Choice, I will stay on the show as long as I am needed, and then I will step off and I will do a live. I already have the live thumbnail prepared. I have Kawhi Leonard to Toronto. It is already prepared. Okay. I have the video tribute prepared. You saw a bit of it. Like, I'm all in. Okay. This is me being an excited. Like, honestly, you know what this feels like? The last time I felt this way? The last time I felt this way was when I was 13 years old and I heard Michael Jordan was unretiring to come back to play for the Wizards. I know it sounds really stupid, but my dad had just died when that happened, and it gave me hope. It's a really weird thing. Basketball means a lot to me, but yes. Yo, Penn, I don't always agree with you, but you give the Raptors the best insight in the community. No Blaze. Keep going, fam. Appreciate it, man. Ben Fotemine. Did I say it incorrectly? I apologize. In my defense, bro, I did call the Raptors Summer League summer camp. So, yeah. We got any chance Kawhi gets suspended? I already said this. Sid hates the Raptors. Already showed this. Okay. Do you think the Raptors will go into the tax for the next few years if we get Kawhi with signing others in free agency? This is purely a guess because I have no idea how MLSE feels about this. But from the boilerplate, what Bobby Webster and Masai Ujiri have always maintained is that when we have a real contender, we have been given the green light to go into the tax. Now, the tax is not so scary. Okay. Kawhi Leonard is worth so much more than $50 million that you're paying him this year. And this is why you go into the tax, because there is a implied benefit to competing for championships and by selling the merchandise. Do you know how many Kawhi Leonard jerseys you're going to sell alone this year? So the idea of Kawhi and Scotty together in Scotiabank in 2026. Yeah. I think comfortably you should be able to go into the tax for a couple of years before you dip out of it. Yeah. It might not be right away, right? Someone said, who's your FIFA team? I'm a FIFA casual. I don't know very much about FIFA, and so I would just say Argentina because I really like Leo Messi. But honestly, like, France is fun to watch. I enjoyed watching Japan the other day. Canada's really cool. I don't really have a dog in this race. I guess I live in Canada, so I'll say Canada because Serbia's not in. Kawhi makes Scotty a bigger name. Perhaps. It also perhaps benefits the Raptors that they will be on national television a lot if Kawhi is here. I think, I don't say a lot, but they will be on national TV a lot more than they've been the last few years. A lot more. Like, that in and of itself is great. Japan is out. Germany's out. As I said, it was fun to watch Japan. It was not fun to watch Germany, by the way. And in fairness, it was also not very fun to watch Canada yesterday. I am very happy that Canada pulled it out and won, but that was not a good game at all. Yeah. Scotty should have been a bigger name to begin with, though. That's not really his game, though, right? Like he's great. He's my favorite player in the league, but like you understand why he's not more popular, right? Is Kawhi better than Scotty? And if so, for how long? Yes, Kawhi is better than Scotty. There you have it. You have me finally admitting that, there's a player better than Scotty. Look, it's not like I'm insane. Like, I have admitted Shea is better than Scotty. Jokic is better than Scotty. There's a very select group of players that I'm going to put above Scotty Barnes right now. Okay. If this deal goes down, is a healthy Pirtle the difference between an Eastern Conference Finals appearance and not? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Scotty is better defensively right now, I think. That's a fair point, but offensively, it's a pretty big gap right now. And defensively, it's not a huge gap. It's a gap. Scotty's a better defender. He's a higher motor defender. Kawhi's still a really good defender. He's a really good defender still. And when he locks in and he's, in the playoffs and he's surrounded by CMB and Alan Graves and Scotty Barnes and, Emmanuel Quickley and Jamal Shed. Oh my God, Kawhi as a gap rotation rover guy. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Wouldn't Jaylen Brown be better? Fit better? Also lengthens the window for the team. I understand the rationale. I completely understand the rationale. I personally am not a big Jaylen Brown guy. I've made it pretty clear that I do not value his particular brand of basketball. He also makes a ton of money. He's making close to $60 million very soon. And I genuinely do not. I don't like the circus that he's allowed himself to become over the last couple of years. Now, I understand it's never fun to be put in trade talks, but this is part of the business. You're being paid $60 million because the team has the option to trade you. It's never fun to be traded. But that being said, for Jaylen Brown, who is in a championship situation and he is winning, and he's got a stable organization with a brilliant front office, a really good head coach, great development staff, an amazing co-star. He's been paid his money. He got Finals MVP. He got Eastern Conference Finals MVP, and he's still not happy. Now, you can call it competitiveness, but at some point, I'm going to call it what it is. He's a brat. Okay, this is bratty behavior, and I don't care how smart he thinks he is. I really don't. I've heard notions of like, oh, he's a chess master. Oh, he I don't know. There's some like rumor or something going around that he's like this super, super smart guy with a super high IQ. His views on analytics are very Rudy Gay-ish, which I don't appreciate. He doesn't particularly impact the game to the level that his numbers might suggest. Last year, the Celtics had a better net rating when he was on the bench, and I understand that that does not mean he's a negative player. I'm not going to be that guy who's going to say, like, what was the report? Oh, there's an executive or there's an analytics guy who thinks that Jaylen Brown is the seventh best player on the Celtics. I do not think Jaylen Brown is the seventh best player on the Celtics. I do, however, think he is the second best player on the Celtics, and I don't think the gap between him and Jason Tatum is particularly close. I very much value Jason Tatum. I do not value Jaylen Brown. And I very much value, the other Celtics. So really, it's just Jaylen Brown. So if the guy that I don't like on the Celtics ends up on the Raptors, that kind of sucks. Now, Jrue Holiday would be interesting. It just would be a lot more interesting if he didn't make $34 million a year. Do you know what I mean? I think he just wants the keys. He had the keys. He had the keys. He averaged nearly 30 points per game, and he was still unhappy. What do you want? He won 60 games. He's still unhappy. He won Finals MVP. He's still unhappy. He got $60 million a year. He's still unhappy. He got paid $300 million over 5 years. He's still unhappy. Because he doesn't get his credit. He doesn't get his due. Look, do you know why I like Kawhi so much? He doesn't care about that. That's what I like about Kawhi Leonard. That's it. That's not it. I like a million things about Kawhi Leonard. But I appreciate that. I appreciate that you don't allow yourself to become a sideshow and a clown. I appreciate that you don't allow yourself to become a distraction in that way. I also appreciate that Scotty Barnes has never really done very much to respond to the negativity. When people said he had work ethic issues, he didn't go on a media shitstorm and start crusade against the media. He just kind of put his head down and he went back to work. Winners do that. Losers sit there and just obsess over what other people think of them. And I got to say, self-reflective me, I used to do that a lot too. I used to go on to Reddit or go on to RealGM and see what they were saying about my latest video. I'd read comments on Player's Choice or here, and they would be so overtly negative. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's stupid, this, that, whatever. He's so negative. He's so pessimistic. He's so unprofessional. And then I'd be very catty about it. And then sometimes even in the comment section, like you would see people be like, oh, you don't know jack shit if you think Scotty Barnes is better than Pascal Siakam. And then I'd write like a 3-paragraph diatribe trying to defend myself. This behavior is very loserish. I hate to say it because I feel like I'm not being very kind to my former self, but it is very loserish. To sit there and devote your time to what complete strangers think about you to that extent, where Jaylen Brown is freaking, defending the use or misuse of analytics. What does this have to do with the Celtics or winning? This is so beyond the point. It doesn't matter. And that's why I appreciate Kawhi Leonard. As I said, he doesn't have social media. He just disconnects. Nikola Jokic disconnects. Scotty Barnes leaves you on unread for weeks. Like he's not constantly, scrolling his phone. I appreciate that. If you actually follow me on socials, like I constantly post about why following people on socials and doom scrolling is bad for your brain. I do that because I know NBA athletes are looking at my stories every single day and I'm trying to prompt them to stop. Young NBA athletes who desperately need to stop scrolling their phone. So I'll constantly put in that little don't, today, I think I posted something. It was like a scientific thing about don't use your phone 3 hours before a game. Yeah, it's because I'm speaking directly to the athletes that I know who are looking at the stories. Kawhi the strong silent type. Yes. Reddit is just a place for losers to complain. Well, everybody, I don't know. I actually am starting to get out of complaining. This was something that I tried very, very hard to do last year, where not last year, sorry, it was like 6, 7 months ago when I said, if I'm going to present a problem, I have to present at least a potential solution that I'm willing to try. So that was the thing. So if I say that I don't have enough time to go to the gym, that's a problem, right? So I have to present at least one solution that I'm willing to try. If I'm going to say that I don't have enough money, or my stock picks have been really bad, or my trading account has been really bad, or my channel is not growing enough, or my videos are not doing well enough, or I'm not getting the response that I want, or I'm not getting better as a podcaster, if anything, I constantly have to go back and say, well, okay, if I'm complaining about it, what's one thing that I'm willing to try? Because every time you complain, you fire bad signals in your brain. It is yeah, complaining is bad for your brain, is what I'm trying to say. And social media is really bad for your brain too. Short form, very exceptionally quick hitting content is also bad for your brain. You need to sleep, bro. I don't doubt that that's true. I'm probably going to listen back to this live and be like, did I just stammer over 14 names and words and probably mess this up? RJ is a key piece for the roster. I don't know what this means for RJ Barrett's contract. He is also in an expiring. So he and Kawhi both have an expiring. Extending Kawhi and then not extending RJ would be weird. But I do think that the minute you extend RJ, it makes him less easy to trade, in my opinion. Emma Bad One said, complaining is the first form of protest. It's not a bad thing. Respectfully, I disagree. What you're describing is not complaining. Protesting is not complaining. I didn't say don't protest. You should protest. Protesting is an action. Complaining is a form of like borderline self-abuse. If you just tell people every single day that your boss hates you, that's complaining. If you tie yourself to your desk at work until you get a raise, that's a protest. It's not the same thing. Pistons are waiving Robinson. Shocking. I have been more glued to my phone than I have never been more glued to my phone than the last few days. Brother, I hear you. I hear you. The internal complaint, where it begins in your brain, that is the protest. Sure. But that's not the complaining I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you complain to others, and especially in a repetitive fashion. Like telling somebody that you have a problem is not a problem. Repetitive droning on and on and on about the same problems is the problem. And honestly, I think we all know somebody who just talks about the same problems every single day. I'm on 9.5 hours of screen time today. I haven't looked at my screen time today, but I might have you beat. I might. Because I've had that screen on with notifications on. My battery has run out twice today. It is nuts. We need an athletic big. Yup. Okay, y'all. We're edging closer to 2 hours. I was hoping that prior to 10 p.m. this would break. If this breaks at any point in the next 4 hours, I promise you, I got the live ready to go, and we will go for it. But I think the first 45 minutes of this live was very useful. I think the last hour and a half was just a cool hang. So shout out to you guys for hanging with me. We're just a bunch of Raptor fans who just want our franchise legend to return, man. Rob, do you like Kawhi wear? Nope. Not really. W stream, appreciate it. Wow, some report is saying the Raptors are giving up BI, Grady, TJD, Battle in the 2026 first and a 2029 swap. Oh boy. What report? Because that actually feels plausible. That feels very plausible. That is a... Yo, Justin, T, please don't leave us hanging. Where is this report? Rob, do you like Legend of Winning? No. No, I don't. And I don't care who hears it. I don't like him. And that's okay. In all honesty, based on their last few drafts, Jameson Battle makes a lot of sense for them. Jake Weinbach. Okay, I'm gonna look this up because I mean I want to be thorough. I want to be sure, and I want to see if this guy, who he is. Okay, Jake Weinbach, NBA, has 20,000 followers. Okay, cool. Where is he saying this? 22 minutes. That's not a report. That is true. Okay, you guys can't do this. Okay, this is not a report. This is a potential trade package for Kawhi. This is literally what like every fan is doing right now. This is not like what the Raptors have offered. This is what would be reasonable. And honestly, I hadn't thought of a Jameson Battle, but his guarantee day is coming up. I think they can push it up, if I'm not mistaken. Again, not a CBA guy. However, no, this is not fraud. This is what a lot of people do. You know, they say like this is what a potential framework could look like. This is what I did on Thursday. I said Grady, I think I said Grady and Brandon Ingram, right? Did I not say Grady and Brandon Ingram? Yes. So that's what people do. That doesn't mean that I had at that time credible knowledge that Grady and Brandon Ingram were being offered. I just knew that Kawhi wanted to be in Toronto. So to follow the breadcrumbs here on Thursday, so that today's Monday, on Thursday, Friday, found out Kawhi did not want to be in San Antonio, preferred to be in Toronto because it was reported around the draft and it started to break that look at his former teams. And then by Saturday, Sunday, it became much, much clearer to me that it was Grady and Brandon Ingram. And today, or yesterday night and today, it became very clear to me that Jacoby and CMB are completely not on the table, that the Clippers love the idea of bringing in serviceable players on their timeline, and also that they didn't want a super pick heavy package, and that Raptors haven't offered Jacoby Walter. If Jameson Battle holds this trade up, Bobby Webster should be fired. I love Jameson Battle. He's not holding up a Kawhi trade for me. No offense. Love Jameson Battle. Wish him the best. But if he is what needs to go out, I am okay with it. It actually, if it saves you a pick, I'd be even happier. I feel in this situation, the Raptors are giving up the most that I would possibly be willing to go. But Jameson Battle is not holding up a Kawhi Leonard trade for me. And again, all respect to the guy. Love Jameson Battle. Really awesome. Like, awesome role player. But he's going to be paid soon. He's not going to be cheap forever. So, yeah. Same ways, Battle is not Battle to lose this trade. Yeah. It's an interesting way of putting it. What's your dream offseason scenario? I mean, this would be a really nice start. Pan, what vets do you have in mind? I'm going to be frigging gutted the roster-wise. Well, I've already mentioned it. Bogdan Bogdanovic, Nicholas Batum, and Robert Williams will be my... And then, obviously, you can try to see if you can squeeze Sandro Mamukelashvili if you can get all those other deals done cheap. This is not happening. Tim Hardaway, yes, potentially. I agree, dude. Like you gotta. Some part of you has to believe that Alan Graves is going to take those minutes. Like, you got to believe in it. If you don't believe in it, that's fine, right? Shooters of his caliber do not grow on trees. So, yes, I would prefer to keep Jameson Battle. I would prefer to keep Jameson Battle over Grady Dick right now. But that being said, like, salary's got to match. Great, adding Jameson plus Trace Jackson Davis opens up a possibility for you to do more with your roster. I'm just hoping if Jameson Battle's included, that 2 picks are not included. Like, this feels like you're really giving it up, The 2029 first round swap is almost meaningless. So it's not like when people say we're giving up a swap, it's not really giving up a pick. I would consider it like pull up the Jacoby story. What Jacoby story? There's a Jacoby story? Sorry. So like for somebody who is pretty connected into things going on while I'm live, I'm not connected to anything because I was looking at my phone. This would be a very weird live. So you're gonna have to tell me what is the Jacoby story? Oh, Instagram? What did he's in practice facility. Okay. Oh. Wait a second. For the road. Well, hang on. I think Jacoby is if I'm not mistaken, Jacoby's traveling soon to Vegas. That could be what he means for the road. Wait, Jacoby's supposed to be in Vegas for the 10th or 9th. So, yeah. I don't think, I'm sorry. I don't think he's going to get included. If he gets included, there's no fucking picks. Like, I am straight up, like, I will be irate. But why post it now? Come on, man. So Jacoby Walter is supposed to stop posting. Everyone's supposed to go ghost until this trade is done. No, I don't think so. But I will confirm that and write in the comments if I hear anything back. How about that? I'm gonna get off this live. I'm gonna confirm that Jacoby Walter is not getting traded because I have heard that he until 6 o'clock he has not been offered. So if the picks are being removed and Jacoby's being added, I'm gonna be pretty pissed off. Because Jacoby is a really big part of the calculus here for me in terms of why I want Kawhi here. Jacoby is the third biggest piece on this team for me going forward. Scotty, CMV, Jacoby. That is the core. I feel about those three like very highly. Phoenix plays ad. Do you get some sort of sick pleasure in lying to people? I'm not even trying to be rude. Dropping by the minute. Am I crazy or does that say 69%? What are you doing? 69%. So it went from 72 to 69 and this is dropping by the second. Please never ever invest in the stock market. You would be broke. That is a bad place. Earlier, bro. What do you mean earlier? It was at 75. It's been oscillating between 69 and 76 for like a really long time. So some people, yeah, like this. Like you got to understand this bet right here. It's pretty appetizing. Okay. Kawhi Leonard not being a Raptor gets you $100 for 245. So they got to weight these odds in the event that they are left to cover if Kawhi Leonard trade falls apart. They can't just go 95 just to yeah. Yes. I don't know what the Blazers are doing, man. I think they should trade Drew Holiday, but starting Ja and Damian Lillard together is nuts. Bro, how many times have we seen Bobby be a mouse when it comes to dealing the stars, first with KD and Dame? That's not what happened at all. What? Robert Williams wants $15 million a year, though. I don't think he's going to get $15 million a year. I think he's going to get 8. Betting Bruin Sports. Amen to that. Drew Holiday to the Raptors. How are you fitting that in? Would you trade RJ Barrett for Drew Holiday? I mean, it would give you way better defense. Can you imagine that team? Emmanuel Quickley, Drew Holiday, Kawhi Leonard, Scotty Barnes, Colin Murray-Boyles. Greatest defensive team of all time. Allen Graves off the bench. Jacoby Walter off the bench. Jamal Shead off the bench. Oh, my God. Yeah. But you would get very old very quickly. That team is second apron. No offense, but I think you should look up what the second apron is. RJ Barrett makes $29 million. Right? Drew Holiday makes 34. The Raptors are below the first apron. So how does $5 million get you to the second apron? When I don't even think $5 million gets you to the first apron. How do we get there? God damn. Okay. All right. I'm going to get out of here. Please like this video, subscribe. And as I said, Drew makes 37. And if Kawhi trade comes in, you're jumping. The Kawhi trade will be a dollar for dollar match, number one. And if nothing else, the Raptors are sending out more money. And I do want to respect that you have internet access. So I'm going to confirm what Drew Holiday's actual cap situation is. And if it is actually what you're saying it is, I will stand corrected. Okay, let's see how well you know basketball. Okay. Drew Holiday, $34.8 million. I said 34. You said 37. You are wrong. Unless there's a trade kicker involved, you're just wrong. Okay? Yeah. I didn't know people were allowed to take math as elective, but apparently they are. That's cool. Dude. Okay, do me a favor. What year is it right now? It's 2026, right? So next season is going to be 26, 27. The 2027, 2028. Yes, look at next year. But you didn't say next year. You said this year. Okay. Anyways, sources said the Raptors will finalize trades for Kawhi tonight. Who are sources? Where are they? What did they say? I need people to start citing sources now. What are the sources? This is how I keep Rob up. Oh, nice. Okay, good. Jake Fisher. Let's go, Jake. Bro, I need this Kawhi trade. Like, okay. Where? You are funny. Appreciate that. Can you tell us when, where Jake Fisher said this? He didn't tweet, but he is live via Bleacher Report. Right? Yeah, Sparkling Harmony, I trust you. Where is this though? I am not seeing it. So where? Am I like what am I missing? Like I trust you. I trust you. Just oh, is it on Bleacher Report? There we go. Got you. Okay, Grandma Rob. Okay, once again, where can someone fucking guide me to the place? Where is it? I just need to see it. Full court pass. Okay, got you. Okay, let me pull that up. Okay, so according to Full Court Pass, the Clippers will not commit to an extension for Kawhi Leonard, and he is trying to strong arm his way out of Los Angeles, per Michael Grange. Oh, right, per Michael Grange, my ass. Okay, where is it? Did I just? It's Full Court Pass, right? So, where is it? Am I insane? What am I missing? Where? Oh, there we go. 5 hours. 5 hours. Okay. I guess he would have said this on his he went live, right? Uh did he go live with something? Where was it? Yeah, so it was the Bleacher Report app 6 hours ago, heading over to the studio for another Insider Notebook stream on the Bleacher Report app. Join us live at 5 p.m. So he said at 5 p.m. There we go. So he said it at 5 p.m. that it could happen tonight. Yes, which is probably what is moving up. Look, I know some people, believe that Jake doesn't know what he's talking about, but yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. What? The clip of him saying it is on Omer's page? Okay, I'm going to pull this up. Where? Oh, here we are.
For Jaylen Brown, once that deal, I do wonder, because the Raptors and the Clippers remain engaged on trade talks and Kawhi Leonard, what could potentially shake for Jaylen Brown once that deal theoretically gets done first. We're still waiting for that to get done in the near future here, but perhaps as early as tonight before free agency begins tomorrow.
Yeah, so, man, this is too late. It's too late for this. I'm not even trying to be mean, but you guys can't keep head faking me like this. There's a strong reason to do this before free agency, just so we're clear. Huge incentive to do this before free agency. Massive. Because if you get Kawhi, you're trading at least 2-3 for 1. You need to be early to the free agent market. Yeah. Me too, man. Me too.
With Toronto, it does not appear.
So once again, there's no audio. Okay, I'll make myself small and make this big.
Is very open to signing an extension with Toronto. It does not appear at this juncture that the Clippers have been as interested in awarding Kawhi that type of money to stick around in Los Angeles. But the Clippers aren't just calling around trying to shop Kawhi Leonard to the highest bidder either. They are looking for the Raptors to meet some type of threshold that's going to be equivalent to the Pacers blowing the Clippers away and giving them 2 first-round picks for Ivica Zubac, to the Cavaliers giving them an all-star point guard 10 years younger than James Harden. They have been in active conversation now for several
Oh,
days.
you guys hear the audio,
We've
but
been
I
told
don't.
that Toronto has an absolute
Wow,
preference
okay,
of putting
that's cool.
Brandon
Good to know.
Ingram in the deal as the major salary matching piece for Kawhi, not RJ Barrett. I think part of that is the positional playing style overlap between Kawhi Leonard and Brandon Ingram. They're both more mid-range scorer isolation players compared to RJ being more of a floor
Honestly,
spacer,
I have learned
more of
nothing
a
new
attack
in
closeout,
this entire 2
ball
minutes.
handler,
No,
downhill
no
driver
disrespect
than
to
someone
Jake.
who
I don't
gets
see
post
anything new
touches
here.
at the nail and what have you, like BI does, like Kawhi likes to operate. And I do think the Clippers have some level of interest in getting BI back.
I feel for you, man.
Being that the Clippers, even though they're in the middle of this youth movement with Garland, with Keaton Wagler in that backcourt now, they did just extend the qualifying offer to Benedict Mathurin, so there will be some restricted free agency opportunities there. But the Clippers do want to still be a playoff team, be a team in the mix. They've always competed for the playoffs in Steve Ballmer's era running this organization, and getting BI back as a fulcrum of this Leonard deal would help make that happen. I saw one chat question quickly on this subject. I have been given zero indication that the NBA investigation into Kawhi, the Clippers, all the aspiration allegations, that the league is not going to do anything at this juncture to prevent a trade. I don't think that is in the cards here at all. It hasn't really come up at all in my conversations with sources directly involved in these negotiations. It does not think, I don't think that anyone thinks there's going to be some type of barring from the NBA that they're not going to let a trade go through.
Okay, so absolutely nothing new. I was not able to hear it at all, but I guess, also shout outs to Omer Osman. Not really sure about the guy or who he is, but putting a copyright over somebody else's content is really, that's awesome. Like I didn't know that people could do that. That's cool, So shout outs. Like this is like some weird trick that we're playing right now, where we copywriting other people's content, and then your content, which is copyrighted by you and has a copyright symbol, is getting played on Pensari Basketball, and now this will probably be played on somebody else's stream. Man, we are going right into the matrix. Shout outs to Kawhi Leonard, man, making everybody crazy, making everyone in Toronto crazy right now. Okay, someone said Portland got Ja Morant. I think that's one way to put it. Portland got Ja Morant. I think there's another way to put it, which is Portland took on Ja Morant. Shout outs to Ja. I wish him all the best. Christian Penn, everyone. Which bench was better between 2019 bench mob versus our present day bench? This is not even a question. The 2019 bench mob was way better than our current bench. No offense. CMB is awesome, but you had OG Anunoby, Fred VanVleet, Norman Powell, Serge Ibaka. That's so much better. This is not even close. DeLon Wright? DeLon Wright. I mean, no disrespect to Jamal Shed. DeLon Wright was probably a better player than Jamal Shed. So was Corey Joseph. So, Corey Joseph wasn't on that team at that point, right? So, yeah. It's done on Kawhi's birthday. That would be, I don't know about that. I think you need more than Ja Morant to create the Trailblazers. And in fairness, has he ever really been in legal trouble? I don't know if we can put that on him. It's done on Kawhi's birthday. Yes. Happy 35th birthday to Kawhi Leonard. I feel like Bobby Webster delayed it to this day just so he could go to the negotiation table and just say, for Christ's sake, man, he's 35 years old. You know what I mean? You couldn't do that yesterday. Yesterday, you had to say he's almost 35. He's 34.99. But today, you can fully say it. And to anyone who's ever turned 35 or 40 or 45, it's real. That number is real. One day you're 39 and life is cool, and the next day you're 40 and it's not so cool anymore. You know what I mean? It hits you hard. Life hits you hard. And 35 is in NBA years, that's you're basically dead. So, it softens the market a little bit. 35 is officially UNC status. I've had people tell me that 24 is UNC status, bro. I might be talking to the wrong people, but it's certainly possible that, someone these days Why isn't 40 cool? Hey, tread lightly. I am 38 years old. I'm going to be 40 in a year and 4 months, 5 months. That is crazy. I'm 27, so I'm Gramps, I guess. No, you are great Unk. You are great Unk status. By 30, you are Gramps, and by 32, you are dead. By 35, you go for Grady Dick, Brandon Ingram, and 1 first-round pick. Fingers crossed. All right. Damn, you going on 39? Yeah, man, this year. I was born in 87. You deserve interview with Darko. Said in like perfect broken English. You deserve interview with Darko. I agree with you. I completely deserve an interview with Darko. Okan, you're 21? I didn't know that. That's cool. I did not know that. You do. Hey, tread lightly. 38 for another 4 months. Relax. Do interview in Serbian. Yes. We do interview in Serbian. And then have to take 20 hours to translate everything. No. Have you talked to current Raptors? Yes. Alex Waves. I'm 30. Same age as Drake. You guys are all 1 foot in the grave. What the fuck? Fossils. Are you 12? I'm actually curious now. Are you 12? You might be 12. How old would you have guessed, Rob? I would have guessed that you were probably 24, 25. Which Raptors have you talked to, if you can disclose? I have talked to exactly 3 current Raptors. Rob, can you speak Serbian fluently? Yes. Pen, who are your go-to content creators besides Hello and Welcome? You think I watch Hello and Welcome? I don't watch Hello and Welcome. I like Raptors Republic. In terms of Raptor stuff, I only watch Raptors Republic. That is the only channel that I have watched in quite some time. I have not watched Chev in months. I have not watched Warch Report in years. I don't think I've ever sat through one of the guys' entire videos. Yeah, that's it. Cheap Seats. Yes, Cheap Seats and Mike Roach. Shout outs to my guys, Cheap Seats and Mike Roach. They are great. Good job. Larry Legend said, how come your Twitter bio has a Serbian flag, but not a Canadian flag? I mean, in fairness, I am a dual citizen of the United States and Canada, and neither one of them are in my thing. Let me break down what my Twitter bio actually says and what it means. So let's go through this very quickly. Hey, saying shout outs to Chachuk. Yes, shout outs to Chachuk, where my family is from. Okay, so a channel devoted to deeper basketball insights, if you say so. I mean, it's mostly a troll account, right? But okay, Serbia plus, and this right here, right? This right here, which a lot of people don't know and a lot of people don't understand, that is Africa. So it is Serbia plus Africa first. I am outlining my own personal bias in this world. That is what I believe or whatever. So that's, I don't know. Always B1. What does B1 mean to anybody out there? Does anyone know what B1 means? Okay. No BS, which, you know, could mean one of two things. It could mean no bullshit. It could also mean no Bill Simmons. Pen on PC, which means, you know, pen on player's choice, and Rob in real life, which means if you know me in real life. Yeah. No, I am not African. But I've been to Africa and I love Africa. I don't know what to tell you. Like, just I mean, aren't we all? Yes. But no, like, I mean, from I don't know, like my grandmother was a really big part of my life, you know, growing up. And she would always ask, like, always imagine that you had all the money in the world, what would you do? And then flash back to reality and then start working towards it. And if I had all the money in the world, all the money in the world, I would build basketball academies in Africa and I would build infrastructure and roads and clean water in Africa. It's one of the most uh how do I put this? It's one of the most manipulated, corrupted, robbed continents on the planet. And, you know, I know Africa's a lot of countries and a lot of big places, and I haven't been to all of them. I've been to Egypt, I've been to Sierra Leone. I hope to go to South Africa one day. I hope to go to Kenya. Um, but yeah, that's why I liked that's why I liked Masai Ujiri so much. Are you Canadian? Yes. Yes, I have lived in Canada since I was 14. Pen, can you dunk? Nope. Never have, never will, man. I didn't even I thought I was close once, but I wasn't. I thought I was close, and then my friend's like, "Okay, prove it." And then I got up and I fucking missed it. Like I do not have hops. I think I tested maximum 31-inch vertical and I'm 5'10" and I have 5'11. I'm 5'11. So yeah, like you can do the math from there. If you're 5'11 and you want to dunk, you got to have at least a 42-inch vert, 40 to 42-inch. What? Timberwolves. Speaking of multiple citizenships, here's some trivia for you. Who's the only Canadian citizen picked in the past NBA draft? Canadian citizen in the last draft. I know that no Canadians went in the last draft. Who is the Canadian citizen? Picked in the last draft. I would have to look at the draft really closely. Hang on. I almost was it someone who was like really, really randomly born in Canada? Ever thought of going to Bosnia, Albania, etc.? I've been to Albania. One of my really good friends is Albanian. One of my ex-girlfriends, two of my ex-girlfriends were Albanian. Like two of my very best friends in my whole life, who are no longer really friends of mine, were Albanian. 2 girlfriends ago was Albanian. So yeah, I've had a lot of experience with Albanian people. I'm not one of those Serbian people who hates other people from the Balkans. Which is why, yeah, like I mean, honestly, I was born in Croatia. Like, why would I? I don't hate people. Wait, that's not true. I don't like Sid Seixeiro, and I don't like certain people that are trying to media. But okay, I'd read that. Okay, Emmanuel Sharp is Canadian through his mom. He was born in Israel. Yes. Yeah. Alex Way said, "Penn, let's hit 1,000 viewers tonight." I believe we topped out at about 980 about an hour and a half ago. Wasn't it Christian Anderson? I think he's German, dude. Ryan Nemby wasn't drafted, right? Is that Nemhard? Do you recommend Albanian girls? I mean, that feels like a very slippery slope here. I recommend good people. You should date good people. And you should date the same type of people that Greg Popovich used to recruit to his team, which is nope. Pause. Not okay. Let me not get myself stuck here. You should date people who have empathy. What is it? Empathetic kindness or altruistic empathy? Yeah. Are you high on Elijah Arenas? Nope. So do you support the idea with one big Balkania, just combine every Balkan country? Uh, no, I don't. Not necessarily, at least. But yeah. The Netherlands scored. Who are they playing? France? Is that today or is that tomorrow? Is France tomorrow or today? Who's Netherlands facing? Yes, I do. The Greek Shaq. I do remember him. Pen, thoughts on Kosovo? My thoughts are it has never gone well for me to talk about Kosovo. Morocco. Okay, cool. So I expect the Netherlands to beat Morocco, but that's nice to know because I also expected Germany to win against Paraguay, and that didn't happen. If you had to predict, when does Jacoby start getting regular starting minutes? Next year. So the year after this year is when I expect him to be a starter permanently. And that's by the time I expect them to move off of RJ Barrett if they are keeping RJ Barrett. Because I actually think Jacoby unlocks like a new level of defense for the Raptors, especially if Kawhi is still like, yeah. Yup. Would all-time Yugoslavian team beat all-time American team? No. NBA Central posted video of Shams about Kawhi. Okay. Is it informative? Is it? Dude, Polymarket is back at 70. Nothing has changed. You know what? I felt if I stayed on long enough, it would break. But it is now currently 7:30 on the West Coast. And there's probably another 3 hours of negotiating before people go back to their hotels or go back home. And I do not have the stamina for 3 more hours. So, okay. Shams just said all signs point to Toronto and Clippers being motivated and Kawhi's future in LA meeting its end just now. Wonderful. That is good to know. But the odds just dropped to 67%. Why is that? Weird. Okay. So where did Shams say this? On Dunk Central? Okay. Yo, we are sick. Okay, we are sick people here. Also, I just ended up at the wrong Dunk Central. Do you mean Hoop Central? NBA Central. Okay. Yes. And it's the Dunk Central. There we go.
Those conversations have continued today. We'll see how those talks are continuing. They're serious between the Clippers and the Raptors on what would bring Kawhi Leonard back to the...
Okay, I'm going to let Shams end this live right here. So we're going to play this and then I'm bouncing off because it's hot. It's hot. I haven't put in my AC yet. It's hot. I'm wearing a hoodie for some fucking reason. It's hot. Okay, I need to go drink some water. I need to chill. I need to check my phone. I've had 25 to 30 pings on my back. Okay.
Those talks are continuing. They're serious between the Clippers and the Raptors on what would bring Kawhi Leonard back to the Six, back to Toronto. And those conversations have continued today. We'll see how the conversations go for the next few hours, potentially into tomorrow. But all signs point to these two sides being motivated, and the future is nearing its end. The Kawhi Leonard's tenure is nearing its end in Los Angeles. Been there for 7 years, but he has not been given any indication that the Clippers want to give him a contract extension. He has 1 year and about $50 million left on his contract. So if the Clippers are not going to give him a contract extension, there are multiple other teams out there in the marketplace that would give him a contract.
Why is everyone saying this is an old video? It says it was posted 3 minutes ago. Am I supposed to look for the Dunk Central? Is there another video? Okay, let's try this again. Literally the same one. What are we doing here? No, dude, it says 3 minutes ago. That is true. So is there nothing new? Is that just it? Like, is that what you're telling me? Like, this is nothing new? You are confusing me because I have had no sleep and my brain is not working right now. They just reposted an old video. I am not paying attention to videos. I am paying attention to tweets and I am paying attention to my phone and my texts. I am not paying attention to videos. So I apologize if I played anything new. Do you know how many people? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Hold on. Finally, not a head fake. We are now up to 83%. Yes. We have moved in the right direction. Let's go. Okay. Y'all are behind. 83%. Let's go. I have not seen it at 83%. Some people are telling me they've seen it as high as 75%. We saw it 63%, just like a couple. Dude, like 83% means somebody fucking texted and said, we're locking up tonight. Okay. There is a part of me that just wants to leave this live. Okay. What I want to do is I want to just step off, chill out for like 10 minutes and just leave this fucking thing on to see if it goes up to 90 and then just step back and talk some more shit. Should I do that? Is that what a good streamer would do? Military man saying stay live. It might. Okay. Yeah. 2 hours and 43 minutes just talk is a lot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a link. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Give us elevator music. Okay. No, you're not getting elevator music. So I don't know a way to do this where I can leave this screen and leave a video for you playing. I don't know how to do that, unfortunately. Legit. Have no idea how to do that. I don't know how to do that. I do know how to do this.
19 years old. He's nowhere near where he's going to be as an athlete, as a basketball player. Like, he's just scratching the surface. So I think he's going to continue to improve. You know,
I could literally just leave this to play on for anyone who hasn't watched it, but there's really no way for me. There's no way for me. Pen, can you get an interview with Shams? Nope. Give us call center music. Play us Opus number 1 for us. You do know you can just play your own music and leave the screen on. But you are making a valid point. I could leave music on for you, but what would that do? Yeah, bro. I'm too sleepy to figure out how to turn music on right now. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break. No, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. And if something happens in the next 10 minutes, I am back on. Oh, no. 77. No, it's cool, man. 77, 85. We're still moving in the right direction. If this goes to like below 50, then I'm like, okay, something happened, but I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. I'll be back in 10.
It's funny because the same questions were asked of us of Jalen Williams, right? With the Oklahoma City Thunder, it was like, is he athletic enough? Is he athletic enough? Is he athletic enough? Brandon Pajemski, is he athletic enough? Can he do it? Is he athletic enough? And I think all of those guys have proven that they can do and be successful at that level.
With the 19th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Alan Graves from Santa Clara University.
Spirinetto sit on it to Santa Clara. This is Gamalugo. Graves elevates. Buries it.
They're really happy to have you with us.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you.
I like that head on you, man. Looks good.
I love it. I love it.
Okay, Ryan Madry. Looked you up a lot. You've had a phenomenal run right now with Santa Clara basketball. Winning seems to follow you everywhere you go. And y'all have had 5 straight 20-win seasons, including this program's first tournament run since a certain Canadian was running around there in 1995, 1996. So It was an overtime heartbreaker against Kentucky.
Santa Clara. This is Gamalugo. Graves elevates. Rebound Kentucky. Everything exclamation point.
Alan has talked a lot about the family culture down in Santa Clara. Can you let me know what y'all put in the water down there?
Yeah. It really starts with Coach Sindek, our head coach. The type of person that he is. He's just a phenomenal human being. And he allows us all to be who we are and just genuinely accepts us for who we are. And I think it trickles down to the way that we treat our players, everything that we're about. The university is much that same way too. So it's in alignment with what Coach Sindek is about. And so kind of it all comes together to create this kind of really good synergy that we have here at Santa Clara.
Yeah, and it shows, and I'm getting that feeling from Brandon Pajemski and Jalen Williams. Like y'all got a type for sure. So when you're recruiting, what is it that you're looking for on those recruitment visits when a prospect or a player comes to your campus? What are the green flags and what are the red flags? What does it take to be a Santa Clara Bronco?
Yeah, I know, Coach loves guys that can shoot, right? So, and he likes guys with size as well. So those are 2 criteria that I think we put at some of the top of our list. And then it's really important that they're good people, and that they have good people around them. And so we really kind of take a deep dive into the type of person that they are to make sure that they fit in with the type of people that we have in our program. And I think we've done a really good job as a staff. And like I said, it starts with Coach Sindek's leadership in terms of that. But we've done a really good job of kind of identifying those guys that fit what we're about in that way. And so with Brandon, Jalen, and everybody who's been through our program, especially in this last 6-7 years, I think they've really kind of fit that mold.
That's awesome. So we're talking about a 0-star recruit who just went 20th overall to the Toronto Raptors. This is a rags to riches story if I've ever seen one. Y'all weren't even trying to recruit him. You were trying to recruit Carlos Stewart. Am I correct? In Louisiana.
Well, Carlos was already with us. And so we have a really good relationship with the program that Allen was playing with, Live On, and Randy Livingston and Derek Allen. Those guys are really close with our program. And so because we had Carlos, like Randy and Derek, those guys really trusted us. The way that we treated Carlos helped Carlos, develop and become a really good player. And Carlos was a great player, when he was coming into us, but he really did kind of take off. And so, with that relationship, Randy just was like, "Hey, I think Allen's a perfect fit for you."
And he absolutely was. What were your first impressions of Allen Graves when he walked onto your Santa Clara campus to redshirt his freshman year?
It started when we started recruiting him. Just was really impressed with the type of person he was, but then the type of competitor he was, and then to see him up close and personal, not just when he played with his high school team. Obviously, he had tremendous success there. He's a winner everywhere he's been. But when he got to campus, that competitive spirit and like that will to win and just be really, really good, it stood out.
Well, let's talk about that redshirt year.
Mm-hmm.
How did he grow behind the scenes? Because y'all had a lot of players at his position, and he was learning. Obviously, he was growing. He was working on his body. So where did you see the big leaps? Because to go from a 0-star recruit to, a first-round pick to an organization that frankly really understands the draft, right?
Mm-hmm.
There were rumors that he could be a lottery pick. So this is a monumental rise, and I refuse to believe that it's all analytics. Okay, there's a real feel to him. There's I've watched 14 full games that y'all played. I walk away every single game, just amazed at. I'm like, how, and then I see some of the high school stuff, and I see glimpses of it, but I'm like, whew, there's steps that have been taken here. So behind the scenes, let's peel the hood back. What went on in that 1 year where he grew?
And I think it honestly, to your point, it started for him in high school. He started to change his body from his junior year to his senior year of high school. You watch him, his body changed drastically. Actually, when he got to us, he probably had lost a little bit too much weight, right? It didn't really affect him in terms of his ability to be effective on the floor. But, I think that redshirt year, that's where I think he made the biggest leap, is where his body kind of changed. His body became, he kind of grew up a little bit, started to fill out again in the right way. He was completely ready weight-wise and strength-wise to handle a full college basketball season by the time he stepped on the floor. That was probably his biggest growth, besides every area, every aspect that he worked on the floor. But I could tell you, the second he stepped foot in our practices, I mean, he was pretty dominant on the glass and going after it. I think he really improved as a shooter in that year, and finishing around the basket. I think because of the added strength, he got better.
And then, of course, last year he steps into a bench role with you guys, although it's a little bit disingenuous. He closed a lot of games for y'all down the stretch, hit some big shots, had 17 points in that game against, Kentucky, and, was one of your best players. It's not a very long season, but did you see growth in significant areas of his game to game, matchup to matchup, when y'all faced up against, a team 2-3 times? Are you seeing like, okay, he's not making the same mistake twice? Was there some element of that?
Correct. Yeah. And a lot of people made a big deal about him not starting. That's been kind of a big narrative, not starting for us. But it was a unique situation, which, we can get into if you would like. But it was a situation that he was going to start, but he actually sacrificed that role because we asked him to. And so, in terms of his growth from game to game, yeah, we saw a big time growth. Like I said, even throughout the year, he became a better finisher. He started being more comfortable shooting the ball from the outside, like in games, getting used to that game speed. He was always super aggressive to go after the offensive glass and impactful on defense with his hands and ability to anticipate things. But the biggest growth, I thought, was him being more comfortable offensively, even getting the ball in the post and being able to operate that way. He made tremendous strides game in, game out, every year. And he was diligent about his work. He found a routine and he stuck with it. He does a lot of film study with his brother as well as with the guys on our staff. So he's really dedicated that way.
Yeah, I'm getting two questions just off the top of my dome based on what you just said. Number one, I would love for you to expand on that 6-man role. Marvin Williams went second overall. He came off the bench, right? My favorite
Mhm.
player in the NBA right now is Scotty Barnes. He came off the bench for Leonard Hamilton.
Mhm.
This stuff does not faze me. In fact, I would argue if your role at the next level initially is to come off the bench, it might actually be a great service to you to actually do that.
Mhm.
How much do you think this is something I noticed with Morris Peterson because he had an older sister and he would always say like she never let me win and it drove me a lot. Alan's
Mhm.
talked a lot about that with his dad. You know,
Mhm.
how much do you think his upbringing has influenced the man that you guys coached?
Oh, a huge, huge way. I mean, he's as good a basketball player as he is, and as good a basketball player as he's
Can I
going to be.
complete your sentence? He's a better
Yeah.
person.
Yes. I
Yeah.
mean, and it's true though. Like you probably heard that, and I'm sure you hear that everywhere, but it's like really true with him. You know, like during his redshirt season, by the way, I mean, we were really close. He's really close to my family. He was over at my house all the time with my kids. Like, you know what I mean? Like all the time. Sorry about that. Yeah, he's over at the house all the time with my kids. I mean, he's just constantly about those type of things for us. So he is a tremendous human being. But it started with his upbringing, like his brother, his sister. You're not going to meet a better family. His mom, dad, and they instilled the right things in terms in him, and he bought in and he listens to those people, and they're the right people, type of people to have in his corner.
Yeah, the Raptors very much over-index for faith.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed this with Scotty, Jacoby Walt, Jacoby, Jamal Shed. Like, there's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of faith-based human beings. Even Emmanuel Quickly. Like, you go down the list. Like, everyone is
Mm-hmm.
very God first here. Have you noticed throughout? You know, you played, you coached in
Mm-hmm.
Seattle. You now 8 years in. Congratulations on the promotion, by the way. Going
Appreciate
from assistant coach to associate head coach. Have you noticed a tendency throughout your playing career and coaching career of faith-based people having maybe a bit of an easier time buying into things that are bigger than themselves, like a team concept?
Yeah, I mean, that's hard.
It's a
I've
bit of a
seen it.
leading
I've
question.
seen it. Yeah, I've seen it both ways. You know what I mean? Like, to be honest, I've seen it both ways. I'm not sure. Yeah, you know, to be honest, I've seen it both ways. Now, Allen is a team first guy. I mean, he never complained when we asked him to come off the. We told him like, hey, listen, you're going to get your minutes and all this other stuff, but for us, we need you to shift to this bench role because our backup 5-man actually got hurt. And so Allen, instead of being our starting 4, became our backup 5, right?
Right.
And he was versatile enough to do that. But to your point, Allen never batted an eye. He was like, I know I'm going to play my minutes, coach. That's all I care about. And I'm like, whatever the team needs. Like, he was just about those things. And I don't know if it's from his faith-based, upbringing, or it's just his upbringing in general, like his parents and who they are and what Allen is about. He's just about winning in the team. And so he's as big time a winner as I've been around.
He won a lot. How much do you guys lean on analytics during development and evaluation? Like, do you pay attention to it? I mean, to put it into context, his block percentage, steal percentage has been matched. Like, the last time I saw this was Matisse Thybulle. It's ridiculous. Like, these numbers are ridiculous. And unfortunately, that's kind of been the tag. And there's an anchoring bias, right? When people talk Allen Graves, I talk to a lot of people in the draft community, they're like, that's the analytics darling. I'm like, have you seen him play though? And they'd be like, yeah, I seen the highlights. He not jumping out the gym. He not whatever. It's lower competition. He not doing it against, he's playing in a mid-major, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm like, but have you watched him play, bro? Because a pass to the open cutter is a pass to the open cutter. A shot is a shot. Like, an open catch and shoot is an open catch and shoot. Like, they didn't change the court, right? Like, Duke don't play on different courts in Santa Clara. So that's kind of like the view on it is, how much do you guys pay attention to analytics?
I think, more and more now, I think we have some young guys on our staff, especially in the last 3-4 years, that have come up and really, put that to the forefront of us. Now, we don't rely on it so much in recruiting, just because it's kind of unique, some of the things with recruiting, in my opinion. But we do look at it in recruiting, but then especially when they're on our team and the things that we emphasize, analytics plays a big part of that.
So, like, for instance, if you find out that a player is more efficient on the left block than the right block, or a player is more efficient playing off of 2 dribbles than something like that, or a particular play type that produces a certain points per possession? This is kind of where we're going with this? Or are we
Yes,
talking like one metric analytics, like this player is better than that player because they have higher box minus?
yeah. No, so we're talking, I mean, what you first said in terms of like, hey, he's better on this block, this play, he's better here because his higher points per possession. We definitely lean into that quite a bit. We also do a thing where we were, we kind of started really honoring the possession battle, which everybody's going that way, right? And so, we had a thing called rap points that we really emphasize with our guys in our group. And Allen, to your point, he's the analytical darling, but it didn't start just in games. It was like in practice, he was off the charts in terms of these rap points, right? So,
what is a rap point?
Yeah, so what we call them rap points, but it's just kind of it keeps track of like deflections, steals, offensive rebounds, kind of whatever we want to put in that category that helps us win the possession battle.
I came up playing basketball around. Well, we're probably around the same age. You played basketball in 2005, right? College basketball 2005.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, I graduated high school in 01.
Yeah, so we were playing basketball around the same time, and I don't remember analytics being a part of our journey at all, right? And now I know a lot of friends who play collegiate basketball, and we talk about it sometimes. And I went and got a stats degree, so I'm very analytics friendly. But they hate it, man. They hate it. It's like it's taking over the league. These people, these nerds are trying to take over the game. But honestly, it helps. I think it helps. It's always it's in. Obviously, I got to see it. I got to see it with my eyes. But if I see it with my eyes, I use the numbers to back it up. So it's nice to know that college coaches all over the major programs are absolutely using this stuff. Let's talk about problem solving. So I have a personal belief that the Toronto Raptors love good problem solvers. Scotty Barnes, great problem solver, super high IQ guy. Colin Murray Boyles, I mean, you see him at the beginning of the year last year coming out of South Carolina. First of all, like great player in college, but he's struggling around the rim. But by the end of the year, he's finishing over Evan Mobley in the playoffs, and he looks like a beast. Great problem solver, right? There was another guy in the draft this year, Bennett Sturts, Iowa. Division II, Division I, go up another level. Great problem solver. Talk about the role of problem solving in basketball, because I have a feeling, and it's just my feeling, that Allen Graves is a miraculous problem solver.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he figures out how to get it done, how to get the job done, whatever is needed. And he's been like that since he was in high school. And I saw it this year in terms of like at the beginning of the year, he struggled to finish around the rim, to your point, kind of like Colin Murray Boyles, right? For us, he was kind of figuring that out. But he worked at it so diligently that he became excellent by the end of the year, like really good finishing around the rim. And it is his IQ. He has such a high feel for the game that he's processing things, in my opinion, a lot faster than some of these other guys are, and I think that makes up for what they say is a lack of athleticism for him. He's where he's supposed to be when he needs to be, because of his high IQ, because of his feel for the game. So there could be a guy who maybe can run faster, jump higher, whatever, but when he's playing basketball, he's not where he's supposed to be when he needs to be there. So he's actually the lesser of the two athletes. You know what I mean? But like Allen, his quickness, his anticipation, all of those things allow him to be super effective, and more so than a lot of other people.
I'm Serbian, and my sister, she told me about this chubby kid playing for Mega Basket some years ago. And she says he's throwing passes into the fourth row, and he's wild, and he'll try just about anything. He's really fun to watch. That player ended up becoming Nikola Jokic, and he couldn't jump over a phone book. I'm pretty sure you could jump a lot higher than Nikola Jokic and run a lot faster than Nikola Jokic. And if Nikola Jokic had attended the draft combine, they would have failed him. You know when I learned not to trust the draft combine? 2007, the best collegiate basketball player I'd seen with my own eyes, because I was born after Michael Jordan played, and LeBron didn't go to college, Kevin Durant. And I was screaming from the mountaintops, man, this guy's better than Greg Oden. Y'all are crazy. Like, I watch every Texas game. Like, his worst game is like, he's still the number one pick in this draft, but he couldn't bench press 185.
Yeah.
And there's some executives sitting there like, well, I can bench 160. I can't draft a guy number one if he can't bench 185. And I'm just like, when? And I said to my friend at that point, I'm like, pull up the tape where someone got a bench press 185 on a basketball court.
True. Yeah.
It's so silly. So
Yeah.
let's talk some misconceptions about Allen Graves, because I honestly believe, I'm very high. I'm very high. I'm sure you can tell that from, my email to you. And I think when we look back on this, people are going to wonder how they missed this. But let's talk about some misconceptions, because there are, some concerns with Allen Graves. Concern number one, and I just want your feeling on it: the shot. Now, he shot 41% on pretty good volume from three. He took them in a variety of ways, but he wasn't putting it on the floor. It was mainly catch and shoot. Do you think he can put it on the floor?
Yeah, I think he can develop into that for sure. Like,
Okay.
whatever Allen needs to do to be successful, this is what my firm belief is about him, is he's going to figure it out and do it. And he's going to work so hard at it that he's not going to fail.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
yes,
I mean,
I do.
yeah, we're not talking about him having to Kyrie it, right?
No,
We're talking
no.
one step, sidestep, boom.
Yeah, he'll be able to do that.
The shooting form. Now, it's consistent. It goes in. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But against longer competition, sometimes you wonder. So one of the guys that I watched very early, Roko Leniukic, he was shooting it clean at KK split, but he comes over to the Toronto Raptors, suddenly the dip on the shot. Suddenly it's not getting off as clean, not getting as much separation. Do you believe that shot, as it is right now, with a little bit of speeding up, with a little, maybe like in a 1-inch raise, you think it's getting off clean at the NBA level?
Yeah, I would be shocked if he didn't.
Okay.
I have no concerns with his shooting. None. I've watched him for, since he was a junior in high school. And it's translated to like you said, problem solving is translated every way. And I think it's going to translate to the next level as well.
To anyone who hasn't watched this full interview, it is available. It is the last video posted on this channel. So you can definitely go check it out. Alexander B said, Rob, so what is your official screen time? Okay. Funny enough, when I was off, I actually checked. I have been on screen. So my screen time today is 9 hours and 44 minutes. That is ridiculous. Straight up. Also want to say there's a bit of a glitch on Polymarket right now, which is showing something very weird. A rapid spike in Portland Trailblazers odds. I just want to show you guys what I'm looking at here. Now, I haven't heard anything about the Blazers at all here, but it does, in theory, make sense if the Blazers wanted to get involved, and if they're really serious, they actually have the assets to do it. They totally have the assets to do it. Drew Holiday plus Shaedon Sharpe gets you over the line. It's a way better offer than anything the Raptors have to offer. Drew Holiday plus Shaedon Sharpe is a really good deal, especially if they throw in a pick as well. The only difference here is I don't think Kawhi's re-signing in Portland. Liam saying no glitch. Well, okay. Explain this to me. Again, let me show you this. You want to explain to me why every single team just went up for Kawhi Leonard? This isn't a glitch. You don't think this is a glitch? You think the Nuggets, the Denver Nuggets, and the Brooklyn Nets have a higher chance of grabbing Kawhi Leonard? Oh, you know what's really interesting? The Toronto Raptors are the only team that do not have odds. And you don't think this is a glitch? What? Seems legit. Don't trust me. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah. The Memphis Grizzlies, odds 11%. Like, what are we doing? The LA Clippers, who currently employ Kawhi Leonard, 14%. So basically, you can't buy no on anybody, but you can buy yes. So the only teams you can buy no on right now are the Toronto Raptors for some reason, the Memphis Grizzlies, the Clippers, the Bulls, the Heat, the Mavericks, the Celtics. But hey, if you want to go all in on the Brooklyn Nets getting Kawhi Leonard, Go for it. I'm sick. Why are you sick? Multiple teams will give him the money he wants, but he only wants Toronto. You know, it's such a sweet. It's like a rom-com. Are we like in a rom-com right now? We are in the Kawhi Leonard rom-com saga right now. This shit is cinema, okay? He has the whole league. You know what I want to do? I want to create like a movie trailer, but you know, like to the people who are in their 30s and 40s who still remember those like really, really old movie trailers where they narrated shit for you in the beginning. Like it was like there was a boy and he knew a city, and then he left the city to go home. But then from home, he longed for the city he once left. As the league pined for this young man, now a man with his own son, he looked back at his former land and said, I will return to that land. It is coming soon on DVD. I love it. I love it. Lion King, Simba's Pride. Yup. There we go. It. I'm sorry. I just had an image of Simba coming back to Pride Rock and seeing what Scar had done. Any other Lion King fans out there? And Pen, were you able to check about Jacoby with your sources? No, I didn't. That is a good suggestion. I completely forgot. Hang on. I will text right now. $11.11, make a wish, man. I don't know if there are any superstitious people out there, but if Kawhi Leonard gets traded at 11-11, that would be very beautiful. Okan calling in. Okan, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
I am good. How are you?
Good. It's 5 a.m. now. Still waiting for the trade. Maybe won't go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just too excited, man.
It is pretty insane, yes. Yeah. This feels like the biggest story in the NBA right now. It has to be. When a player of this when a player of this magnitude is potentially getting moved, it has to be like story. Andre the Gamer 905 said, would you include Graves? No, probably not. But I would understand if some other team came in. I feel like people don't understand. The Raptors don't have to be desperate here. The only reason the Raptors are even in this is because Kawhi chose them to be in it. That's it. That's really it. You know what I mean?
I mean, to me, like I'm just thinking, and I always have like these discussions with my friends. So in Europe, not a lot of people follow the Raptors, and as a Raptors fan, like they always ask me like, who is the best Raptor of all time? And I always try to answer the question in a way where like, you mean the best in a way like best as a player quality, or who had the most impact, or who is the greatest Raptor of all time? Because all of the answers to those questions are different. But
okay,
Kawhi coming back and maybe having another historical season and doing something special with this team can actually like answer the question, and that actually is the reason that I'm really excited.
If he spends 2 more years here, he will get his jersey retired.
I think so. I mean, if he does great things, which I think he will.
I mean, provided he's not injured, we'll go to the playoffs every single year. He's already delivered the greatest shot in Raptors history. He already won a championship here. He's already been the best actual Raptor we've ever seen in a Raptors jersey. I think that's enough to get your jersey retired. By this organization? Absolutely, 100%. And also go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, there's one argument where people can say he wanted to leave, so his jersey should not get retired. But now he wants to come back. He is like actually asking for Raptors. So that kind of doesn't cancel it out, but it still shows that he has some desire to play for the team.
Is that meaningful? Like, in terms of negating what happened in 2019. Now, a lot of people are still very upset that he left because we had a chance to run it back. He didn't see the vision. He wanted us to get Paul George. We didn't give up Pascal and all that stuff. So
it's in a different way. So Kawhi is someone who just wants to play his ball, and I think he also sees it as a business, and he just wants to live his life by his own terms. And I think as a person, he might decide to not play for the Raptors, and never promised to play for the Raptors long term in the first place. So I understand him as a human. He's not Canadian. He is. He just wanted to go to his home. So it's understandable in a way. But now he actually wants to come here. And in the first time in 2019, he wasn't specifically asking for the Raptors, yet he still brought the championship.
Okay. Yeah.
So, like, I'm not Canadian, so I can't really understand that Canada versus America thing in terms of how players view Canada. But I think right now what's going on should be somewhat separated from what happened in 2019 by the way he left the team. I think that was purely his own personal decision. I don't think it was anything against Raptor, but it was just him missing home more. And if he comes back and brings something great, then.
I really like this comment from Daryl. He said, "This situation is a powerful message to people who were angry when Kawhi left. The Raptors handled it with class, and that's what kept the door open for a potential return. No bridges were burned." I just want to say this. I burned a lot of bridges in my life. A lot. When I was younger, I had a spectacular flame out at several jobs. And what I didn't realize at the time, and what I wish I could go back and tell myself, is that you don't know who your next boss is going to be. And it might just be the person who is working right next to you, under you. It might be someone who is interning, right? Like, you might be directing a film and you have a PA on your set and you're not nice to that PA because you're a jackass. And then next thing you know, that PA rises up the ranks and ends up becoming a producer. And then that producer is person determining who is going to be the next DP on a big film. And they remember that this DP was really nice to me, or this DP was an asshole to me. So it's really about, and I'm not suggesting that all relationships should be preserved, but as many relationships that can be preserved should be preserved. And I think just generally speaking, like, this is something that I have grown to believe a lot more as I've gotten older. It's just, generally speaking, the best advice is to be a good person. You know, don't be disrespectful to people, you know, follow through on things that you say you're going to do. And I mean, I'm not exactly practicing what I preach because I break this very often, but I try not to. And yeah, I mean, even now I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm not going to name names, but there was a person in the Toronto Raptors media space that I had a massive, like, very public feud beef with. And because there's so many, I can say this and you can't even narrow it down to one person because there's been like 8 people. And I remember a couple of years ago, like, there was a reconciliation via an email because we had a mutual contact who put us in touch to kind of smooth things over. And now we exchange notes. It's helpful. Like, they may even sometimes sneak me an email every now and again and just be like, "Hey, be on the lookout for this player or that player. I know that I was at the Raptors facility today. This guy is, this guy was in today. Just be aware, you know." Well, I'm not at the Raptors facility, so that helps me, you know? So I don't know, like even bridges that feel like they're burned can be reignited, right? That's kind of where I'm at with that. But I think the Raptors have operated with a lot of class. You know, they've maintained that open avenue to have legends return. And what's really cool is if the Raptors were to make the finals over the next 2 years, just imagine all the people we would have in the arena. You would have Vince Carter, because you didn't burn that bridge. Masai Men did it, right? You would have Tracy McGrady. He would be there, even though that bridge, he got booed every single game he came back for the next 10 years. But that bridge has been amended. Chris Bosh said the air smelled better in the United States, but now he's welcome back. He can come back. Oakley can come back. Antonio Davis can come back. Morris Peters can come back. Jerome Williams can come back. So it's like you got all these people, right? And then maybe Jose Calderon would be there if the Raptors make a championship run with this core, right? Maybe Kyle Lowry will be there. Danny Green will be there. Serge Ibaka will be there. Norman Powell might be there in the audience. Maybe if OG's team is out, he'll be like there, right? So I don't know. I look at this and I'm just like, this is the right way to do things. Yeah.
I think that is great communication skills and organizational role.
Absolutely. Yeah. What is your desired package for Kawhi? Like, what would you rather, like, what would you like to trade for him in an ideal world?
I mean, in my opinion, it should be around Ingram, Grady, Trace, Jackson Davis, and a first round pick, and maybe a swap.
Okay. Yeah.
But that's what's in my mind. I wouldn't want to give Jameson Battle. I feel like the value added by Jameson Battle to the Clippers side is not as much as what he actually adds to our team.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you can avoid adding Battle to this trade and still complete it.
But you see it from their side, right? Like they would want the young player. Also, we've gone from 85% to 67%. What is going on?
But I mean, would you say that the Clippers cannot find any other young promising player from any like free agency pool, let's say, in their eyes, like someone better than Jameson Battle?
Jameson Battle's pretty good.
I mean, I love Jameson Battle, but I'm asking from Clippers side. Because we value him because we watched him for the whole year and he's our player. And
yeah, but I'm sure they value him for the same reason. Like they have access to all the clips, all his possessions, all of it is on Synergy. They have access to all his analytics, all his data. They can see that he's one of the best shooters in the league. He is one of the best shooters in the league. MKLP82 said Clippers want picks. That is not true. Based on what I've heard, they want players. They want good players. They want good young players. So the dream offer for the Clippers probably would have been
10 Grady Dicks.
10 Grady Dicks. Oh my God, that is an albatross of a contract situation. No, it would probably be like Donovan Clingan, Shaden Sharp, Drew Holiday for Kawhi Leonard and Brook Lopez. That would be their dream deal. Because they would get two young building blocks to put next to Ben Mathurin, Keaton Vogler, and Darius Garland. Looking at it from their perspective, they're probably viewing Brandon Ingram as a rental and then eventually a flip, right?
Probably.
So, like, oh my God. If you get the reference, you get the reference. Shout outs, man. If you get the reference, 10 Grady Dicks is, in fact, a bag of dicks. Jesus Christ. Damn. Shout outs Louis C.K., apparently. Yes. For telling jokes, not being a good person or anything like that. Yeah. I mean, Kalshi is peer-to-peer. I don't know a lot about Kalshi, to be honest. I don't know a lot about Kalshi or Polymarket. I've never used either. I don't have an account, as you can see. Log in, sign up. Don't have an account. So I don't really know much about Kalshi. All I do know is that Kalshi does not operate in Canada, legally at least. Although I think there is a way to access Kalshi through Wealth Simple, but I think that might be me tripping. But yeah.
Do you think, by any chance, Shed is being discussed?
I'm sure he has been discussed. The only 4 players that I was told specifically were not discussed are Jacoby, CMB, Scotty Barnes and Alan Graves, and that was at 6 p.m. This is 11 p.m. A lot could have changed over the last 5 hours, but I mean, honestly, man, like I would bet anything. Scotty Barnes and CMB are out of this deal. Jacoby feels like a 99% bet he's out of this deal. If Alan Graves gets included, that would be really tough. Because I just interviewed his coach, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah.
But I mean, for me, as long as Scotty, CMB, and Shed are off, not Shed, sorry, Jacoby are off in any kind of trade, then I'm good.
I mean, again, like as I said, I've said this multiple times on X. Like if Kawhi opens up if he opens himself up to re-signing with Boston, re-signing with Miami, re-signing with Golden State, re-signing with Portland, it feels like this is a very, very easy no for the Raptors, because at that point the Raptors cannot compete.
Yeah.
Right. He's kind of flattened the market for them. That's what he did. He basically came in and he said, every other team, fuck off. I want to go to the Toronto Raptors. And there's obviously a reason for that. You do that because you want your team to have an edge. You don't want them to deplete themselves in order to get you, because then you have to compete with less. So for Kawhi, pardon?
He kind of throws a open lob and we just got to dunk it.
It is a lob, but it does require two sides to come to an agreement. Now, obviously, like there's a hard target out for everybody involved here. This cannot dangle past tomorrow, which is why I'm live at 11:25 thinking both sides are going to come to it. Someone's going to cave, add 2 second-round picks, loosen some pick protections, add a swap, and just call it a day. Like if two sides are this close, this is why people really don't understand the value of first-round picks. First-round picks are what get you over that nudge, because these are egomaniacs. I don't care. Like, okay, the value system in negotiations is very simple. I want you to give up 10% more than you're offering. You want me to take 10% less, right? This is why you start low in negotiations. But let's just say, do you have a prized possession, Okan? Do you have something that's like really valuable to you, but you would consider selling it?
Can't think of anything right now.
Like a particular trading card, a comic book, something valuable to you? Okay. Really. Let's use my example. There's a basketball above my head. It was a birthday gift. It is an official NBA ball, Spalding NBA ball, and it is signed by one of my favorite players of all time, Allen Houston. Okay.
Oh, I got a Darren Williams signed Beşiktaş jersey.
A what jersey?
Beşiktaş jersey signed by Darren Williams.
Oh, cool.
Beşiktaş is a Turkish club. I actually played there as well.
Darren Williams?
Yeah, during the lockdown in, I think, 2011 or something, he came to...
Okay, cool. So this is one of your prized possessions?
Yeah, I can say that.
Do you have any concept of what a fair market is for it?
Concept of what?
What is a fair market value for your Darren Williams Turkish jersey?
Oof. I have no clue, actually.
Do you have any verifiable proof that he signed it? Do you have a picture of him signing it? Do you have a certificate of authentication? Or is it just you saw him sign it, so now I got to believe you?
Well, there's a photo, but it's in a BlackBerry phone that hasn't been used in 15 years. So.
Okay. Hold on. What the hell is this? AP Hoops. The Raptors are willing to offer Kawhi Leonard the 2 years, $126.1 million max extension he is demanding per Shams. Yeah, this makes sense, doesn't it? It is 126. I thought it was 124, but I mean, whatever. It is what it is. If I have the numbers 2 million off. Okay, like my point is, like if I really wanted the jersey and I have a number that I'm willing to go to, probably 250, because I don't really give that much of a shit about Darren Williams. But let's just say I have a number in my mind that's 250. I swear to God, I'm offering you 150 to start. I'm not offering you 250. I'm not offering you anything close to 250 because there's nowhere to go. And the minute I offer 250, you're going to ask for 300. But if I ask for 150, you're not going to ask for 300. And this is the whole concept of negotiation in a very simple way. So the Toronto Raptors want Kawhi Leonard. Of course they want Kawhi Leonard. Of course they want Kawhi Leonard. They've been going after Derek White, Jaren Jackson. They want to give Scotty Barnes some immediate, legit, deep playoff runs. Okay. There's a price they're willing to pay for it. And I suspect that price is 2 first-round picks, Brandon Ingram and Grady Dick. I have always suspected that was the price. However, and Trace Jackson Davis, okay. So now adding Jamison Battle and removing a pick, or maybe protecting a pick and adding Jamison Battle, that feels like the Clippers can take that home and be like, oh, look, we got them to cave. Right? We got them to give something that they weren't willing to give. And I think that's why you hold assets, and that's why you don't call everyone and say, like, do you want Grady Dick? Do you want Grady Dick? Do you want Grady Dick? Because you're tanking the value of that asset by making it too available.
Would you tie this concept to any type of biases?
Yes. I mean, I don't specifically know if there's a specific bias that I'm thinking about, but like anything that's too readily available becomes devalued very quickly, I think. So hypothetically, and again, this is not a commentary on women's, count, but if there was a girl in your neighborhood and she started walking around to every guy she could see and be like, do you want to have sex? Do you want to have sex? I'm pretty sure most guys would be pretty weirded out by that, right? Like, what's wrong with her? Why is she going up to like 4 guys? Like, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm sure some guys would say yes. I'm just saying, like, too much. You have to preserve the value of scarcity, or scarcity builds value. By saying Scotty Barnes is not in talks for Giannis, Scotty Barnes is off the table for KD, Scotty Barnes is off the table for, by even right now saying Colin Murray-Boyles is off the table. Now other teams are like, oh, that's a guy they really value. And by building value, especially when you are somebody who doesn't have the reputation of a crackhead and you actually know what you're doing, right? Like, people understand, oh, they're the ones who would know Colin Murray-Boyle's work habits. They're the ones who would know his trajectory best. They're the ones who understand who he is as a person and where he's going better than the Blazers do. So if I'm the Portland Trailblazers and I find out that Colin Murray-Boyles is off the table and Kawhi Leonard talks, I'm suddenly earmarking that as, oh, like, this is valuable, right? This is valuable. This guy's valuable. Whereas right now, if you offer Colin Murray-Boyles and the trade breaks down, you have actually tanked his value. In reality, you have hurt his value as an asset.
Yeah.
So honestly, man, like right now I'm looking at Kalshi, it says 78%. I'm just waiting for the shit to say 98%. Like the second it says 98%, I am just like, I'm taking another 5-minute break to just like wash my face and get ready for the trade announcement.
What are the odds based on though? Like where are the news coming from?
The odds are based, as I understand it, on Kalshi, and I hate that I'm putting this logo on because I'm not sponsored by Kalshi. I want to say that I do not support sports betting. This is just a way for us to track this shit. I am not suggesting you bet on this. Okay, fair warning. Do not bet. Do not bet. Okay, let me say that really loud. Don't bet on sports. Okay, it's bad for your brain, and you will probably lose money. However, yeah, it's based on news. It's based on. Someone said, Rob, you can crop this out. Can I? How? No, I can't. If I move the screen. Oh, how? How do I do that? Someone tell me. How do I just show the odds? Is this how I do it? Nope. Yeah, please somebody tell me how to do it. I'd be very, very happy to get this logo off my screen. Yeah, so it's based on how people are betting, obviously, and it's also based on news. Yeah.
But do you think there are any sources that they get the news earlier?
What do you mean? Someone said, "Are you able to zoom in?" I don't think so. Hold on. Check. Nope. No. Are you using Stream Elements or OBS? I'm using StreamYard. So no, I am not using Stream Elements or OBS, I don't think. Although I did have a Stream Elements subscription. Yeah, I don't know. Try holding Shift while dragging the window. Someone said just zoom in. I promise you the zooming in is not working. I have tried zooming in several times. It's not working. Hang on. I could try an overlay. That's what I could do. I will design an overlay. This is so ghetto, but I'm gonna design an overlay to overlay this over. Yeah. To your earliest point, you said that there's like a whole bunch of criteria for Raptors, right? Like who is the greatest, who's the best, et cetera, et cetera. Who's the best Raptors defender for you?
Best Raptors defender all time?
Yep.
So here's the thing. I didn't watch like any type of basketball before 2018. So I can't. Defense is something you gotta understand by watching a whole season, not just a couple of games or stats. But in my lifetime, the best defender was probably Scotty. In my opinion, like this season specifically. But before that, it was OG.
Okay.
And all time, I guess there are names like Kawhi and Marcus Camby, and I don't know. You can name it better than me, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of Raptors all-time defenders, there are a lot to think about. OG is definitely one of them. Scotty is definitely one of them.
CMB will be one of them as well.
CMB will definitely be one of them. Marc Gasol is definitely one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Keon Clark is very underrated as a defender, I think. Just as a rim protector, but he didn't play a lot of minutes. But man, in his minutes, it felt like nobody could score on that guy. Hang on one sec. I'm gonna make this screen to cover this sign.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone said Mo Bamba in the comments for the best defender.
That is a bannable answer, but sure. Okay, I have a great banner to put on the screen. Hang on, this is great. This is my ghetto ass solution to not being able to figure this Kalshi shit out. Hang on, put this on the screen, and damn it! What the? All of this to fucking have it go behind. Damn. Okay. It does not work.
I think like by now everyone already knows that you don't support betting anyway.
I know, but I feel like I am okay. Right click and inspect element. Okay, let's see if you can get Grandma Rob to figure this shit out, because I am not tech savvy at all. And I understand that you are going to tell me that this does not require tech savviness. Okay, right click, inspect. Okay. Now what? It's really funny. Sorry, that's hilarious. Here is this big gambling site that everyone talks about. P.S. I don't support sports betting. It feels very stupid. Sorry. Control and zoom with your mouse and scroll. Do you realize that y'all have been trying to explain something that's probably very simple to you, to me, for like 20 minutes? I think I'm going to have a really difficult time downplaying this. Living up to my brainy genius image as a guy who couldn't figure out how to take the fucking Kalshi logo off my screen. To err is human. Okay. It highlights the thing you want to hide in the console. Okay, now hover over top.
By the way, the Netherlands and Morocco is going to penalties.
Okay. Yeah, this might be it, man. Do you remember that? You remember Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
You know how like Alan Grant is like this genius, scientist apparently, and he can't figure out how to put the seatbelt on. And then Alan Grant says, "We'll have landed by the time you got it right." That's exactly how I feel like right now. Someone said, "You think Jonathan Isaac or Melton a viable option for us?" Yes. Yes, I do. I said Jonathan Isaac was a good person the other day, and people blasted me for it. I did not realize that was a controversial take. Listen, I know somebody who covered Jonathan Isaac down in Florida. I also know someone who's like known him for a while. I've never heard anything bad about him ever. Like it's good. Why do you keep saying this? They want CMB. They want CMB. Yeah, I wanted to marry Adriana Lima. It doesn't matter. Like you can want who you want. It doesn't matter.
I think every team wants CMB,
Yeah, they're not getting CMB. That's not the hang up in this trade. I promise you that's not the case. Isaac's health doesn't scare you? No, because he would be on a minimum contract. And Jonathan Isaac is legit one of the 20 best defenders in the NBA. Period. He's so amazing.
I remember when I first started playing 2K, I think it was 2K20, Jonathan Isaac would become the depoy every single year in the simulation.
Yeah, he's amazing. I remember him locking up Pascal, Giannis. He's just like a star stopper. He just gives people work.
His body, his frame is just crazy.
Yeah, and I always thought he had like a 7'5" wingspan or some shit. Notice it's 7'1". He got a smaller wingspan than Scotty Barnes. He's just very athletic. So he's 6'11" with a 7'1" wingspan. Those are almost close to Marvin Bagley. That's an outside of the box idea, by the way. Marvin Bagley for the Raptors.
Would be great, actually.
Okay. Sorry for repeating this, but right-click the Kalshi logo, press inspect, then press backspace on your keyboard. It will get rid of it. Okay, if this works, you're a genius. You're my hero. Inspect. Delete. Genius! You, sir, are a genius! Yes! 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 You are smart. That is, man, you are my hero. Duh, Confusion Lord. You have officially, thank you, dude. I'm sure everyone else was trying to explain this shit to me, but I just was not getting it for whatever reason. But you have mastered the art of communication. You are the Darko Rajakovic of this stream, Thank you. Sheesh. Someone said, wow, that works. Yes, we all learned something new today. We learned what Kawhi is worth to the Raptors. We learned what Kawhi is not worth to the Raptors. We learned that Jamison Battle is very important to me. And we learned how to delete the Kalshi logo. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Just don't refresh it and you're good. Well, I think it's automatically updating if I'm not mistaken. So I don't need to refresh it, right? We're good?
That should be updating.
Yeah. Above the Cloud said, I'm starting a new business, getting rid of logos from your entire customer base will be men and women over the age of 65. I'm sick of this meta logo. Triple double cocaine dinosaur said 652 sick MFers in here. Yeah, we are Raptor fans who want the best Raptor who has ever played for the Raptors to return to the Raptors. Yes.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I'm not sitting here praying on a 2% odds of like this might happen. I am currently of the knowledge that Bobby Webster is currently engaged with Dan Tolman. They are currently engaged in a conversation. And this Masai smoke screen came out of nowhere. It's not real. Larry Legend said, thoughts on Adriana Lima. I got to tell you, I'm not a very jealous person at all, but when I found out she married a Serbian guy, I was like pretty pissed off. Like, I was just like, it could have been me. It could have been me. And then my sister was very quick to remind me that the man that she married was 6'5" and a professional basketball player, and that no, it couldn't have been me. And I was like, okay. Would you rather have 2019 Kawhi with Scotty or triple double cocaine bear? What?
By the way, I remember Adriana Lima also had a really long-term relationship with a Turkish guy.
Did she? Okay, so she found her type. You know, someone was saying the other day that Erson. Someone said there was a comment about the language barrier. They were like, "Oh, like I love that there's a language barrier because it forces me to be more direct." I'm just like, dude, I've never thought of that once in my life. Ever. I feel like very comfortable talking to Erson. Like, I don't know. It's very weird to me. Papa Mochi with a $2.99 super sticker. Thank you very much. That is our first super sticker. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Keeping the lights on.
Back-to-back post hits in the penalties.
Damn. Post-its suck. Were you good at soccer? Are you good at soccer?
Yeah. I mean, I started watching sports with football. I mean, I don't call it soccer.
Pen, call ClippersTalk YouTube channel. He posted a call-in number. Is he live right now? That could be content, peak content. Okay, let's see this. Larry Legend with the low blow here. Adriana Lima divorced the Serbian, by the way. I don't like the way you wrote the Serbian. I feel like there's, yeah. Okay, let's see here. ClippersTalk YouTube channel. Let's see if they're live. Let's do this. And Yossi is live. Cool. Clippers Talk. Okay, let's see this.
Oh, the Dutch goalkeeper caught the ball, but then accidentally hit it inside.
Oh, they are live. They're live right now. Now, how would I do this? Are we like, what are we going to do? We're going to watch his stream? What are we going to do? I don't really know what to do. There's 302 people watching there. Okay. Let's see here. How do I type in here? Live chat. Join the conversation to interact with the creator. What? Hold on. Is it members only? Like, what is it? No, it's not. Okay, cool.
There's a reason why there's a lot of teams that want him, and they realize how good he is still at his advanced age.
So should the Clippers just hold on to him, even if they're not offering a max extension? Should they just say, hey, Kawhi, we have this money for you. You're under contract for this year. Take it, or just play out your contract here?
I think that they should do that. That number is for two reasons. Number one is the fact that it will keep us in a little bit of contention. And
Who's Penn? I am officially offended.
But also,
I'm triggered. How
will,
dare you? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'll be nice.
New arena. We have this new owner. For those of us who was back in the days with Donald Sterling, and it would show that we have we stand behind somebody. I think he should retire a Clipper, and even, it could be other things that could be done, like coaching staff or, whatever, bring him in the broadcast or whatever. But, I mean, we don't have that one person that we could hang the history on right now. And I think Kawhi would be the perfect person to do that. But a lot of people, they just want to, just like, oh, we just got to move forward. And it's like, sometimes it's not just about basketball.
Yeah. I mean, they've had a relationship with him for a long time now. I think.
What do you think?
I don't think they can afford to give him the max contract that some other teams are. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm not saying they couldn't do it technically. I'm saying, would it be wise for the Clippers?
Oh, he's talking about the Clippers.
That even with him, they're not contending. The Raptors get him, they can convince themselves they're contending. Plus, he's Kawhi. He's a living legend there. He's their hero. And start building the statue if they don't have one or enough murals already.
Okay.
I mean, I agree with that. I agree that
what the fuck is going on with these troll accounts? Swipe-a-cam, G2C, Penn is like super girth. Yo, pause that shit. What are you doing?
And then in the future, trade him, because his game is so sublime.
That is fake swiper. Don't fall for that, Daryl.
Athleticism that there's no reason why he can't be traded at a later point. There's no reason to trade him right now.
Well, some think they'll lose leverage as this goes along, too. If you don't trade him now, the price will go down. If you get into the season, let's say you trade him at the deadline, well,
877-520. Okay. This is how we're calling in. We don't have a link to call in. I gotta fucking call an LA number to call in. Okay. I mean, okay. Yeah, I mean, we can do it. I mean, I'll have to step off here, but I'll leave it on, I guess.
My friend's a Thunder fan, and when we traded Shea, I told him at the point, I was like, yo, you're getting an all-star right now. I was like, I didn't know it was going to be like,
we all said he had all-star potential. You're being honest, because nobody knew that he'd be a two-time MVP.
Yeah, I didn't know he was going to be that high, but like what I'm saying right now is like, I think a lot of people really don't appreciate what he really does. And just thinking that we can switch him out for another piece that we can just like, okay, well, we're just going to reload and get somebody else good. It's like we are giving up, like, what I'm saying, a Hall of Famer. Like, at the end of the day, like, people need to really realize that he probably has at least 3 years probably left in him, and we're just gonna get out of the way. And it's, I mean, whatever the Clippers do, I'm always a Clippers fan. I'm not a Kawhi fan, so whatever they do, I will stand behind it. But at the end of the day, I think people need to really look at what we are really doing right now. What we just a lot of people is just lining up, running behind, like, okay, let's just throw them away. And it's like, okay, we'll see.
All right, Gene. I appreciate the phone call, my friend. Make sure to call in again. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I definitely will.
All right, we got another phone call. Mystery caller. You're on ClippersTalk with Adam Moslin. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
You can hear me?
I can hear you. Who's this?
Is not assigned.
What's going
Please
on?
check the number and try to call again.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, so
I tried one.
I've been listening to the show forever, but
I tried one before the number, then I tried losing the one. I'm not seeing it.
Time is in LA is up, man, because we gave up Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, for Paul George, and that's a huge stain, man. So it's time for him to go. You know what I mean? Clipper Nation is over with. We need to turn the page and just start over. I love Kawhi Leonard, but hey, man, you got to get what you can right now because, hey, it's a youth movement right now, and the future is bright. But hey, we got to start over.
You're saying just take whatever the offer is?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, if all the reports right now saying the Raptors and Jaylen Brown is still kind of his relationship with the Celtics is up in the air. So if you can get Jaylen Brown, hey, go for it if possible. But yeah, Kawhi, man, you got to turn the page already, no doubt.
Oh, we haven't heard much about Jaylen Brown since earlier today. But would you do it for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, and a first-round pick and 1 first-round pick swap? Would you do it for that?
Man, you know what? I love Brandon Ingram's game. I don't know if he will fit well with the Ty Lue's system, but you got to get something for Kawhi right now, man. So if the only offer right now on the table is with the Raptors and it's for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, don't know much about him outside of
the number you have called is not assigned.
I think that but if you can get Brandon Ingram from like Kawhi,
broski, it ain't working.
Hey, do it, man.
I don't know what to say to you.
I would, no doubt. It'll suck, but hey, you got to get something for him, man, because he's gonna walk. So
he's not gonna walk. He's under contract for another year. He can't walk.
Oh well, disregard what I just stated, then, man. If we have him locked down for 2 more years, and
telling me to pull up, I can't.
Under contract for $50
I did
million this year.
Oh well, never mind. Well, hey, man, let's just play this out and just see what happens with Keaton Walker and I was hoping for Darius Acuff, but yeah, man, we just let it play out and just see if he wants to remain a Clipper. Hopefully, we can make a run, man. It's like the same sentiment every year after year, man. I'm a big time, huge Clippers fan, man.
You keep posting the same number saying pull up pen. I can't pull up because I called the number 4 times. You want me to prove it to you?
Wherever they may, and hopefully he wants to stay in LA.
Okay.
If Steve Ballmer and Lawrence
8, 7, 7, 5, 2, 0, 1, 1, 5, 0. Am I insane?
All right, what was your name?
Steve Ballmer. My name is Jason, man. My name is Jason, for sure.
Please check the number and try to call again.
Absolutely not.
I'm not lying.
Honestly, God, too, man, this is my first time calling in.
Okay, I'll try one as well.
To the radio as well. You guys on the radio during the games, and I'm after the games, and so this is my first time ever calling in.
Where are you from, Jason?
I am from South Central LA, man. 77th in Vermont, Normandy, Manchester, and Florence.
The number you have called is not
yes, sir.
Well, thanks for supporting the show and thanks for calling in. Make sure to call in again.
Man. Hey, man, I think I can speak on behalf of all Clippers fans, man. We really appreciate you, man, and you make our fandom that much brighter. So just keep up the great work, the phenomenal work, and hey, man, we share your pain. Just thanks for really giving us a reason to really tune into Clipper Talk and just being Clipper fans, man. You make my day brighter. Anytime after the games, you're just really,
dude. I tried.
2 cents, and it's greatly appreciated, man. So thank you so much, and I think Clipper Nation, we all appreciate you a great deal.
Jason, that means a lot. I appreciate the kind words, man. You
doubt,
made my night.
No doubt. Hey, absolutely. Hey, likewise, man. It's me every day, man. It just I'm just tired of sucking for so long, man. We had
Jar 76 36 Open Star basketball beats his girlfriend.
It's
it's overdue. Just hopefully.
Should I sue your
I
ass?
think the team, they just have to believe they can do it. Us fans, we believe more so than the team.
I
than
did
the
try the
players.
+1.
They have to believe that they can win. They have to do it. We have the talent. We have the coaching staff. We have the fan base.
You need to add a plus, then
the Lakers, but hey, this is still
and then one.
fan base.
Add the plus.
We have
what kind of
phenomenal
add a plus?
promotional.
I don't have a plus.
That the team, the Steve Ballmer has put together. We have everything. We have the stadium. We have
Okay, I'm gonna try
They have
0-0-1.
to go out and win. They have to do it. The team, hey Kawhi, if you listening right now, hey, stop with the BS, man. Stop with the low management. Go out there and go get it. That's all I can. If you want to be in LA, and then if Steve Ballmer is one of the
We
people on
cannot
the team,
complete your call.
same for all the guys. If any player on the Clippers is listening, hey, you guys have to go and get it. It's not going to be handed to you. It don't matter about, what it says on paper.
Okay, can someone? Okay, yes, I did. 100%. I did do that.
Be a stranger. That was inspiring.
Hey man, hey man, I can't wait to hear myself. Man. I'm gonna definitely
hold
tune in
0.
Live, man. But hey man, Adam, thank you so much, man. Have a great night. Go Clippers, man, and the Clipper Nation, man. Keep your heads up, man.
I got you. I got
Go
you.
Clippers. 877-520-1150. Who dis? Is it Penn? Who's calling in?
Rogers
I just
Long
punched somebody up. Wild
Hello?
card line.
Hello?
Sorry, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Echo Park, Dan.
Dan, what's up?
It's been a while since I called. Oh man, just coming to terms with this. I love Kawhi. I think he sits on the Mount Rushmore of absolute elite players. And
Pressing 0. Okay, so pressing 0. Pressing 0 and 1. Pressing 0 and 1 resulted in a collect call. Shit. Okay, let's figure this out. Got you. Fuck. Okay, we are set. I've never had to do that before. I've made like 10 calls, like 50 calls over the last few weeks. I have never had to do that before. Plus? Okay. Okay, we got it. Plus.
The number you have called is not assigned.
I'm going to kill somebody. I tried. Okay. I have tried. I got the +1. I tried 0-1.
Did you check
+1.
WhatsApp?
Huh?
Did you check WhatsApp?
Nope.
Maybe it's a WhatsApp line. I don't know.
+1, then the number. That's what I did. I did +1, then the number. What are we doing here? It's funny to you. It is not funny to me because I have tried to call in 45 times and it's not working.
I've come to terms with it, and I think Clipper Nation should be too. And I'm excited for what's to come and the youth movement. I don't think Coach.
Okay, frankly, I'm not giving my number out to like 1,000 people. No offense. That shit ain't happening. Yes, sir. I have US calling on my plan. It's still going to cost me a little bit of money, but it's not a lot. I have sent him that. I am very persistent. It's a toll-free line. Does not work from Canada. There we go. Thank you. Fucking hell. People are trying to tell me that I'm losing my fucking marbles here because I'm a boomer, and I'm trying to tell you that this shit doesn't work from Canada. There we go.
I said, never's a long time, man, and I will be alive when you win, dude. That's for damn.
Ken.
Ken with the K.
Ken, what's up? From Chicago. What's up, Ken?
Yeah, nothing much. Kawhi was argumentatively.
I'm sorry, that's so funny.
Player last year, he had the best.
Did he end up saying it wrong?
No. He figured out that Ken was calling him. It's possible that the stream just crashed.
I guess it did.
Because I was streaming his thing. Whoops. Weird. Okay.
A phone line is a interesting way.
I shouldn't have kept that screen on, man. I gotta be like very, very careful about this shit because I mean technically I'm broadcasting somebody else's shit, but I was legitimately trying to reach the guy. Dear YouTube daddy, gods, whatever. Like, yo, I was doing my best. Okay. Also, I have a feeling this might have been a StreamYard issue because my background is gone. What the hell?
You mean your background?
Well, oh, I'm such a dumbass. That's why it wasn't working. Sorry. So this background, the overlay would have worked on the cow sheet thing, except I added the overlay to the background. So what I was supposed to do was this. This is what I was supposed to do. This would have blocked out the cow sheet logo, but that's not what happened. Okay.
We just
what the hell, man? This fake swiper. Get out of here. Rob, call Bobby. I don't have Bobby Webster's number. I think that might have been like a little bit of a warning from YouTube, like, hey, please stop streaming this other person's content. It is not legal. But yeah, we haven't had that happen before. Said call cheap seats. Is this like, okay, does anyone watch like I Show Speed? Like, do you watch streamers? Like big time streamers?
Are you asking me?
Yes. Like, do you watch big time streamers? Like people who stream for like 7-8 hours, like these massive streamers?
No one besides you.
Pardon? Oh, no one besides me.
No one besides you.
I wonder how they do it. I've never really like watched long form content, like long form streaming content, but I'm curious. I'm curious, like, number one, like how long do they stream? Number two, like I've seen bits and pieces of it. I've studied a little bit, but like I'm kind of curious. Like, do they stream to like 20,000 people, 50,000 people? What are the numbers? How do they, like, I know they make money through like memberships and stuff like that. I don't know. I've never really been in this like to stream. I never really even thought about it. In fact, when I first made this channel, I was like, I'm never going to do live streams. They're lazy, but it's actually really cool. It's really cool. It gives me a sense of community. I really got more into it. Okay, you're getting banned, and also mimicking an actual person that is my friend that I know is really uncool, and using his face is deeply uncool, and asking another grown man to reveal their girth and length is deeply uncool. You are a very uncool person. I do not like you. Okay, so banned. Rob, what would you do if the trade goes down? Definitely not what I Show Speed and Kai Cenat would do. I'm not that type of streamer. So what I'm gonna do is probably like cry into my into my hoodie and be really, really happy for the next 5 years of my life. I don't know.
You gotta do a backflip like Speed.
I can't do a backflip. This is an embarrassing secret to admit in front of 640 people, but I can't do a backflip. Like I've tried. I can't.
Yeah, tried.
I did like a half cartwheel once. I'm not the most flexible person. I cannot do backflips. Nope. Rob, you need to give away your Fred VanVleet jerseys. I don't own any Fred VanVleet jerseys. I have a 23 jersey, but it is mine. My jersey with my name. Will you do this saliva if Raps win? What? Salvia if the Raps. Why did I misread that? I have a feeling Boston or Minnesota might jump in. Minnesota feels like an outside threat. So does Portland suddenly. Okay, let's see where the odds are at. Yes, this Clippers guy. Sorry, man. I tried to give you a link to call in. Maybe, I don't know. Does the guy have an email? Maybe I can reach out to him. Maybe you can talk about it if this deal doesn't go down by tomorrow. But
I'm gonna search for it.
I don't know. Jadira said the 877 number may be US only. Yes, a fact that I wish I could have figured out like 500 hours ago, but yes, it is true. Rob, odds percentage-wise, we get Kawhi. Well, if you let the site that shall not be named tell you, hang on, I got to remove it. Remove. There we go. Show. Okay, wait, one sec. We're at 80% again, just an FYI to anyone who's, curious where that's at. Thoughts on Portland landing Ja? Good luck to Ja Morant. Those are my thoughts. I think Portland is crazy. That's kind of giving me thought like maybe they would do something insane like trade for Ja Morant. Matthew said, Rob, what if Kalshi offered you $5,000 a month to promote them? Nope. Not a chance in hell. No. And before you ask, no to 10,000, no to 20,000, no to 30,000, no to 40,000, no to 50,000, no to 60,000. You think I'm kidding, but I'm not. No. I am like Victor Wembanyama when it comes to promoting sodas. There's a no stance. There's certain things I will never promote on this channel. Sports betting is one. Smoking is a second one. What's a third one? Pornography is a third. What else? OnlyFans, probably fourth. Racism, homophobia. Yeah, those things. You cannot pay me any amount of money to promote those things. Because I think those are like, I don't want to get preachy, but like, yeah, alcohol, I'd be such a hypocrite because I mean, I drank a beer today. Would I promote a beer? Yeah, I hate to say it, but yes, I would. I'm sorry, I would. I'm not happy about it, but yeah, if it paid a lot of money, yeah, I would probably promote like a Corona or something. Yeah, sure. I mean, maybe not like a shitty beer, but like, yeah, I don't know. I think I would. Rob, do you think Portland will? Yes, I do. I think Drew Holiday is totally available, and Real D, the Clippers guy is watching you. Well, if he is in fact watching, here's your call-in link, dude. Here, call in. I will happily let you on. Here's your call-in link. And by the way, this actually does work. Also, someone saying alcohol is way worse than smoking weed. I didn't say I wouldn't promote smoking weed. Hit me up. Weed's cool. No, I'm just kidding.
As an Amsterdamer, I support that statement.
There you go. Weed never killed nobody.
I don't do either, but still.
I honestly, the last time I smoked weed, I nearly fell over. So yeah. Okay, where is? Nope. Clippers Talk. What's up? Where the hell is he? Sorry, my stream nearly crashed trying to watch your stream, Clippers Talk. If you're watching me, someone said Clippers Talk is in your stream. He is going to the washroom. Okay, cool. Call in. That would be great. That would be great. That would be great content. And I'm certainly not going to pull you, copyright strike you or anything like that for putting this on your stream. It's cool. I like when content creators get together. It's dope. Okan, any final thoughts, man?
Final thoughts. Well, I'm just excited. Let's see when the trade happens. I'm just predicting that it will happen right after you finish the stream.
Ha. Okay. We'll never finish the stream. I'll be streaming until 4 a.m.
Please end it as soon as possible.
I know. I want to go to sleep.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
man.
All right, man. Have a good one. Peace.
You too, bye.
See ya. Pitbull said, do Canadians call it a washroom or a restroom or a water closet? What? I call it a washroom. I don't know what y'all call it. Yes, I will call it water closet. That shit is absolutely Britain, right? It's not going to happen until 3 p.m. tomorrow. Dream a little. Dream a little. Okay. Military Man said, what's up? How's your night? Okay, well, let's recap. I couldn't call into a show, tried 45 different times, was called a boomer multiple times, was asked by the stream to show my girth, was asked by a complete crazy person to put my number in front of 10,000 people, probably are going to watch this stream. Then I tried to call into Clippers Talk, okay, and I couldn't hide the Kalshi logo. Then I tried to hide the Kalshi logo with the banner that says Kawhi Watch, except I put the Kawhi Watch logo as a background instead of a fucking foreground. I'm having a day. Someone said send him your email. What? Okay, dude, this link right here. It's right there. So Clippers Talk, if you are watching, all you have to do is put that link into any browser, ideally Safari, but you can definitely access through Chrome because I'm doing it. The link is right there. You don't need any software. You just pull right up. I will pull you up and we can talk. This is great. The link is right there. And it is a link that works world over and no charge. No charge to you. No software. Yeah. You got it. He says he's joining it now. Cool. Someone said he's joining it now. He's not in the back yet. Okay. Okay, he's on. He's on. Okay, let's bring him on.
Yep.
Adam, what's good, man?
I wasn't hearing you at first. I don't know if you're hearing me.
I'm hearing you. You hearing me now?
I am hearing you. Man, I've enjoyed your work for a while. I don't know what was happening earlier, but people kept coming into my chat and just spamming it and saying wild things about somebody named Penn. And while I've watched you on your show that you do, the what is it, Players
Choice.
Players Choice. You're very reasonable. You're the calm, measured guy on there. While everybody else might get upset sometimes, you're trying to work through it. So I like your style. But I want to talk to you about Kawhi.
Absolutely. Let's talk about Kawhi. Like the banner says, Kawhi Watch, man. We've been here for 4.5 hours.
Where's my guy Ox at?
Ox is not here, but Ox is currently preparing his citizenship papers to move to Canada pronto because, we get Kawhi, we get Scotty, all of Ox's guys are here, man. Now we just need to get DeMar DeRozan to come off the bench, maybe somehow find a way to finagle OG from the Knicks, and we got all of Ox's guys.
Wait. Who's your team and what's your location?
Toronto Raptors.
So what are you looking for from us, from the Clippers side? You want Kawhi. I think the hang-up here is Brandon Ingram and that contract. They'd probably rather have RJ Barrett. They probably want one more first-round pick. I know CMB is a long shot. I don't think the Raptors are giving him up. But either some young player or 2 first-round picks, and neither of them are a swap, and Brandon Ingram. Grady Dick, his name's been out there.
I don't think y'all want RJ Barrett. There's no way to make the money work with RJ. RJ makes $29 million. He's an expiring. Y'all would have to extend him. The money that you would extend him to, given the playoffs that he's coming off of, you're probably extending him north of 34. He is a little bit younger, but he was more injured last year, and he's just worse. I'm going to tell you that. He's worse.
Okay.
And he plays the
It
same
wasn't
position.
worse in that playoff series, though.
He wasn't. He was much better in the playoffs, which is why his stock is up right now. But he fits better off of Kawhi. I think from the Raptors side of it, they're looking at what Kawhi does, and Brandon Ingram's similar, but Brandon Ingram's worse, right? So, but he's younger, and he's coming off an all-star season. And from what I understood today, so I'll share with you what I got from my sources. I've been pretty plugged into the situation. So Jacoby Walter and CMB have not been offered. The Clippers apparently, I don't say apparently, reportedly, are prioritizing players who can fit closer to their timeline but can actually play. So when I saw that Dallas offer Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, and a bunch of picks, I'm like, that's not what the Clippers are really after. The Clippers would prefer a guy like Brandon Ingram. I think the hang up right now, as I understand it, is picks. I think y'all want picks that are further out, and we want to give you picks that are closer in. The rationale for this is pretty simple. It's two-pronged. Number one, Kawhi's going to retire within 3 to 4 years. So obviously you want picks that go into 2030, 2031, 2032, because we might be bad. Number two, we don't know what the CBA rules are going to be after 2029 about draft picks and lottery odds. So I think the Clippers are maybe banking on that. So that's how I see it, is right now the Raptors are reluctant to give you the picks that you want. But the deal is pretty much done within its framework of Grady Dick, Trace Jackson Davis, Brandon Ingram, and possibly Jamison Battle.
I think the Clippers are looking for a little bit more. I mean, if there's 2 first-round picks and neither of them are just a pick swap, I do think that deal is appealing, because I don't think they're going to the max offer that obviously you guys are offering Kawhi, according to Shams. I think the Clippers may have offered $90 million, $100 million over 2 years, not $126 million.
Well, I mean, what did you guys do with Paul George? Yeah, what did you guys do with Paul George? You didn't want to offer like the full amount. You didn't want to offer the full years, right?
Hey, thank goodness. that was the wise move.
That was the wise move. But I think from Kawhi's perspective, he is seeing what you guys have done to the roster around him. You've torn it down. You've traded a borderline all-star center. You've traded an absolute all-star who was playing like an all-star, but granted older, in James Harden. Didn't pay Paul George. Drafted a kid, Keaton Wagler, who I love, by the way, and it's a good pick for y'all. But he's young, and he's skinny, and he's not on Kawhi's timeline at all. And he's got to play. He's got to play. You're not just going to bench him.
Here's the thing. I don't think the Clippers are on Kawhi's timeline. They know they've entered a new era. Kawhi knows that.
So where's the leverage?
Lawrence Frank has said straight up, we're in the competitive stage, not the contender stage. We're trying to get back to contending. So they're not talking out both sides of their mouth or telling Kawhi something and doing something else. It's been laid out to everyone, the state of the Clippers.
Of course. And I mean, it's been projected. Like when you trade away Ivica Zubac, who's a really good player, for a 5th overall pick, on a prayer that you get the 5th overall pick. Yeah, you're communicating the same thing to everybody. We're tearing this down. What place does a still top 10 player who's 35 years old today, what place does he have on that team? This is like us trying to hold on to Pascal Siakam when trying to rebuild. Like it doesn't make sense.
I've heard Toronto fans say that, and they eventually had to acquiesce with Siakam. And the Clippers, it looks like the same thing is going to happen based off the reporting. He's going to be moved over to Toronto. But I don't think this is a blindside or anything for Kawhi. It's just, I think he'd prefer to stay with the Clippers if the money was the same, because he likes being in Southern California, because one of the main reasons he left Toronto in the first place was to come back home. It hasn't worked out. He tore his ACL in 2021. Otherwise, they probably win. And it makes sense to go back to a place where he'll get that hero's welcome and the max contract that maybe the Clippers are unwilling to give.
There's 4
But
teams
I don't
in
think they've done
California,
him
right?
dirty.
There's 4 teams in California, right? Why didn't he say that I would extend with the Warriors? I would extend with the Kings. I would, if staying home in his home state, granted, I understand, I know the geography of California. I understand Stockton is pretty far. Sacramento is pretty far. But still, if the goal is to stay close to home base, enjoy the weather, allegedly Kawhi, not a fan of the snow, not a fan of the cold weather. We're about to have a heat wave tomorrow, by the way. So that would be a great day to get traded. Why is it that he said, I will only extend with Toronto? It's not like the Warriors won't pay him. They'll happily pay him.
I think Kawhi is about
question, right?
Kawhi is about familiarity, trust, and comfortability. He trusts you guys. Even the San Antonio reporting, I don't know if they mended fences somewhere along the way, but he has to trust your organization.
It's the San Antonio part is not true. It's not true. It's a false report.
I think people were just assuming, they heard one of his hometown places and they were just kind of figuring that out. But it's Toronto. Look, if you guys don't win with him when he comes back, if you don't win it all, and I don't know where you'd be tier-wise in the Eastern Conference, I think you'd be pretty good, but I wouldn't probably put you at the top of the contenders. But it's not like that's going to ding Kawhi's legacy. Like he's a made man in Toronto. They're going to roll out the red carpet. Why would you not want to go back there if you're leaving the Clippers? Because the Golden State Warriors had a chance to get him at the trade deadline. That was a real thing that went on, at least according to Mark Stein, and Steve Ballmer didn't want to do it. So there could be a part of this where it's about the Clippers and them wanting to send him east and far east, not to the point where San Antonio was bitter and just said, we're not sending you to Los Angeles. You have to go to Canada. But just something that's mutually beneficial to where the Clippers don't have to see him 4 times a year or have to watch him possibly win in their own division, in their own conference. I think the preference would obviously be Toronto.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to watch him win in another country. It's going to be great.
Well, hey, if that's what ends up happening with you guys, I have no ill will towards Kawhi. I think they fully win that championship in 2021 if he doesn't get hurt.
I agree. 2020, they were actually, it's a crazy stat that people never bring up. There's 2 things I think that people never bring up, because I think American media was a little bit biased against Kawhi winning a championship in Canada. And by the way, I'm American. I grew up in New York and I moved to Canada when I was 14. So now I'm a dual citizen. Shout outs to Canada and America. So what I would say is I found that the reporting was a little bit biased and everyone just quick to assume that Kawhi hated Canada. I will tell you, everybody here said he loved it here. He really, really enjoyed his time here. He didn't think he was going to, because he hated All-Star Weekend here in 2016, but he grew to love it, man. His kid was born here. He spends time here occasionally. He has close ties here. And as you said, he trusts the organization. What I will say is that the leverage argument here is Kawhi's injury history, Kawhi's age, and Kawhi's contract.
Yeah.
That's a big dollar amount. And the Clippers or Kawhi have already leaked it out. The Clippers are not willing to meet him at the full dollar amount of that money, right? The minute you're not able to meet somebody at their full contract demand, in order to create a market, all they need to do is find one other team that's willing to do it. This is what Fred VanVleet did with the Raptors. Fred had an offer on the table from the Toronto Raptors for $25 million a year. He thought it was a low ball. He goes signs with Clutch, and obviously Clutch gets their guys paid. He finds, by divine miracle, because Ime Udoka gets hired in Houston, Ime hates James Harden and says, no, we're going to give the money to Fred. So Fred falls ass backwards into this Houston deal. Houston's offering 2 years plus, I think, a team option. Toronto's offering 4 years. They boost their number up to 30, but they can't meet Houston's 43 million because they're just like, this is suicide. Like we're never going to sustain this. That's, I think, the Kawhi situation right now in a nutshell. The Clippers want to pay him 100 million max, 100 million. That keeps them right around where they're at right now. Kawhi says, why should I take 100 million? Steph Curry's being paid 60 million. Devin Booker's about to get paid 60 million. Jaylen Brown's about to get paid 60 million. This is his last big contract. So why should he leave 100 plus million? Why should he leave $30 million on the table? It's not like California doesn't have taxes, right? So the way I look at it is Kawhi found a team that said, we'll pay you because we got a whole bunch of young guys who are pretty cheap. And Brandon Ingram's, you've mentioned his contract. His contract's not that bad. $40 million for an all-star who puts up 22 points per game and actually made a lot of progression defensively and shot 52% from 3 in the corners last year. That's a good fit, man. I mean, he'll sell some tickets. He already has them.
I don't
He's
hate
popular.
it. But
he's popular.
I've heard what Raptors fans said about him before, and now all of a sudden they're trying to.
Raptors fans are stupid. 990 people in here. I guarantee you rubbed like 15 brain cells. I promise you, a lot of Raptor fans are dumb. Raptor fans were trying to tell me last year, Adam, I promised you as God is my witness. Raptor fans were telling me last year, Brandon Ingram is better than Scotty Barnes. I promise you this was a real discussion for months in our space. They are creatures of recency bias. No offense to anyone in the chat. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about all the people who are not in this chat, not the 1,000 people here, a lot of other people. And I swear to God, every one of you know that Raptor fans be hella dumb sometimes. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying that we were not listening to RJ Barrett's better than Scotty Barnes. Brandon Ingram's way better than Scotty Barnes. Scotty Barnes doesn't average 20. Brandon Ingram's a franchise player.
You want to know what I heard last year from Clippers fans? Brook Lopez is better than Ivica Zubac for about 2 weeks. I know how it goes. I get it. I'm just saying, in looking at the on and off splits with Brandon Ingram, the one thing that concerns me is your offensive rating is better when he's off the floor. Your defensive rating was better when he was off the floor. It's not nothing.
That's true. But I'll counter that by saying that Scotty had his most efficient season playing off of Ingram. RJ had one of his most efficient seasons playing off of Ingram. And I would argue that Ingram was guarded like a top 10 player. Like, I watched every single Raptors game. The way the defense loaded up on him. Now, this is a two-pronged argument. Did they guard him that way because they knew he was turnover prone and didn't see the help? Or did they guard him that way because they couldn't stop him one-on-one? I will guarantee you on every single night, if you go back and watch Raptors play, the best defender is almost always guarding Brandon Ingram. What does that say about who is guarding RJ Barrett? And this is why I called out Raptor fans for being dumb. Raptor fans don't know why Brandon Ingram is good. They just know that he looks better on offense than Scotty Barnes, and they can't see defense with their eyes. Brandon Ingram drew the hardest matchup on a nightly basis. It made life very easy for Scotty Barnes. It made life a lot easier for Scotty Barnes. Scotty Barnes got open shots, open dunks. And if anyone on our team could hit an open three, we would have been a way better offense with Brandon Ingram. Unfortunately, our spacing is very cramped. That's not a problem you guys have as much. Keaton Wagler can shoot. Ben can shoot. Darius can shoot. Brandon Ingram in LA is unlocked. It's a much better situation for him. We had Jakob Poeltl in the paint. If y'all can find a stretch 5 to pair with it, if you can trade one of those picks or Grady to get a stretch 5 at some point, Brandon Ingram could actually blossom in LA. I don't know why people have this negative idea of Brandon Ingram. I like Brandon Ingram a lot. The reason I would trade him for Kawhi is because I know Kawhi's better. And because I think Kawhi does something that Ingram doesn't, which is he elevates our defense from top 5 to like possibly top 2. But Ingram took a lot of strides defensively last year too. He's a good player, man. I don't know why people talking like this.
I'm not against Brandon Ingram. In fact, before you guys got him, I was really interested because I felt like a change of scenery could do wonders for him. And maybe it still can, going to the Clippers and Ty Lue. Little bit of a concern with just so much heavy ISO game, mid-range, and if that could stunt the growth of some of the young guys on this team. But if that's the guy who ends up coming over, I mean, I'm a Clippers fan. I'm rooting for him, and I'm interested in how they use him. I think this trade is going to go down in the next 24 hours. Are you in that place?
I thought it was going to go down this afternoon, and then they said that they were so someone that I know, they said they're stuck on picks, and that's the last update I got, and that was at 4:30 So, they're stuck on picks. I don't know how far apart they are on picks. But from what I understood, again, the Clippers would prefer those further out picks, and the Raptors don't like dealing those types of picks out. If you look at every trade we've ever made, Jakob Poeltl, Thaddeus Young, we love trading away first-round picks. Love it. Love it. It's a staple of Raptors business. We love giving first-round picks. We're idiots that way. So we like to give we gave up a first-round pick for Thaddeus Young. Thaddeus Young. Okay, so we're like really dumb organization when it comes to giving up picks. We gave up 2 picks for Jakob Poeltl. The 8th overall pick that turned into Rob Dillingham, that was for Jakob Poeltl. The 5th overall pick that y'all got was for Brandon Ingram, by the way. So we do love giving up picks. So, if history is any indicator, the pick that you get from us is going to be like the 1st overall pick in 2029 for some reason because we failed to protect it. But we have very bad luck with this stuff. But the point is, like, generally, the Raptors have not traded picks that were too far out because they're very scared to operate with like that type of unknowingness, because you don't know. Anything could happen. Someone could tear their Achilles. Now you're in a rebuild. Kawhi could be retired. Like, it's scary for the Raptors to trade like a 2031 pick.
Yeah. Hey, as a Clipper fan, seeing how their picks have been used by Oklahoma City that at one time were pretty far out, I can understand the trepidation there. It's concerning.
How did you feel about the draft? Did you like the pick?
I like it. I was leaning more Mikal Brown Jr. just because outside of the back spasm stuff or whatever he was going through, there's not many weaknesses. The only weakness with Keaton Wagler, and it's really only one, but it could be a serious one at the NBA level, is his lack of athleticism and burst and getting around guys. Maybe he's so good basketball IQ-wise, it doesn't matter. He's got to put on 15 to 20 more pounds still, but the shooting's real. He can stretch the floor with Darius Garland out there, and he does make the right basketball play consistently over and over again. The Clippers front office said they watched every single pass made by the guards in that part of the draft in their college careers, and Keaton Wagler just stood out of making less mistakes, making the simple pass, and also his problem solving was really good. When he'd have a bad first half, he'd adjust how the defense was playing him. So I'm excited about it. And just the fact that they got that out of the Zubas trade, as you mentioned early on here, like that was a huge win for them because there was only a 48% chance they got the pick. So it was a coin flip.
It really was. I like him. I like him a lot. I watched Illinois a lot because I'm Serbian and pretty much my entire country played for that team. And Keaton Wagler just said, okay, I know you're 22. I know you're a 5-star. I know you're 23. I know you're 21. You're a senior, but this is my team. And they agreed. He was phenomenal. He was a 3-star recruit, and I love his problem solving. I love his movement patterns. I love his decision making. He is weak. He played most of last season, I think, at 175, 180, which, dude, for 6'6", like that's ridiculous. I'm almost 180 and I'm 5'11". That's ridiculous. So, I mean, yeah, like he needs to put on weight. From what I hear, he's already put on weight. The intel on him was amazing. Really smart, grounded. I think y'all dodged a bullet with Mikal Brown. I think the one you might regret is possibly Kingston Fleming's. Possibly.
I like Kingston. I had him pretty high. He's another guy that outside of his size, everything else was kind of there. Now, his three-point shooting never really materialized, or he didn't lean into it in college. But if that mid-range, if he can pull that out a little bit further, and you have a guy that's already good in the mid-range like that with Ralph Sampson's system where they were packing the paint and he still got downhill and got to the basket, and he's a good defender, I do think he could be special. That was good for Atlanta to find him there. And thanks to the Pelicans for making that happen.
Atlanta is amazing. They're doing everything right. I like to not envy my neighbor, but they're not my neighbors. They're in Atlanta. It's very far away. So I don't feel like I'm envying my neighbor when I say the Atlanta Hawks have a phenomenal front office. They have hit every trade, every signing out of the park, and they're so under the cap right now. They could literally go and try to trade Nickeil Alexander-Walker and pieces for Jaylen Brown and a cap dump and some picks, and they could probably make it work. They've hit the draft. Apart from Zach Risache, they've been wonderful, wonderful, wonderful team.
A well-run organization. Haven't gotten over the top, but they're pointing in the right direction now, at least. Like they have stability there. It's kind of how some people feel about the Clippers.
Yeah. I mean, look, man, like I don't know how old you are, but for most of my lifetime, I'm 39. I'm 38, turning 39 this year. So like for most of my life, the Clippers have been a joke. for most of my life. There was a fun moment there with Lamar Odom and, those guys. And that was fun. They were a good 2K team. Like really, like I used to call the Clippers like my 2K team because they were super fun to Jason, Q Rich and shit. But
oh
yeah, like Michael Olowokandi, it's been some hard times, man. But then B Diddy, that was cool. Blake Griffin, that was cool. Chris Paul, that was cool. This aspiration thing, yikes, right? I don't know what I don't know what the consequence of this is going to be, but I don't feel like y'all lucky that David Stern isn't isn't the commissioner anymore. Y'all would have gotten Doc like 10 first-round picks.
They would have Joe Smithed us.
Yeah, I think so.
Look, I don't know. It's interesting because in the bylaws it says there doesn't have to be a smoking gun for them to discipline the Clippers. If there's, I think the verbiage is enough evidence without a reasonable explanation otherwise that they can penalize them. But Adam Silver has also said, I'd be hesitant to do that if there wasn't strong evidence. And the fact that it has taken this long, we're going back to last September now. The investigation started then. I can't believe we're going to make it to free agency tomorrow. And I guess we're not going to have the results. And the Clippers are just going to have to be like, well, I think we have these picks to trade and there's not going to be a penalty here. That's wild to me, but I'm guessing it's not an open and shut case or that easy to figure out if it's taken this long, right?
I think it's pretty open and shut, but that's just me.
So?
I mean, I can tell you with full confidence that Lawrence Frank was at Raptor games all year, like several times.
I remember the reporting from Sam Amick in The Athletic after 2019. But this is all about 2021 and Kawhi getting that extension then. This has nothing to do with 2019.
I mean, it has everything to do with 2019 because the deal, the CBA is designed so the teams it gives the home team an advantage in signing their player, right? Sure. And Kawhi wasn't past the 38 rule mark, whatever. So the Raptors could offer the most years, most raises, all that stuff. And the Raptors offered him that. And the exact calculation, if I recall correctly, was $49 million. He left $49 million on the table to take a deal with the LA Clippers. So if at any point there had been utterance, and again, from rumors around Toronto, apparently Uncle Dennis asked for some pretty crazy shit from the Raptors, from MLSE. He wanted, and as a human being, I understand why. Because max players are underpaid. This is straight business. LeBron has never been paid fairly. When I try to explain this to irrational people, they always get mad. They're like, what are you talking about? He makes $50 million. I'm like, in a free market, he would have made $200 million in his prime easily. Like, just see what happens with soccer contracts over in like the Middle East. Like, they're being offered silly money. People don't understand this. So with people like LeBron, they have to make the money off court. Like, they have to make it like through other ways. And Kawhi's just not that marketable. Like, New Balance tried. He's just not that marketable. He's not that charismatic. He's not going to sell shoes for you. He's not flashy. He's not Air Jordan. He's not going to do that. So in a way, Kawhi's kind of been underpaid his whole life. So I get it. I get it from their perspective. They wanted to make some money back, get some endorsement deals, get some whatever. And maybe, they crossed the line and they asked for some illegal stuff. However, if at any point the Clippers said, hey, I know this $49 million is making you all nervous, well, make it up to you in 2 years. Give you something. And they couldn't figure it out. So they just shipped him the $48 million because you have the richest owner in the league. I think that's pretty obvious. Like, the numbers are, it's conspiratorial. Now I'll present you, I told you about a conspiracy. I'll present you with a conspiracy. What if Adam Silver, instead of docking you guys, is just making you send the guy back to the same team you stole him from?
Well, the problem, Adam Silver was so upset before the NBA Finals that this thing hasn't wrapped up. I think that tells you that it's a pretty independent investigation, because if he had his druthers, this thing would have already had a bow on it and be done by now. But I will say they investigated it in 2019. They didn't find any wrongdoing with the Clippers, but what they said was if any new information came to light, they could jump back into that investigation in 2019. So maybe they're looking at it again more thoroughly because of what happened in 2021 and the Pablo investigation. But oh yeah, the next team, Toronto, was like minus 450 last I saw it.
It's at 77% right now. And he's at 10% to stay with the Los Angeles Clippers. or
He doesn't
retire.
never win.
So, I mean, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I really wanted it to happen today, man. I really did. Because
Were we
today,
both on
yesterday,
streaming all? Were you streaming all day long, just waiting for this too?
I mean, no, I started streaming 4 hours and 45 minutes ago. I intended to stream for exactly an hour. It's supposed to be like a free agency and trade recap. And I'm like, I'm going to go an hour. And then people are like, no, you should keep going. This, like, what if you sleep and then he gets traded? And I was like, okay, but I'm really tired. I've slept a grand total of 2 hours in the last 48 hours, and I got to be on the panel tomorrow. But man, you do it for the love of the game. Okay. You got to stream for the love of the game. I don't even know.
Well, it eats at you because you feel like as soon as you turn it off, the news is going to hit and you miss it.
I feel like a drunken gambler playing the roulette wheel, waiting for red. I'm like, man, the second I go and go to the ATM, it's going to be red, and I'm going to come back and I'm going to cry. This is degenerate behavior, man. We are both sickos. It's what can we do?
JJ Redick, basketball sickos is how he put it. I'll get out of here. In case you want to get to bed, I appreciate you having me on. I got to get you on the ClippersTalk side at some point.
I couldn't call in, man. I tried 15, 20 times. In fact, I had your show streaming on our end so much that StreamYard booted me out of StreamYard. They're like, whoa, you can't just pirate this guy's content. I'm like, not trying to pirate. I'm trying to join the damn show.
Bro,
apparently it's a toll-free number.
I do love you, but I didn't know your name. And all these people in the chat were saying Penn is talking crap, or Penn is saying this. I thought it was some fictional character.
I wasn't talking crap. I was very nice.
The chat's instigating stuff. So I had no idea, but I've watched you a million times. So
that's nice.
I love you. I love the player's choice, right? I love Chill. I love Ox. I freaking love you guys. So it's an honor being on with you. But I got to get you on at some point after this is all done.
Man, I appreciate it. I appreciate the love. Good luck to y'all. Good luck to Keaton Vogler. I really like him. I like him a lot. I like a lot of players on your team. In fact, you guys are drafting really well. And I really hope Kawhi comes home and wins a championship, man. It's just like there's a kid in me, even though I'm 38 years old, there's still a kid in me that just wants that dude to have his number 2 go up in the rafters. He feels like homeless. Do you know what I mean? There's a Clippers scandal. There's a Spurs scandal. It's like, fuck, man. Can this guy have just a clean arc? This is like the messiest movie of all time. He goes to the Spurs. There's like concerns with the conspiracy with the doctors. He goes to the Raptors. He has 1 solid year. It's amazing. And then he goes to the Clippers, and now there's there's this huge investigation. And I just for Kawhi, man. For Kawhi, I want Kawhi to have a peaceful ending to his career. I want him to be remembered like the legend that he is, because he's legitimately a top 50 player. I would argue top 25 player of all time. And I don't think he gets that respect.
You know what I always say about Kawhi? There aren't 10 other players I'd rather have in a 7-game series in NBA history. Kawhi is one of the 10. There aren't 10 guys I'd put in front of him that I'd rather have in a 7-game series. He's that good.
Who are the guys? Michael? LeBron?
Oh, shit.
I mean, Michael, on PC, obviously. I got an option to have a top 10 list here from you. Okay, let's go. Michael, LeBron.
I think Shaq has become underrated, and it's partially because of his own doing, because of the way he acts on television.
He's goofy.
He's kind of hurt his own legacy.
You know he's Chill's cousin, right?
I did not know that.
First cousin.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, if you're the most dominant player ever, it's like, well, that means you're one of the best players ever. I don't care if he doesn't have a fadeaway and all these things. What he does is super efficient. And I'm from Sacktown, so we had to deal with him all the time. So I think Shaq is in my top 10 of playoff performers who I want to have.
I was a huge Sacramento Kings fan when Pedro was there. That was like,
now you got Peja with you.
Yeah.
Illinois.
Little Peja, baby Peja, as Ox calls him. My ex-girlfriend, who I was positive I was going to marry, Peja was her first cousin.
Damn.
Yeah. Like, she wasn't that tall, though. She wasn't that tall. He was tall. I got to meet him one time. She wasn't that tall. She was like 5'8". Yeah, he's really cool. Like, he's really cool. And I was a big Sacramento Kings fan because I'm Serbian, and obviously Vlade, Peja, obviously I'm going to root for that team. And y'all got jobbed. y'all got jobbed in the most blatant way possible. That was supposed to be a championship. I'm still so mad. I have a Pedro Stojakovic Kings jersey, and every time I look at it, I just say, no, not today. Not today. I can't. I can't.
Bro, let me tell you the jersey that I have. It's a custom Lakers jersey from NBA.com with the number 6 on it and Bavetta on the back for what happened in Game 6 of 2002 in the Western Conference Finals, where they gave the Lakers 27 free throws in the fourth quarter. So that's like half my life, that series.
Oh, my God.
My buddy has one that says Delaney for Bob Delaney, who was the other official in that game. Like, this is very traumatizing, but I try to work through it.
It was absolutely traumatizing. I watched them abuse Mike Bibby and like all night, and it's just like, call something, ref, call something. I'm just watching at home. I can't even imagine. Like, wow, yeah, it was crazy. They totally fucking rigged it, and it sucks because like Shaq and Kobe, you know, like they were so great, but to me, there's always that asterisk on that one championship. Also, I was a big Blazers fan, and I feel like the Blazers got fucked too. So personally, I feel like they stole 2. You know,
Shaq fouled Steve Smith. He fouled Steve Smith on that play towards the basket at the end of Game 7. Like,
Rasheed was my guy, man. Rasheed Wallace was like my favorite, one of my favorite players growing up. Rasheed, KD. Basically, I oscillated between Rasheed Wallace, Kevin Durant, Michael Jordan, Dražen Petrovic, Pedro Stojakovic,
dude,
Arvydas Sabonis, my whole life. Like, those were my favorite players. And then, of course, 2020 happened, and my GOAT entered the league, Scotty Barnes. And I've been a Scotty Barnes fan ever since. He's my favorite player in the league. Hasn't changed 1 second of one day. And it never will. He can retire.
He was great in that playoff series. He stepped up.
He's a winner. That's what he does. And that's why I want Kawhi here too, because I think Kawhi is going to be really great. You know, like Jacoby Walter, our backup shooting guard, he said on draft night that he idolized Kawhi. I know Scotty grew up like looking up to Kawhi, and I know Alan Graves and Colin Murray Boyles have a lot of Kawhiism. So I just feel like, you know, you kind of got Kawhi here, and then you got his little groupies. You know, you got his little fan club, all the guys who kind of grew up wanting to be like him, and now they get to watch him in person. It's on-job training, man. It's perfect.
He did well with OG Anunoby for you, so I'm sure it'll work out with Scotty Barnes if that's the direction this thing goes.
I was just saying that. I'm like, Kawhi has had such an accelerant effect on all the young players he played with in 2019. Like, they've all talked about it on podcasts. Like, oh, man, I thought I was a hard worker, and then I watched Kawhi Leonard. It was like, oh, shit. That's what it takes, you know? And I think his game composure and his like overall like stoicism for the game, like he doesn't get rattled. He has that Tim Duncan quality, you know? Like I used to love Tim Duncan also. Like the first jersey I ever got was a Tim Duncan jersey. It's just like, I love the fact that I could see his face up 20, down 20, down 3-1 in the series. Can't tell from his face, can't tell from how he's playing. Alex Caruso has that quality too. So, you know, these are some of my favorite guys, but yeah. Good luck to y'all. Thank you for pulling up. I will happily pull up to your show. Just find me a way to get onto your show, because I can't call the link from Canada, man. They're hating on Canada.
We'll just do a stream. I didn't even know. I was so freaking, you know, I'm out of sorts right now. I've been streaming for almost like 12 hours today. So I had no idea who they were talking about. Like Penn saying this, Penn saying that. You got to go on Penn's show. Penn's talking about you. I'm like, who is Penn? But it turns out all along, I know who you are. I love your takes, man. And I love everybody on Player's Choice. Ox is a bigger Kawhi fan than you.
Ox thinks he's a bigger Kawhi fan than me until I said that I would take Kawhi over peak Shaq, and then Ox said, "Nah, bro, you got it. You got it. Nobody is a bigger fan than no. I think Ox is defensive of Kawhi. I'm not defensive of Kawhi because I think he's an all-time great. I don't think he needs my defense. That's the difference. But
yeah,
you know, if this is a glaze off, you know, I think I got it. I think I got it. Anyways, thanks, Adam. It's been a wonderful conversation. Don't listen to any of these idiots saying that I was saying anything bad about you. You can go watch the show. I never said one bad thing about you. I think maybe at one point though, I did get frustrated because like I'm like, does this guy not know that I can't call in? I think I said something like that, but I didn't say anything rude. Anyways, which is rare because I sometimes say rude things, but I didn't say anything rude. Anyways, appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming on.
Right.
Good luck with your stream. Get some sleep.
Thanks for having me, Pan. You too.
My pleasure. All right. That was a wonderful conversation with Adam over at ClippersTalk. That was awesome. He's a really chill guy. Seems very reasonable and very nice of him to say nice things. That's always nice. He also threatened to copy strike you at Adam. I didn't threaten to copy strike him. I specifically said, I promise I will not. I don't threaten to copy strike people. I'm not Donald Trump. Okay. Let's see here. We got a super chat. Bindi Sandhu said, "Hey Penn, is this work or fun?" That is an existential question that I'm not sure I am at liberty to answer in my completely tired state. However, I will try to answer it by saying it's fun. Can it be both? Can it be both? It can be both, right? I can be having fun and work at the same time. It is nearly 1 a.m. It's nearly 1 a.m. It was a red moon today. I don't know who caught it. MKLP said, pretty sure Bobby is asleep right now. This is why you need to hire me, because I would work this till completion. I would be in LA at Lawrence Frank's hotel room, knocking on the door with counter proposals until we got this done. Basically, what I'm saying is I would annoy them into trading Kawhi Leonard or having me physically removed by security. This is my pitch to the Raptors organization. Hire me. I am a hardworking human being on 2 hours of sleep. I have given a 5-hour stream. We have disrupted the peace between the United States and Canada. We have figured out that apparently I'm not allowed to call toll-free numbers in America, which, you know, is news to me because I've never tried to call a toll-free number in America, but now I've figured that out. We figured out how to block the Kalshi logo, which is, you know, a game changer, really. I mean, think about it. Like, shit, any logo I don't want to see on my screen, I just block it. Perfect, man. This is a stream for the ages. This is a stream for the ages. Let's just be real about what this is. All right. Teflon said 11 a.m. tomorrow. They'll announce the trade. Please, God, let there's okay. I just want to be clear. If God, are you listening to me? I've been like following along with Alan Graves' prayers, you know, the prayer groups and all that stuff. So I think I've been a pretty good person. I swore maybe 20 times, 15 times, 10 times on this entire stream. 5 hours, 10 swears. That's like one swear every 30 minutes. I used to swear one time every 4 minutes. I think I've improved. Dear God, if you are listening to me, please, please do not let Kawhi Leonard get traded between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. tomorrow. I'm going to be mad. Okay. I do not want to have this discussion on Player's Choice. Personally, I know that sounds very selfish because Player's Choice is my employer and I should be wanting this to happen while we're live. But honestly, I don't want this to happen when we're live because I am going to become absolutely insufferable and they are going to bait me and probably troll me and tell me that the Raptors aren't going to do shit and Kawhi Leonard and Scotty Barnes aren't the next iteration of Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan. I'm sorry. Yes, they are. Absolutely. Wouldn't you like to know? Yes, they pay me in applause. Old Dirty Dasher said, you have a good radio voice. I have heard that exactly 2 times in my life. One time it was to dissuade me from not being on TV, which is a nice way of saying you're too ugly for television. And the other time it was actually a genuine compliment from an actor. They said, you have a very good radio voice. However, for most of my life, I have been told that I have a voice that is easy to sleep to. Then I got on Player's Choice and they just said, nah, bro, you're just boring. So, I don't know. Only double down on the OT, Fox. Wait, that was you swearing, not me. God, don't count that against me. Absolutely. Colin sick. Okay. Y'all gonna get to know me very, very well in the last minute of this stream. hold on. Let me confirm this is true before I say this. I have never called in sick in my life. This is actually true. I have never called in sick once in my life. You can confirm this with PC. You can confirm. I have never called in sick. I have skipped classes for being sick. Yes. I have skipped parties for being sick, which I wasn't really sick. So I guess I'm admitting that I lied. But I have never called in sick. Never. And I do not intend to. In fact, I once had 39 stitches. This is not a joke. Here, let me show you. Can y'all see the scars right here? It's faded a lot because I've worked on it a lot. 39 stitches across my head. It was 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. I was looking after a dog, and the dog pulled a speaker wire. It was looped behind a bamboo tree, like a bamboo vase that had water in it. It was about 20 pounds. It fell straight on my head. I went to the hospital, St. Mike's, I think they stitched me up around, I got to the hospital around 9:30. They stitched me up around almost noon. Shout outs to Canadian Healthcare. I was back at work by 1. Yeah, so stitches here, 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 and this right here. Yeah. So I still showed up to work that day. So this is my way of telling you that Eastern European work ethic is different, bro. That Eastern European work ethic is very different. You know, like I often used to say on a basketball court, on a rugby pitch, like, I don't care what I do, you're not going to outwork me, right? You go 3 hours, I'll go 5 hours. This has been who I am. This is what I do. And you know, some of you might remember Catherine. Do y'all remember Catherine? She just got married, by the way. Shout outs to Catherine. I'm going to wish her in front of, 760 people. Catherine just got married, I think, last week. So Catherine said something really foundational to me. You know, for most of my life, I thought it was good to be seen as smart, not hardworking. You know, I almost view hardworking as something people do when they're not smart, which, again, very stupid. And I remember meeting Catherine, and she just blatantly said, I'm actually not that smart. And I was like, say what? I'm like, you're on track for a PhD program. You're at U of T. It's one of the best universities in the world. You're getting top marks. You do all this stuff. You were on the cover of Vogue Italia. How the fuck are you not smart? You pick up everything so quickly. And she says, no, I just outwork people. I just, when doors are closed, I just work. And it's led her so far. And it's come to my attention that, people who define their self-worth and their self-perspective on the concept of I'm hardworking, as opposed to people who are talented, gifted, tall, athletic, whatever, people who define themselves as hardworking, those are the people that usually succeed in life. So from the day I heard Catherine say it, and again, Catherine's a little bit younger than me. She's like a good, 7-8 years younger than me. So I heard her say it, and I was just like, that's beautiful. I'm just going to define myself as hardworking from now on. And so from that day, even though I was already hardworking, I no longer try to define myself as some sort of boy genius or wonderkind or, someone who's just smarter than everybody. No, I just really embrace this idea of outworking people. So Larry Legend said, working hard is pointless unless you have a talent base. Find that I disagree. I think working hard is never pointless. Certainly a certain amount of talent should probably be requisite, but no, I disagree. Okay, any final comments before we get out of here? Because I am looking forward to sleeping. I call in sick when a better offer arises, a better offer than work. Would you do it quickly for Drew swap? Yes. Is Sham still awake? Yes. Pen, you look like you've been in a fight. Them bags look heavy. Yeah. I'm very tired and I look like shit. And this happened last week on Player's Choice on Friday, right? Because Ron hit me up at like 11 o'clock and I was supposed to be sleeping because I was sleeping at like 7 a.m. that day. And I was trying to sleep and I got a ping on my phone. And it's like, do you want to be on the panel? So yeah. Old Dirty Dasher said, what's your other show? It's called The Panel on Player's Choice. It's not my show. I'm on the show. And it is on Monday through Friday on YouTube, on Player's Choice YouTube at 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. I've only recently called in sick a few times this year for my senior dog acting weird. Well, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I'm also somebody who hasn't really had like a proper normal job for most of my life. So it's actually very easy for me to not call in sick. It's not like I'm not a delivery driver. I'm not like a fast food worker. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like if I had worked my whole life in service, I might have actually had to call in sick someday when I just was hungover or something. But because my schedule works around, my view on it is that I give 45 to 50 hours of quality work. And you know what? Some days you put 8 hours in and only 2 hours of quality work. That's what I write down. And the next day you do quality work. You are not going to build a YouTube channel, work for another YouTube channel, run a film festival, and have a film career if you're going to be like a normal person. The way I view it is, you know, if you want to have exceptional results, you're probably going to have to do something pretty exceptional. You know what I mean? And if exceptional means that you're going to streamline your days and better organize your time. Someone said Mark Stein tweet. Okay, cool. I had a feeling this would break late. That's why I'm up right now. And I mentioned this earlier that this is a West Coast team and there's a lot of incentive to do this quickly. So let's see. Mark Stein. Oh, dope. These guys are being like very cryptic. Hang on. I mean, it's moved up to 77%. I don't know. That's not changing much, but this is the Mark Stein tweet. Got a story for us tonight, Jake Fisher, at Jake Fisher. And then Mark Stein said, should we? People are like on crack here. Yes, Mark. Yes. Kawhi to the... Okay. Can I tell you my funniest moment of the day? It was... Malik Beasley indicted, and somebody wrote underneath, fuck Malik, tweet Kawhi. I'm sorry. That to me is hilarious. A man is about to lose his freedom and you're just like, fuck you. I just want the Kawhi news. Yabasera Denver said, why did you block me on Twitter? I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. Penn said Adam is a golden god. That's not true. That's not true. But you can lie. That's cool. Why did you block me on Twitter? You know, I never have a good answer to tell people why I blocked you on Twitter. So I should probably prepare a statement for every time I'm asked why I blocked someone on Twitter. Because if I told you how many people I had blocked on Twitter, I don't think you'd feel so bad. Or maybe you don't feel bad. Maybe you're genuinely curious. Maybe you're practicing intellectual curiosity as to why you were blocked on Twitter. Let's try to cover all our bases. Were you racist? Were you homophobic? Were you sexist? Were you a jackass? Are you generally dumb? Do you write like you're in grade 4? Did you call me a name for no reason? Did you use circular reasoning? Yes, no. Defend your takes. Okay. literally have never interacted with you and I always defend you, so I'm hurt. It's impossible for me to have blocked you if you've never interacted with me. That's not possible. Why would I seek you out? To block you? You think I just randomly seek out people? Just like, oh, look, Troy, I'll block him. No, it's never happened. He probably wanted Dennis Schroeder to run for mayor in 2024. It is entirely possible that my reason was absolutely stupid. It's possible. It's totally possible. I'm a human being. Sometimes I'm cranky and I just don't want to deal with it. It's perfectly possible. Maybe you said, I don't know, maybe you said a Raptors media person that I really don't like is awesome. And I was just like, fuck this guy. I'm mercurial. Why do you think I like Kawhi Leonard so much? I'm like a cat, but I'm also a dog. You get me? Okay. Rob, what are your thoughts on Trey Murphy? Love Trey Murphy. He's awesome. I don't think I'd trade 3 first-round picks for him, though. Who is your favorite player of all time? Michael Jeffrey Jordan. After that, Arvydas Sabonis. After that, probably Rasheed Wallace. After that, I don't know. It's up in the air. Thoughts on CMB plus BI for why? Hell fucking no. That's never going to happen. Not in a million years. Nope. Rob, when you like JB on Denver more than Murray, it's like, would I like Jaylen Brown in it's debatable if he's a better player. I understand the theory. He is definitely a better defender than Jamal Murray. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would do it. But the deal isn't just Jaylen Brown for Jamal Murray. It is Jaylen Brown plus Sam Hauser for Jamal Murray and Cam Johnson. And I'm a pretty big Cam Johnson fan. So I'm not like thrilled about it, but I get it. Honestly, neither player is my cup of tea at all. I'm not like gung-ho about the idea of Jaylen Brown. But what I'll say is Jokic and Murray have like a really long-standing established rhythm, and it's really hard to imagine that you're just going to bring Jaylen Brown into that because he's not the passer that Jamal Murray is. He's not the shooter Jamal Murray is. So, yeah. If my Clippers aren't getting CMB or Jacoby, they need to call this trade off now. Well, my friend, you're not getting either of those players, and the trade hasn't been called off. So clearly, your front office values Brandon Ingram more than you do. They probably value the picks that the Raptors are offering more than you do. And maybe there is a little bit of a sweetener named Jamison Battle on the way for you guys. And Trace Jackson Davis. Here, man, I'll sell it to you. Trace Jackson Davis is number 5 in value of replacement in his entire draft class. Brandon Ingram was one of the most frequently doubled players in the league last year. And Grady Dick, I don't know. Grady Dick is cool. That's the best thing I got to say about Grady Dick. Someone once compared Grady Dick to Dražen Petrovic. I don't know what the fuck that guy's on. He might have been on crack. People said in 2023 that Grady Dick was the best shooter. I'll give you the sales pitch. Grady Dick was a former Gatorade National Player of the Year. How's that? Just 5 years ago. Gatorade National Player of the Year. You got to be pretty good to be Gatorade National Player of the Year. Maybe he just hates Canada. How's that? Let's start that rumor. Grady hates Canada, is homesick, wants to go back to Trumpland, aka America, and will perform immediately out the box because he's been and yep, this too. He can do commercials for you. He has a cat. He has a really kick-ass suit that he modeled off of Dorothy, I think, or something. And I don't know. He's from the Midwest. I don't know. Like shit. He can shoot, sort of, kind of. He's cool. Grady's cool. He's put on a lot of weight over the last few years. You know, he's been in the gym. Fantastic. Yes, jersey swaps. Absolutely. Dick Matherin. I mean, that's not great. He's an okay rebounder. I agree. He's also an okay passer. He's okay at a lot of things. He's also an okay shooter. He's also an okay athlete. He's a pretty awful defender, though. Him and Ben Mathurin are going to be really fun. He can use the TikTok app. That's true. He can also dance better than most people. He's a great cutter. Absolutely. Penn, you implied Grady Dick didn't work hard. Do you think that's why he didn't succeed, or he lost his minutes to Ingram and Mamu? That's likely delayed Grady's progression, getting no playing time. He was ahead of Jacoby Walter in the rotation last year, and he lost that rotation spot. He was given starter minutes. This has been his job. Had he proved himself consistently over any point over the last 2.5 years, this job was his. He lost it. That is not on the Raptors. That is not on anybody. The work ethic stuff, I don't want to say that. I've hinted at it because I've heard stuff, but I don't want to say it because I feel that it is irresponsible and quite hypocritical for me to get super, super mad that David Thorpe hinted that Scotty Barnes might have work ethic issues in 2022, and then for me to basically do the same thing to Grady Dick. But let's just be real. Not every single player is going to chase this shit as hard as Colin Murray Boyles. Not every single player is going to chase it as hard as Fred VanVleet and Pascal Siakam. There are always going to be players who do the wrong things, the wrong times, at the wrong energy, at the wrong intensity. I think I've heard conflicting reports. I've heard someone tell me that Grady is a really hard worker, like a really hard worker. He practices defense every single day. But I've also heard from somebody that he's not that serious. He's not that mature, and he's not that hardworking. I've heard it from both sides. I refuse to take a side on this. I think it's irresponsible, personally. Yo, you right. Garland and Grady Dick, Dickland. Nah, that's tough. I don't know if that's tough, but it's something. We are sending a package surrounding Ingram and Grady for Kawhi. Yes, and picks. Loads of picks. I mean, 2 picks, but possibly a swap? I don't know. Honestly, I would beef up the offer on swaps. Here's like the offer that I would go for, honestly, is Grady, Brandon Ingram, 2027 swap, 2028 unprotected, 2029 swap. I'm going far. I'm going 2 swaps. You can sell it as 3 picks. It's not really 3 picks. We're going to be better than the Clippers. It's risky for the Raptors, I would say, because swaps are dangerous. If you miss the playoffs, what happens? You might get the first overall pick. I don't know. It's a risk, like we traded away the Indiana pick. We didn't know what it was going to become. It became the 5th overall pick. You think we would want that fucking 5th overall pick? We would have picked Keaton Vogler. We might have picked Kingston Flemings. We might have been able to trade that pick for Kawhi Leonard right now. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the fucking funny part about this. The Clippers would love the 5th overall pick for Kawhi Leonard right now. Someone said this trade's about to happen at 3 a.m. That is exactly midnight on the West Coast. If it does, I promise I'll be live. Okay, I'm gonna close the stream. It's 5 hours and 18 minutes. I did a 7-hour stream, 7 hours for the draft. That is a crazy amount. Penn, if you had number 5, who would you have picked? Assuming the Raps still had it. It would have been between Keaton and Kingston. Yeah, I think it would have been between Keaton and Kingston and trading it, because I think there is a significant drop off at 5, and I don't necessarily want to be picking at the drop. So personally, because I found the value to be kind of like flat, I would have traded down from 5 to 8 and picked Kingston Flemings. So yeah, that's what I would have done. I would have traded with Atlanta. Now, again, if I knew Atlanta wanted Kingston Flemings, then I would have had to trade down to 7. I would have had to spend weeks drumming up, like I'm about to take Acuff. And then the idiot Sacramento Kings, who are one of the worst run organizations, would offer me something to trade up so they can get Darius Acuff, and then I can sneak ahead of the Atlanta Hawks and get Kingston Flemings. This is probably what I would have done. However, Keaton Vogler has a chance to be better than Kingston Flemings. He is bigger than Kingston Flemings. He's a better shooter than Kingston Flemings, and he had the best decel, a fact that Lawrence Frank brought up a few times. So look, like there's a chance that Keaton doesn't work. Physicality doesn't translate to the NBA level. Size, skill, finishing all doesn't translate. His angles don't match out to the NBA. But there's a world in which he's Tyrese Halliburton light, you know? So, yeah, I appreciate that. You are a machine. Facts, Penn is a workaholic. Who said something? That's nice. I appreciate you. To make this even more of a fever dream would be picking up DeMar on a small car. Yes. So if you want to, I talked earlier with Okan about leverage and negotiations. The Sacramento Kings are currently shopping DeMar DeRozan with a finite period of time, at which point, if they do not find a suitor, they will waive him. You want to know how to tank a guy's value? That's how you tank a guy's value. Lose every year. Lose every single year. Get the guy to put up big numbers. Don't improve his analytics. Don't improve his three-point percentage. Do y'all realize Kawhi Leonard, forget about Kawhi Leonard. DeMar DeRozan shoots 30.2% on his career as a three-point shooter. Scottie shoots 30.1. Isn't that wild to you? Number one, that I remember that, but also number two, like, what the hell? $730 viewers at almost 2 a.m. is crazy. Basketball gods bless us with Kawhi right now. Yes. Flemings will always be the way better defender, though. That is a fair take. Yes. Mark Stein tweeted they intend to keep Drew Holiday. That's a great way to drum up value for Drew Holiday, but there will be, teams that will call, and I don't think Drew Holiday should be coming off the bench. I mean, granted, his production has scaled back. Also, what the hell are y'all doing with Scoot Henderson? You just traded for Ja Morant. I'm sorry. If I'm Scoot Henderson, I am in a bad situation. Get me out. I would make an offer for Scoot Henderson if the money was right. Priceless Entertainment said, Penn, wait another 10 minutes. I feel it coming. That's what she said, and not a chance in hell, bro. Nope. I ain't waiting another 10 minutes. I mean, it's 1:22. Been live for 5 hours and 22 minutes. That is crazy. That is crazy. I've lost my voice talking. I got to talk again into the thing. Jake Fisher tweet. Are we doing this? Like we got to fish one last time? Okay. Okay. So our final tweet of the night before everybody parts away. There was obviously no Kawhi Leonard trade on Monday, but, and it is now Tuesday, it's 72 minutes into Tuesday, but sources with knowledge of the talks between Toronto and Los Angeles say there was indeed momentum pushing towards a deal between the Raptors and Clippers. Okay. My bet would be that this gets dropped tomorrow, that this is just final finish line, okay? And again, I think I'll reiterate, this is not, did you say Fisher bomb? How is this a bomb? This is not a bomb. A bomb is they got traded. Is that what happened? What? Damn it. Okay. So the Lakers' interest in Sandro Mamu is in here, along with countless more names and teams and scenarios. This will get you ready for Tuesday's NBA chaos after a week's worth of league-shaking trades already. Okay, this is not really a bomb. He's interested in Sandro Mamu. You are not up at 2 a.m. almost on the East Coast here, waiting to figure out whether or not Sandro Mamu is coming to the Raptors. No disrespect to Sandro. This is about one man. And I will, as an omen, as a good omen, I will let this be the last thing you see tonight. Are two places that Kawhi Leonard be willing to sign an extension. I'm going to debunk that myth and tell you there's no two place. There's one place that Kawhi Leonard would sign an extension, and that is Toronto.
After the trade with open arms, man, it made my experience that much better. And like they said, enjoy this moment, and have fun with it. Ha 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 ha.